Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this space. I am the logical leftist, or a logical leftist, because there's a lot of us. And I got a great show for y'all today. So stick around. I'm going to be kicking off this great series of shows today on this Wednesday afternoon. So it's going to be a lot of fun here. Now, I've got, speaking of fun, a lot of great stories. We got the Trump phone. Where is it going to be made? You're not going to be surprised. We have, of course, more serious stuff. We have a Democratic candidate that got arrested by ICE. Yeah, that's pretty serious. We got the impending war with Iran. Not good. Not good at all. Tulsi Gabbard, a little bit of a pickle for going up against Donald Trump on that issue. And then, of course, we have an update on Donald Trump's dumb border wall. So a lot of fun stuff here today on the show here on Logically Left, here on this space every Wednesday, and of course every other day on my channel, Logically Left. So check it out. Now, with that said, I mean, I'm gonna dive into the stories because I'm super excited about getting into them. So let us start out with the Trump phone, or I should say the taco phone. All right. In what is not exactly a shocking twist, the so-called all-American Trump smartphone will actually not be made in America. It will likely be made in China. That's right. The Trump-owned company, Trump Mobile, because, of course, they couldn't actually come up with an actual good name, because everything that Trump does is Trump Mobile, Trump Air, Trump Steaks, Trump whatever, Trump bidets, okay, Trump toilets, whatever. All of it obviously has to carry the Trump brand name. But anyway, they announced on Monday that they will begin selling something called the T1, which is the taco phone. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. It's not actually called the taco phone, but it should be. It should be. Anyway, for just $499, the gold-colored abomination running an Android operating system can be yours. Ooh. Don't worry, they say, though. It's all American made. Made in America with American parts, except that it's not. Unless somehow Trump has access to a secret smartphone manufacturing facility they've got hidden somewhere, like maybe in the desert. I don't know. As well as maybe the components as well, because you kind of need those. Experts say that not only will it be manufactured in China by a Chinese firm, but was also apparently designed by one, because, of course, Francisco Geronimo, vice president at International Data Corp, told CNBC on Tuesday that there is no way this phone was designed from scratch. I mean, really? You're kidding me, right? I can't believe it. Oh, my God. And there is no way it's going to be assembled in the U.S. or completely manufactured in the U.S. That is completely impossible. Yes, it is. Look, at the current time, let's be very clear, okay? At the current time, there is no manufacturing facility here in the United States to make phones. And of course, a lot of that is a result of free trade agreements, a globalized economy, supply chains, et cetera, right? All that important stuff. Now, Geronimo suggests that the phone would likely be produced by a Chinese original device manufacturer, or ODM, type company that designs and manufactures products based on the specifications of another firm. Despite being advertised as all American, it is likely that this device will be initially produced by a Chinese ODM, said Blake Przmicki, an analyst at Counterpoint Research. Jeff Fieldback, research director at Counterpoint, added that the reason why the U.S. does not have local manufacturing capabilities readily available, or why, of course, that this phone is not being manufactured in America, will be manufactured in China. It's because we don't have those manufacturing capabilities. We just don't have it. We just don't have it. All right, and there it is. No factory setup. Okay, not that we couldn't set them up someday, but that in itself could create some potential problems, like the cost of the phone, all that stuff. So and by the way, it actually costs a lot of money to bring in materials, and then of course paying workers what they deserve to be paid for good union jobs. And I think that would be a good thing, having more good paying union jobs. But knowing Donald Trump, of course, that is not the way that this would go down. No, it would be very poorly paid non-union jobs. So that said, experts have said that the manufacturing, and this specifically relates to iPhones, but also other phones, let's be honest, manufacturing them in the US would be nearly impossible and would raise the price of the product substantially, while taking several years to get large-scale manufacturing off the ground in the country. Even then, you can't get everything sourced in this country. Supply chains are global, components are sourced from abroad, materials, all that stuff. And so, yeah, very, very difficult, if not, like I said, impossible for them to actually make everything locally sourced here, much less putting it all together, which they could do. Now, that said, let's look at the components here, okay? The T1, according to the specs, will have a 6.8-inch ammo LED display. Ooh. The primary manufacturer of that screen, of course, is located in South Korea. Generally, it's Samsung that makes these things, that manufactures them. LG, another South Korean firm, also produces a similar screen, as does the Chinese firm BOE. There are no American companies that I know of that make these screens. All right, now for that comparison, okay, Apple has a top-end iPhone, the 16 Pro Max, that actually has a 6.9 inch display, and it retails around $1,199. So it's pretty expensive. The T1, about half that, $499. So at that price point, you're looking at cheaper materials. I mean, obviously cheaper screen, perhaps even a cheaper processor, likely from the Taiwanese Taiwanese firm MediaTek, which of course, obviously would be, manufactured in Taiwan. And let's be honest, okay? There's of course a lot of different chip manufacturers. They could end up using a Qualcomm chip, which again would be made in Taiwan. Look, at the moment, you really can't get a cheaper processor that's made in America. And it's really, really difficult to believe that Donald Trump would actually take a loss on these phones. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump take a loss on anything? Come on. No, he's going to make it out of the cheapest materials he can and then do a massive markup. You know it. Look, there's more, by the way. The phone's an advertised 50 megapixel camera will meanwhile require image sensing chips. Currently, Sony, of course, dominates that market. Yes, there are smaller manufacturers in China and elsewhere, but not really in the United States. And so there's that. Now, of course, there is one component that may be manufactured in this country, and that is the memory chip. Okay. Now you have Micron, which is an American company, or at least has factories in the United States that could make that component. So, there's one. Oh, all right. Now, there are, of course, other players that do that. Samsung, once again, Korean. So, yes, those could also be potential suppliers. Overall, getting back to Fieldhack, he said, even when there's local manufacturing available, the company will still have to rely on components that are being imported from outside the U.S. There you go. So, but what about the tariffs, right? What about the tariffs? Well, Donald Trump could just get around the tariffs. Perhaps, the entire purpose of the tariffs was to raise the price of everything else except for his phone, which he can, of course, make an exception for and still have it delivered cheaply, made cheaply from elsewhere that he can mark up and sell here, while the rest of his competitors end up having to pay much higher tariffs. So that could be it as well. Okay. And look, at the end of the day, this is nothing more than a pathetic Donald Trump cash grab. Because of course. And it's already been an absolute disaster. In fact, according to 404 Media, users who attempted to pre-order the phone, yes, because it's not released yet. Okay, soon. Now, apparently the people who tried to do this already reported some website crashes, incorrect credit card charges, and a confusing order process. Oops. Every single time. According to Joseph Cox, an investigative journalist and co-founder at 404 Media, he was one of the first to attempt to even pre-order the T1. Not because he's a Trump fan or anything like that. He planned on evaluating the device for things like privacy, security, and hardware integrity. It seems kind of important, right? Give a review. But instead of having a smooth transaction, Cox ended up encountering a broken checkout system, an incorrect charge of $64.70, weird, and no clear indication if the order even successfully went through. Oops. He said, I received a confirmation email saying I'll receive a confirmation. So a confirmation saying that you'll eventually get a confirmation when my order has been shipped, but I haven't provided a shipping address or even paid the full $4.99 price tag. He added that this has been the worst experience I have ever faced buying a consumer electronic product, and I have no idea whether or how I'll receive the phone. And there it is. It's an absolute disaster. Look, you've got a Chinese phone, okay, and a website likely created by unpaid interns. I'm just saying, like, of course they're going to sell. So I'm just going to say that at the end of the day, if you buy one, then, well, you deserve to get exactly what you paid for. All American, my ass. All right. More serious story. Let's do it. New York City Comptroller and Democratic mayoral candidate Brad Lander just made a pretty big name for himself by getting arrested by ICE. Now, while at an immigration court hearing in Lower Manhattan, Lander was taken in by masked ICE agents. That's right. DHS security confirmed this in a statement saying that New York City Comptroller Brad Lander was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. Our hero, oh my God, this reads from North Korea. Our heroic law enforcement officers face a 413% increase in assaults against them. Yeah, I question that. It is wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. No one is above the law, except for the president, apparently. And if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will face the consequences. Assaulting law enforcement. Well, of course they're going to say that. Oh, I want to show you, by the way, some video of this alleged assault.
Do you have a judicial warrant? Do you have a judicial warrant? Can I see the judicial warrant? Can I see the warrant? I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Where is the warrant?
I have it in my hand here.
You obstructed. You obstructed.
I would like to go see the warrant. See the warrant. Put him in custody. Take him back. Take him in. Take him back. Step back. Step back. Step back. You don't have authority. You don't have authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Stay back. You don't have to. I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant? You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant. Stay back, please. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. No, ma'am. For your own safety. For your own safety.
I'm safe. I can't believe you're arresting. Where are you taking him? Hello?
You have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Where are you taking me? And with what authority?
I'd be embarrassed too. Why are you arresting?
And with what authority?
So here we go. I mean, ICE is arresting American citizens illegally. Okay. They had an administrative warrant. All right. Which does not grant, by the way, an ICE officer general law enforcement powers to conduct things like searches or arrests unrelated to immigration violations. All right. Period. Now, the warrant they possess does not permit the arrest of anyone other than the person specifically named on the warrant, unless you have independent probable cause that exists. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that simply asking to see whether or not they actually have a warrant, I don't think that's probable cause. Okay. Would you understand? He wouldn't let go. He wouldn't let go. Yes, because they wouldn't furnish a warrant to show that they actually had the ability to arrest this person. How can you trust that these agents are who they say they are without any sort of proof? I mean, look, we have had ICE impersonators rob and kidnap citizens. So yes, this man was well within his rights to ask for proof, to ask for a warrant. It shouldn't be that hard. And yet, for his efforts, Lander gets illegally detained. Once again, I'm going to tell you, ICE is a criminal organization. They are operating outside of the law and should be disbanded. And its leaders subject to prosecution for violating the Constitution. Look, I know that ICE is allowed to question, arrest, detain, and process the deportation of any non-citizen. I know that. But they have been violating due process. They've been arresting people who've been complying with immigration court directives. And again, people, a lot of the people are actually allowed to be here. Okay. They're checking in on their court-mandated immigration hearings, and they're getting arrested outside of it. Okay. Immigration law requires that non-citizens at least be notified in writing that they're being processed for a removal proceeding. They didn't get that. So that they, of course, can appear before an immigration judge and actually have the opportunity, to challenge the government's claim that they should be deported. That, whole thing is called due process, which, again, they're not, a lot of these immigrants are not getting due process whatsoever. And look, due process is guaranteed by the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment. It applies to everyone in this country. Everyone. Yes, that includes people who are undocumented. And it's not just the Fourth Amendment that ICE is violating. You've got the First Amendment. And I say that because they have gone after the protected speech of non-citizens that are here legally, like Rumeysa Ozturk. Her visa was revoked because she had had the temerity to co-write an op-ed calling for the U.S. to recognize that there is a genocide happening in Gaza right now, the genocide of the Palestinian people. Mahmoud Khalil was also arrested and stripped of his legal status because he supported the protests against the Israeli genocide. This organization is operating outside of the Constitution. They're violating people's civil rights. They're illegally arresting Americans for simply asking questions, asking for a warrant, asking for proof. I mean, calling this an assault is absolutely ridiculous. Where are the freedom people? Okay, we're the ones who were supposed to stand up against tyranny. No, they're out there cheering on the tyranny. That's what they're doing. Look, remember too that this is the same administration that pardoned around 1,500 Capitol rioters, some of whom were violent and actually assaulted law enforcement officers, hitting them with like batons, flagpoles, spraying bear spray in their face. I mean, come on. It's very, very clear that there's so much hypocrisy in all of this. And nonetheless, it's happening. They don't care about hypocrisy. Now, Democrats, of course, across the country, they took to social media and they condemned Lander's arrest. In fact, here is New York City Council member Tiffany Caban writing, "This is disgusting and horrific. He must be released immediately." Fellow Democratic mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani writes, NYC Comptroller Brad Lander was just arrested by Trump's ICE agents because he asked to see a judicial warrant. That's it. This is fascism, and all New Yorkers must speak in one voice. Release him now. So, look, he ended up getting released about a couple of hours after this ridiculous arrest, and he spoke to the press shortly afterwards, saying that I'm fine. But the people that ICE was coming after, they're not fine. He added that the charges against him were, yes, dropped, and that what ICE and Trump are doing is basically destroying the rule of law. Quote, "We are not going to allow Donald Trump to wreck the rule of law, to deny people due process, and to turn our country into something that doesn't meet its obligations under international law. And so I just engaged in that tradition of accompaniment, of trying to bear witness, of trying to walk peacefully with someone, trying to make sure that the rules are followed." Look, the only reason for ICE to arrest people who are following the rules is because they don't want to follow the rules. They want to intimidate other people and prevent them from calling you out for your illegal behavior. It's the same thing that happened with Alex Padilla. He was arrested forcibly because he had the gall to question Kristi Noem. The people that said, "Oh my God, the Democrats are going to try to arrest the conservatives. They're going to try to arrest conservatives. Oh, they're weaponizing law enforcement," are the same MFers who right now are weaponizing law enforcement and arresting their political opposition. Once again, it is projection. It has always been projection. It has always been the right wing to crack down and arrest their political opposition because, well, they're fascists. All right. And there it is. Moving on here. It appears that President Donald Trump might be considering firing Tulsi Gabbard. According to recent reports, Gabbard has been letting Trump down. How? By apparently not enthusiastically supporting his push for war with Iran. As one White House official told Politico, Trump has just been kind of down on her in general of late. Oh, how sad. Now, what caused this? What helped with this bit of a divide between these two? Well, apparently the president was kind of mad after Gabbard put a 3-minute video up on Elon Musk's X platform, formerly known as Twitter, in the early hours of June 10th, in which she had warned that the political elite and the warmongers, the Republican Party, are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between nuclear powers, placing the world on the brink of nuclear annihilation. Now, Trump is said to have been enraged by the video and accused Gabbard in a face-to-face meeting of going off message. Ah, there we go. Oh, that's the big crime. You can't do that. How dare you be off message? Now, one of the senior administration officials, quoted anonymously by Politico, said that there is a growing perception within the West Wing that the former Hawaii Democratic Congresswoman, who once ran for that party's presidential nomination, quote, doesn't add anything to any conversation. Ouch. Ouch. Now, look, I have big issues with Tulsi Gabbard, many issues, right? Now, I don't have a problem with her wanting to keep us out of the war in the Middle East. And look, that is because she is in line with the vast majority of Americans who also do not want to be at war in the Middle East. Now, that said, another official added, I don't think Trump dislikes Tulsi as a person. Okay. But certainly the video made him not super hot on her, and he doesn't like it when people are off message. Many took that video as trying to correct the administration's position. You know, the irony here is that position was their own. I mean, before all of this, Trump ran on not starting any new wars and ending all the current ones. That's something that, yes, a lot of Americans are like, yeah, of course, we don't want to be in wars. We're tired of the wars. We're tired of endlessly, losing blood and treasure for essentially wars for oil. So, yeah, no, we're not at all interested in doing this. We don't know. No. Now, here we go. Here we are, though, now considering entering into a brand new war started by, of course, Israel. I know their entire argument here for getting involved into this war with Iran. Okay, this attack on Iran, I should say, because I don't know if I don't think there's been an official declaration. But then again, when have we needed that? All you got to do is the authorization of use of military force now, and you can go to war with anybody without actually declaring war. So, and that's been happening since at least the Bush administration. And so here we are. Now, Israel says, wow, that we got to stop them from getting a bomb. They're going to get a bomb. We must attack. I mean, for the last 30 years, Netanyahu was like, they're months away from a nuclear weapon. Months away from a bomb. There's going to be mushroom clouds. We must attack them. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. There is no choice. And now Donald Trump, of course, is parroting that same talking point. And this is after Gabbard had said, and the intelligence department released reports saying, no, Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. There is no evidence of that. They're not making a nuclear weapon. That's it. To which, of course, Trump responded with, I don't care. I don't care what she said. I think they're very close to having a weapon. What? No. And here we go. And here we go. So look, we're off to the races, man. Now, I got to ask, how much of this is just Donald Trump trying to distract everyone from his failing presidency with a war? It might be part of that. Not only that, but of course, you've got people who are neocons. You've got Fox News. You have Miriam Adelson. You have all of these people that are cheerleading for Donald Trump to start a new war in the Middle East. I mean, as far as Trump is concerned, though, I don't know. Does he actually believe that the people will rally around him? That the American people will rally around him with rah patriotism if he starts a war in the Middle East, which again is absolutely against his campaign promises of not starting any new wars. I hope it doesn't happen. Okay. And most people, of course, also don't want this to happen. There are even members of MAGA that are not interested in starting a confrontation. You've got Tucker Carlson, weirdly, Marjorie Taylor Greene, comedian Dave Smith, Steve Bannon, all of them are like, no, we're not at all interested in starting a new war in the Middle East. This is dumb. No, this is not what we signed up for. This is not America first. Okay, this is Israel first. And so now that said, if you're not on board with Donald Trump, who is listening to the neocons, yes, there are still a lot of neocons in the Trump administration and in Trump's orbit and on Fox News, of course. They're like, oh yeah, we can't wait to bomb Iran. You know, the military-industrial complex is hungry. You got to feed it. We got to feed it with a nice brand new war with Iran. Nice and shiny, everybody. Let's dive right in there. And if you're not on board, Trump has no use for you, which apparently is why he might end up sacking Tulsi Gabbard. Now, something maybe good could come from this. I don't know, right? And this could be, according to reports, Trump might be closing Gabbard's office completely and integrating the responsibilities back into the CIA's leadership infrastructure. Oh, okay. So that right there would be, pardon the pun, kind of a nuclear option here, and would, of course, fly in the face of America first and probably blow up his coalition. Great. Now, this would also be a fitting end to Tulsi Gabbard's career. She did, after all, bend the knee to Donald Trump in order to get her position in the first place. So it is kind of funny that if he ends up firing her now for trying to keep his coalition intact, okay, because again, this coalition, there's a lot of anti-war folks that are not interested in going to war with Iran. And so those people would be alienated if we end up joining this disastrous war. It would be extremely ironic if that happens. But again, it would also be, I don't know, totally on brand for Donald Trump. Because at the end of the day, understand that his anti-war stance was never about principle. It was never about policy. It was always about marketing and his ego. Okay. And there you go. We're not done with all of that, though. Oh, no. As President Donald Trump considers escalating the U.S.'s involvement in the conflict between Iran and Israel, some are wondering whether or not Fox News is pushing Trump towards war. Now, the answer, of course, is absolutely. On Tuesday, Trump took to Truth Social to tell Iran that they should offer an unconditional surrender. He also said, quote, "We know where exactly Iran's leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but we are not going to kill him now." Who's we? In another post, he said this, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but that it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA." So, yeah, that we. What do you mean? That means we're involved. They're literally admitting that we are involved. What is going on here? I thought he was supposed to be the anti-war president. I thought he was going to try to negotiate. No, that's over with. There is no more negotiation. Trump demanded that Iran stop enriching any and all uranium. Now, we can't let them get a bomb. We can't. Mushroom clouds. Last 30 years, Netanyahu's been claiming that, they're so close. They're months away from getting a bomb. Mushroom clouds. Be scared. Thing is, though, look, I'm going to get into details here about nuclear weapons, what it takes. you need to have weapons-grade uranium. And in order to get it, you've got to separate out the U-238 and the U-235. The U-235 is actually the fissile material that makes it go boom. Okay? It creates that chain reaction. Well, when you dig up uranium, it doesn't just come bomb ready. No, you have to separate out those, the U-238, 235. I believe there's 234 in there as well. And so the enrichment process is what makes that fissile material, what separates it out that you can use it in a bomb. Now, that enrichment process, of course, is very expensive. It's time-consuming and creates a lot of waste. Yes, radioactive waste. So that's a problem. Now, using your uranium for domestic energy purposes is a little bit different. There's much, much less enrichment required. And that's what Iran says they've been doing. We've just been enriching uranium to the point of where we can use it in our nuclear power plants. That's it. That's it. Look, at the end of the day, as I mentioned, you can't just dig up unrefined uranium and use it in a nuclear bomb. It wouldn't work. Uranium naturally has a U-235 content of about 0.7%, meaning that, again, you've got to enrich that uranium if you want to use it. To make reactor fuel, for example, you need to enrich it, that U-235 content, to about 3 to 5%. To make a bomb, well, you would need to get up to 93%. That's a big jump. Now, again, Iran, under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, to which they signed, we didn't, the United States did not, Israel did not sign it. So, you know, it is kind of funny that we're policing these other countries when we are not a signatory on this agreement. Yeah, I know. But look, nonetheless, under that non-proliferation treaty, Iran is allowed to enrich uranium to a certain extent in order to use it for their own power plants, their own energy. And by the way, even under the nuclear deal, okay, this is the Obama administration nuclear deal, okay, that strictly controlled how much Iran was allowed to enrich. And there were, of course, constant UN inspections to verify that they were following the guidelines put forward. Now, who ripped up that agreement? Donald Trump. He ripped it up. Now, that, of course, was cheered on by Netanyahu for the longest time. Again, 30 years has been pushing for war with Iran. Now he's got one, and now he wants us involved. Which brings us to Trump, who saw the attacks on Fox News and was impressed like a child, and is now saying, yeah, I'm all in favor. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's also apparently become convinced that the Iranians, they were playing him. See, the Iranians, they're playing you, everybody. So this has become about Donald Trump's ego now. This egomaniacal maniac is going to get us involved in a war in the Middle East. Look, you've got Netanyahu and other people close to Netanyahu, people inside of Trump's administration who side with Netanyahu or just hate Iran, or are like the weird end times people. They've all told Trump things like, oh, you are being humiliated by the Iranians. Oh, they have played you. They have made you look like a sucker. Are you a sucker, Mr. President? Are you a chump? Are you a chump? Because you're looking like a chump right now. They are laughing at you, sir. They're laughing at you. And, of course, where all these pro-war voices are right now, they're on Fox News. Of course. This is one of them.
Arab country has stepped up and said, you know what? We're going on the side of Iran. They're doing so great. The Israelis are kicking their asses left and right. The U.S. hasn't even gotten involved directly. Yeah, so where are they? They're nowhere. How about China? Nowhere. How about Russia? Nowhere. What happened to World War III? There is no World War III. They all sound like a bunch of Marxist Islamists. They don't sound like patriotic Americans. Let me be clear. This is good versus evil. You're either a patriotic American who's going to get behind the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, or you're not. This is black and white. You're either on the side of the red, white, and blue, or you're on the other side. It's that simple.
And there it is. Oh, yeah, you were either on the side of red, white, and blue, or you were on the side of the terrorists. Man. And it's not the only one. You had, of course, Clay Travis, who went on Sean Hannity's Fox News show. Hannity, of course, cheering for this war as well. Here it was on Tuesday night saying, President Trump is probably watching. We have to attack Iran. We have to do it. We can't go halfway here. Oh, my goodness. And right now, that is basically the majority of Fox News opinion. Laura Ingraham and all of them basically fully on the side of going to war with Iran. And we know how much Donald Trump watches Fox News. We know he's obsessed with cable news, and cable news is and always has been obsessed with going to war. And there it is. There are broken clocks here, obviously, on MAGA. There's Steve Bannon. He's against the war. Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Candace Owens. And then those people, and many more, by the way, and they're against the Fox News establishment. Miriam Adelson, of course, a huge Trump backer. Lindsey Graham, who never met a war he didn't like. Ted Cruz, Laura Loomer. You also have others that are not as well known. And for example, General Eric Kurilla, who is basically he's a Zionist. In fact, Dan Caldwell, a former Trump appointee at the Pentagon, was on Breaking Points Monday and said this about Kurilla, quote, based on my experience with him, he takes a fundamentally different view of the importance of the Middle East than a lot of other people in the administration. And he also, I think, believes that a military campaign against Iran will not be as costly as others. Understand we say, oh, yeah, no, military campaign against Iran, it's going to be fine. They'll greet us as liberators, everybody. Remember that from Iraq? They're going to greet us as liberators. It'll be great. It won't be that costly. You'll be in and out immediately, and everything will be fine. No. Iran is much bigger than Iraq. Much more militarily capable than Iraq was. This would be an absolute disaster. It would be a morass, okay? We would be stuck in the quagmire of what we have created on behalf of Israel, okay? No, a foreign country, by the way, who unilaterally took the steps to attack a fellow country. He also says, I don't think it's a coincidence you see a lot of the pressure ramping up to do something prior to his retirement time, said Caldwell. By the way, Kurilla also saw the U.S.'s expanded military support for Israel following October 7th, the 2023 attack on Israel by Hamas. And he has also repeatedly visited Israel to coordinate U.S. cooperation in the military operations or genocide happening in Gaza, and of course the attacks in Lebanon. Now, that guy, by the way, it's important to point out that guy was also in the Biden administration. Okay, he didn't just get appointed by Donald Trump. He was also in the Biden administration. He had planned with planned Israeli strikes on Iran, planned with them. And of course, under Trump, there was basically no change. He still continued to push for military strikes on Iran, and he might get it now. Very, very possible that he's going to get it. He has a lot of influence in the Trump administration. According to one source, everyone knows his name, and the leadership is engaging with him over Pete Hegseth because Pete Hegseth is useless. Well, to be fair, that is correct. He is useless because he's probably drunk at all times. All right. But yes, useless, feckless, drunk, yes man. And then you've got this guy who's like, yes, war with Iran. Yes, I've been pushing for this. I got to have it before I retire. Because he's about to retire. And so I guess he just wants to have this war with Iran that he says is not going to be all that costly before he retires. That's his big hurrah. No, my God. It is not looking good, folks. It is not looking good at all. So at the end of the day, we may very well end up getting into a horrific, disastrous war with Iran because we are not only led by some of the dumbest people that we've ever been led by, but now some of the most bloodthirsty. Buckle up, everybody. It's going to be a rough ride. Oh, boy. Well, let's move on here. One more story for y'all before I hand it over to who's next. We got the wall. We got the wall. Four years after Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced that they would be building Donald Trump's border wall, the state has apparently given up. Quietly, though. Quietly given up. After spending, or I should say wasting $3 billion worth of taxpayer money, they actually only completed about 65 miles, or about 8% of the 805 miles that they were aiming for. And it's not all contiguous, by the way. You have basically scattered segments that cover a small fraction of the border, which means, of course, the whole idea of a border wall, I mean, it's useless. It's even more useless than it was before. Now, the Texas Tribune reported last year the wall is full of gaps that migrants and smugglers could easily walk around, and is mostly concentrated on sprawling ranches in rural areas where illegal border crossings are much less likely to occur. Of course. To which I say, oops, whoopsie. Oh, did we just mess that one up? I mean, how hard is building a wall? Turns out, actually, it is pretty hard and pretty expensive. And I'll get into the details later about that. But, first, once again, in order to get the land, I mean, you actually have to build the wall on land. And in order to do that, you have to purchase the land. You can't, yes, you can go in and eminent domain that, which means just stealing the land from the ranchers, the farmers, the citizens of the United States. Totally not an authoritarian move. Oh, wait, it is. No, they're trying to grab that land. And that, of course, takes a long time. It is expensive, especially if you're going to try to eminent domain it, or if you're going to try to purchase it in order to build a wall. They have not been very successful on that. And so they're just kind of like, nah, I guess we're just going to give it up. Yeah. And state leaders have decided that we're done paying for this. All right. You know what? We're not going to pay for it. Maybe the federal government, if they really want to, they can come in and spend the rest of the money. Again, how much money are we talking? About at least $20 billion to build the wall in Texas. Wow. And the Tribune also reported that this program would take about 30 years to build all of the wall required. $20 billion and 30 years. Wow. Now, this obviously, Texas Republicans, they're like, you know what? Turns out, no, this is not, this is a terrible idea. This was a bad idea. We do not have the stomach to spend this. Okay. We do not. Now, in the state budget finalized in June, lawmakers did approve about $3.4 billion for border security, but none of that's going to go to the wall. State Senator Joanne Huffman, the state's lead budget writer, confirmed to the Texas Tribune on Thursday that none of that money is going to go towards the wall. Instead, that money is going to go to the Department of Public Safety and the Texas National Guard because they're doing their whole, operation as well. Now, Huffman said, it's not that we don't think it's an ongoing need to secure the border. It should have always been a function of the federal government, in my opinion, and that wasn't really being done. Basically, they're saying, you want a wall, you build it. All right. No, we can't afford it. Oh, boy. Now, here's the thing. Donald Trump could start rebuilding the wall. I mean, yes, it's true, but hasn't really been a priority for him. Why? And well, instead, he's been focused a lot on mass deportation. The Department of Homeland Security did not respond to a request for comment when asked about this. So nonetheless, it's pretty clear that Trump has been focused more on deporting undocumented immigrants. That is very, very high priority, much, much higher than building a physical barrier. So basically, the wall idea has pretty much fallen apart. A lot like sections of the wall that have already been built. So there you go. I mean, it's a waste, and everybody knew that it was a waste. Talking about how much of a waste it was since 2016. Well, even before, when he came out with this idea of, we're gonna build a wall, and Mexico's gonna pay for it, except that no, Mexico didn't pay for it. Then Texas tried to pay for it, and then Texas doesn't want to pay for it. So now they're trying to kick it back to the federal government. And this is after Steve Bannon cheated people out of money in the We Build the Wall scam, which he should have went to prison for, but he didn't because he got pardoned by Donald Trump. All of that stuff. They're just constantly kicking. No, you build it. No, you pay for it. I'm going to pay for it. You pay for it. Who wanted the wall in the first place? Nobody. That's it. Nobody. Okay. The whole wall idea was dumb. It was stupid. It was wasteful and could easily be defeated by ladders and cheap power tools. And not only that, but look, the whole idea of, we need the wall to stop illegal border crossings. Well, that hasn't worked out either, because it turns out illegal border crossings are way, way down. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection data, there have been fewer than 13,000 monthly crossings since February, down more than 90% from their height 2 years ago. Yes. And look, before he voted in favor of the $1.5 billion for the wall in 2023, one of the senators, Bob Hall of Edgewood, wondered aloud whether the legislature was, quote, spending a whole lot of money to give the appearance of doing something rather than taking the problem on to actually solve it. Oh, what, you think these people want to solve a problem? No, they want to make up a problem and then pretend to solve it. Now, discussing the same bill, Republican Senator Charles Perry of Lubbock likened spending this endless money on border infrastructure to being on a hamster wheel, which is kind of funny when you think about it. At some point, he said, the state must draw a line in the sand. Oh, good. And there it is. There it is. Look, when Texas gives up building Donald Trump's stupid border wall, I mean, this is after Donald Trump apparently has also given up building his stupid border wall. Well, you know, it's over. It's over. Now, look, Trump gave up on it, yes, but maybe that's because he has the attention span of a hamster. Getting back to that wheel. Okay. But look, seriously, though, it looks like mass deportations are the newest shiny Donald Trump boondoggle. That will also actually never happen. There's no way they can do the mass deportation. Yes, they're doing deportations. And guess what? The number of people that they're deporting is still less than Obama and Biden. So they're still failing at that, which, by the way, they're doing it in such an illegal, blatantly racist way that it makes it. Again, I was critical of Biden and Obama for what they did and being too draconian on the border. Title, 45, all that stuff. But Trump, even though he's being much, much more cruel, still can't keep up with those numbers because there's just not enough undocumented people that they can catch. Okay. And that's the reality of the situation. So once again, and this, mass deportation is going to be billions and billions of dollars and a lot of time for, once again, no reason other than to appease the racists in the Republican Party. So that's the reality here. Okay. They're shoving people into inhumane centers with little to no nutrition, toiletries, etc. Yeah, it's the same thing that they had done previously as well. I mean, I remember the first Trump administration, them arguing that, oh no, we're not required to supply the basic toiletries, soap, okay, toilet paper, nothing like that. We're not required to, even though we have taken these people into custody. Well, there you go. But yeah, it's absolutely just horrific. See more comments here. Aren't they giving up the wall in favor of building new concentration camps, though? Not just like building new ones, right? But sending people overseas, making deals with people like Bukele and others to, send people over extrajudicially so that they no longer have any sort of rights or protections. It really is absolutely disgusting. Let's see. Now, a few more comments here. The cruelty is always the point. Yeah, indeed. I would only push back a little bit and say that even if you feel that like the numbers aren't high, they're upending new lives who didn't have to be as fearful as before. Oh yeah, no, they're absolutely, I mean, again, cruel for cruelty's sake. And yes, the numbers are lower than Obama Biden, but that doesn't mean that that's a good thing. It's a terrible thing what they're doing. It is driven by white supremacy, and as far as like Biden and Obama, I'm not going to defend them either because I think that what they were doing was rather cruel as well. But I just don't think on that. I don't necessarily believe the cruelty was the point as much as I believe that it is for this administration just to be cruel. So I think Obama and Biden, I think that was part of that was, well, we must appeal to the conservatives so that they will vote for us because the left certainly doesn't want to. But yeah, that's really it though. Okay. People who are trying to go the legal route, Haitians. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so many people with legal or who tried to go the legal route that have been arrested, detained, and some even deported to places like CASHAPP in El Salvador. So it's just a really horrific thing that, I mean, in the future, there's going to be like the next 20, 30 years of damage, of reports that are going to come out of just how horrifically this administration has treated immigrants. And yes, one of the problems is Democrats trying to appeal to conservatives. And it's one of my problems with the Democratic Party, always trying to appeal to the worst people. The racists, the transphobes, all of them, and not trying to actually appeal to the left. But of course, in order to actually appeal to the left, you would actually have to do something like, I don't know, challenge corporations, challenge corporate rule. Ooh, can't do that. No, can't do that at all because, well, I mean, that would challenge my paychecks. That would challenge my political contributions. So, but anyway, that's all the time I have for you today. Thank you for watching. You can find me on my channel, Logically Leftist. over on YouTube. Of course, got a Facebook page as well. Jeff Waldorf Show. We're on Twitch at Jeff Waldorf. You can sign up to support independent progressive media by going over to our Patreon page, patreon.com/Jeff Waldorf. Sign up to be a supporter of independent progressive media, non-corporate controlled, all that wonderful stuff, which allows us to stay independent. All right, everybody. Thank you all. I am outie for the week. We'll see you back here at this space, 2 p.m. Eastern, right here. So, but I am going to hand it over to the next show, which should be Andrea Rovenski, whenever she gets here. All right. Love you all and have a wonderful day.
Hello? Am I live? Am I live? Testing. Hello, everybody. This is it is 3:01 actually, and 1 additional minute. Welcome to Fuckville, everybody. Population you're fucked, and not in the good dick way. Today's show, I would like to spend. Last week's show, I did a little bit of some sort of horse shit. This week's show, I'm going to do even more horse shit. This week's show, I would love to talk to you guys and all you non-guys about purity tests. What is a purity test? A lot of people, they love throwing that term around. Usually because they're failing, it seems. People enjoy. Get that chat off of the screen. Get that off of there. I don't want that on there. Thank you, producer. I don't need to see what you people are saying. That is, I hope you're saying good things, but I don't need to see it. It's too distracting. I'm distracted already. My intro has been destroyed by the producer, who I blame for destroying my introduction. But a lot of people, they love talking about purity tests. Again, usually because they're on the end of a purity test that is failing. And what is that? What is a purity test? What is the concept of a purity test? What does that mean? Where did this term originate from? Because it seems to me that the concept of a purity test, at least in the name, comes from people who always get angry when someone points out their failings or their misgivings, and then they say something like, "Oh, this is just a purity test," a judgment, if you will, a trial of sorts that I am unfortunately being put through, and I failed, and so as a result, it's not me that's the problem; it's the test. It is the test that is the problem. But I feel like a lot of people don't like purity tests. A lot of people, even myself included, don't like purity tests because it depends who's doing the test. If a right-wing evangelicist, I don't know, whatever. If they're doing a purity test, I'm probably going to fail, right? So it all depends. Like, is a purity test good inherently? Is it bad inherently? Or does it depend on who's the one doing the testing? And so I think, personally, there needs to be some form of a test, at least people of the left, of left-wing persuasion. But what is left-wing persuasion? Ultimately, left-wing thought stems from you want people to be happy. Typically, that's what it stems from, right? And if we're going to build a movement, and by we, I mean you, I'm not building a movement. I'm sitting here on a chair talking into a webcam. But if you want to build a movement, you're going to need to have some sort of rules. You're going to need to have some sort of like a barometer of sorts in how you judge people based on their morals, based on how they act, based on how they carry themselves, and also what they want to see in the world and what they try to bring about in the world. So I am going to take this show to describe to you what my personal purity tests are, what my tests are, and what, you know, you can agree, you can disagree. I have different levels of purity required for different aspects. And what I think above me, what I think that the purity test should be to be considered someone of the left, because this is at least that's what people say, this is a left-wing show, network, this space, television. This is but what does that mean, right? Like, we need to define our terms, right? So, you know, and if we just reject the concept of a purity test, if we reactionarily and, dare I say, emotionally reject the concept outright, what will we do? Well, will we end up in a situation where Elon Musk can join our movement? All he has to do is call Trump orange, and then now he's going to welcome to the fold. That's what a lot of Democrats were trying to do. Now Elon Musk is, of course, back to his neo-Nazi stuff, you know, after his like 2-day phase or whatever. His 2-day liberal phase is now over, and now he's back to being a Nazi. But again, the concept of if someone like Elon could be brought back into the fold, well, what is the fold? Who's doing the bringing? And how is that even possible? So I would like to postulate that I have personally 3 different axes of which I judge people, including people watching this show. I'm judging you. Not right now, because I'm not looking at the chat, but I will look at the chat later, and then I will judge you. And these are the 3 ways that I judge people. I judge people on what they say, what they put out into the world, what they say they want. Like when someone says, Medicare for all now, right? Okay, that's better than, and get the name off of that. I don't need anyone to know get that, thank you. I don't need anyone to know who I am. That's not necessary. You know, so what people say, what they claim that they want to bring about into the world, that's something that I feel like is important. Is it the only important thing? No, of course. That's why I have 3 different axes. My second axis is how you live your life. Now, I know a lot of people don't like this one. You know, a lot of people go like, hey, don't judge me, bro. You know, I got my 5,453 excuses as to why I eat meat and cheese, you know, and hey, maybe you got an excuse. Maybe it's a good excuse. Maybe you've been working your entire life on this excuse. I got a reason why it's okay for me to work at Lockheed Martin. Okay, guys, you know, there's a reason. There's a reason for me to be a police officer, right? Like I have reasons. I'm trying to do good, right? So I think you need to judge people. You need to see what they say, but more importantly, in some way, and I'm not going to say which are more important, but to me, my personal opinion is that it's more important to judge people how they live, right? And then my third axis on how to judge people, because I love judging people. I'm a judge. I'm going to drink some coffee. Feel free to judge me. So my third judgment layer is someone's willingness to learn, their willingness to engage, their willingness to take in new information and to update their model of the universe to correspond with the new information that they learned. These are the 3 axes of which I would ascribe a purity test to. So if I were to engage in judging someone and whether or not they are a left-winger or someone at least that I want to be associated with, right? Those are the 3 axes that I would describe. Now, again, it's not a pass or fail, right? It's not a binary, in my opinion, right? Because this is all, you know, it's all different layers, you know, let's just say a tier list for all the gamers out there, right? I have different levels of purity testing depending on what kind of relationship I want to have with someone, right? So if it's someone behind me in line at I don't leave the house, but if I were to leave the house and if I were in line and someone's ahead or behind me in line, I would have a purity test on them. You know, like, are they wearing clothes? I hope so, right? All right, purity test. That's pretty much it. Are you wearing clothes? Are you going to be talking on the phone right behind me? Like, those are pretty much the only purity tests I have if someone is behind me in line at the supermarket, right? But if I'm at a protest, if I'm at some sort of, let's say, some sort of organizing movement meeting of some kind, we're all trying to like meet together, we're all trying to plan something, I'm going to have a different level of a purity test, right? Those I would refer to as allies. Are you an ally, right? Like, again, we live in the year 2025, right? So we have to understand that in mind, right? Different people are at different levels of their quote unquote, their journey, you know, hashtag my journey. They're at different levels, usually in their journey. So you can't really judge someone for not being at their final form just yet. And, so for example, if you're at a protest, a lot of the times when you're at a protest, there was recently over the weekend, some of this like libbed up protest event going around the country. So a lot of people, they're going to go to this libbed up protest, and that's going to be their first protest, right? They go in there, they're feeling all libbed up. It's like when you're rocking out on 5 or 6 cans of Monster, you know, you're like, yeah, the lib energy is emanating through me, right? So that's great. That's a starting position, right? That's someone who you can work with. That's someone who you can bring into the fold, but you have to make sure that they are someone who, again, is a willingness to learn. I've been to a lot of protests where you have a bunch of libbed up motherfuckers go to the protest. You know, when I say libbed up, I mean like Hillary Clinton can do no wrong type of individuals, you know, stuff like that. Barack Obama was the best human being to ever live type guys, right? This is what I talk about when I talk about libbed up motherfuckers, right? So you can go to a protest, and a protest is swarmed by liberals, and they can pass the purity test to some degree. Like, again, they're an ally. They don't think that we should be killing people based on skin color. All right, cool. They think that maybe we shouldn't have concentration camps in El Salvador. All right, good. But are they willing to go any further? Do they have a willingness to learn? Or are they just going to stay here and talk about like, oh, well, all these purity tests, why is the left so extreme and all that kind of stuff, right? So again, depending on the context, you can get through a purity test and have different weights. You know, like for me, I have a certain level of a purity test on if I want someone to be my friend or not. This is why I have no friends, right? So my purity test for someone I'm willing to work with in a movement scenario is different than someone I want to actually hang out with, right? These are different levels of purity tests, and we need to make sure that we understand the difference. And frankly, in left-wing spaces, you know, not to be confused with this space, but in other space, in that space, those spaces, you know, there's a lot of people that misunderstand the line between, do I want you to be my friend, or do I want you to be my ally, right? You see this a lot. People get into petty disagreements on the left. They have like a falling out, and then they do a call out post on some website where they talk about how you're the most evil motherfucker on planet Earth, and they try to get you canceled or whatever. This happens all the time. People love to complain about it, right? Purity test. And frankly, you know, there's a kernel of truth. That is a thing that people do. Do I think it's inherent to leftyism? I don't think so, but I think left-wing thought, left-wing vernacular, left-wing language peddles itself in a way that you can very easily fall into a spiral of purity. And again, I'm not against a purity test. In fact, I probably have more of a strict purity test than most people would even conceive of. But yet I am able to work with someone who voted for Hillary Clinton on a protest as long as they shut the fuck up about it. You know, like that's really my thing. You can vote for Kamala Harris, you can vote for Hillary Clinton, whatever. Just shut the fuck up about it. You know, like that. As long as you can shut the fuck up about it, I think we're good to go. Right? But a lot of other people, they would say, I don't want to work with anyone who voted for Kamala Harris, who voted for Hillary Clinton or whatever, Joe Biden. They don't want to work with anyone who enables or supports Democrats in any way, shape, or form. I personally disagree. But again, everyone has their different, how they weight each category, each column, so on, so to speak. But I think that there needs to be some sort of idea, some sort of thought process behind what a purity test is and how we ascribe it to other people. We need to actually think about these things. And I think I personally, if I were to give you all homework in the watching the watching area, the viewership locate the chat room, if I were to give you all homework, it would be, I want you to list out what your purity tests are. List out your categories. You can use my formula. Again, stated values, really important. Lived values, even more important. And then also willingness to learn. I feel like personally, you can probably equally weight those for me, and then maybe change the weighting on them, WEIGHT, of course, on them based on your context. So if you're at a protest, maybe you take someone who's a little bit more libbed up, but they have a willingness to learn. They want to learn new things. You know, they listen to speakers when they talk and that kind of stuff. Or, you know, that kind of stuff, right? I think it's important going into this era, and frankly, we're already knee deep. I would even say waist deep in this fascist era. But in this fascist era, we need to have some sort of purity test that we judge people by, new people that we meet for the first time, because of course, you never know if someone's an undercover cop. But of course, you don't want to be too paranoid. You don't want to accuse everyone of being an undercover cop, right? Because that's equally as bad. And that's how movements get destroyed. So we need to have some form of a way in this fascist era to find out whether or not someone is garbage, or maybe they're not garbage, but they're kind of a liability. We don't need to work with them. Or maybe they are garbage, but they have all the right stated politics, but their lived values are they're a piece of shit. You know, like, we need to be able to discern the difference between these types of people in a fascist era. And I also would say and recommend and suggest that you would retroactively apply this purity test that you create to yourself in the past. When would you have graduated into passing this test? You know, like what age, what time in your life? What were you thinking in that part of your life? You know, why were you acting that way and that kind of stuff? And what changed and what made you the person now who's writing this purity test? But I also think that you should judge everyone in your life by some sort of moral examination. I personally believe that. That's what I believe. Maybe you can disagree, but I think that you're lying to yourself and others if you don't do this, and I'm just the one being explicit about it. So, for example, a lot of people, especially white people in the United States of America, have a lot of questionable things that they pick up from their family structure. A lot of white people in this country are racist motherfuckers. A lot of them are just evil. Straight up, I don't care. You're just evil. People that vote and support Donald Trump, evil. Evil. They're just demons. Whatever language you want to use, they're demonic instruments, okay? And personally, I don't think if someone is in your family, what does that mean, by the way? In your tribe, in your nation? In your nation, maybe? Like, I mean, they're all the same words, right? Family, nation, tribe. These all ultimately mean the same thing. Now, of course, in English, we have a little colloquial distinctions between them, but ultimately it's the in-group versus the out-group. I don't think that just because someone shares some sort of genetic structure with me more than the average person, that gives them any special privilege to be a piece of shit. I don't believe that. The difference in our DNA between, you know, someone who's like, you know, a cousin versus a banana, to me, who cares, right? I'll judge a banana equally than I will judge someone who's my cousin, right? So I think that if we were and are to build a cohesive, strong culture of compassion in the world, right? Because what is lefty thought really fundamentally boiled down to? You want people to thrive. You want people to be happy. That's what you want in your life. Not only for you to be happy, but for everyone around you to be happy. Some people are content being happy as long, or, you know, and they don't care if everyone else is suffering, right? Or some people, they only want to be happy if other people are suffering, right? So I personally believe that if we need to build a culture of compassion, that we need to have some sort of unifying test of some kind that we can all agree on. Now, again, you know, I'm not going to say that I'm going to go and hand out your Scantron and your number 2 pencil to everyone who claims to be a leftist, that's going to take a long time. But we do need to start that conversation in a sincere way. And that's what I'm trying to do here. And maybe someone else has started this conversation and I didn't see. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people are talking all over the place. But I think that genuinely, I do believe that if you would consider someone family, that you should have a stronger purity test than someone you meet at a committee meeting, someone you're talking to in line at the supermarket, right? I think that personally, if someone is in your family, you consider them a member of your family. You're immediate. Like, to me, maybe I'm a little too autistic, right? Maybe when I think of the word family, I think, what is a family? It's a group of people you can depend on no matter what, right? The idea that a Trump supporter is in my family, that I can depend on a Trump supporter when times get rough, I don't think so. I don't think so. To me, you cannot be in my family if you support evil. It's just, you can't do that. We have a fundamental, mismatch of values here that I don't think there's no reconciliation. Either you have to learn to be a better person, which, and again, if you are in a situation, now again, if people live with people that are fucked up and you're literally, and you have no choice, but you live with someone who's fucked up, you have a whole different setup. You have a whole different level of judging people, just factor that in. I'm not trying to say you need to choose between being homeless or whatever and living with a Trump supporter. That's a whole thing. Just can of worms. Consider that can of worms closed. Consider that can unopened. Okay. I don't even have a can opener. Okay. Imagine there's a can of worms in my hand, throwing that shit. Don't need to talk about it right now. But, people in your life, you should be judging them. But do you need to be judging them in a way that it's like, hey, fuck you, agree with me or else I'm kicking you to the curb? No, I think that there's ways to bring people into a better way of thinking. And that's why I talk about, again, my 3 axes: stated values, your actual lived values, and then your willingness to learn. Because again, there's so many people where there's a mismatch between their stated values, what they say, and what they do. This is the most common problem that I find in people that I see around the world, right? But again, as long as you have a willingness to learn, a willingness to intake information, analyze that information, and again, if it's correct information, make a change in your life, in your lived values. I'm sorry, but this is the finger I chose. In your lived values, right? These are your lived values. These are your stated values. So if you say something like, I believe that disabled people should have access to healthcare settings where they are not in danger, right? We can all agree with that. If you are a disabled person, let's say you're immunocompromised, you should be able to go to the doctor for free, right? But also you should be able to go to a doctor who's qualified and actually wants to help you, right? Because there's a lot of times people go to the doctor and the doctor's unqualified because it's like, it's the government insurance. They get the worst doctors. Frankly, that's just how it is. The rich people get better doctors. These doctors, they only get like 10 minutes to deal with you. They don't actually care about learning about who you are as an individual. You're just a number on a clipboard to them, that kind of stuff, right? But if you are a disabled person, right, can we all agree if you're disabled, you should have the right to access healthcare for free and to have qualified healthcare? That's a lot of people, I would say, on the left. They would state that value. They would say, I think we should do this. Now, where there's a problem is in the lived values. Again, this is the, it's 1, 2, 3. There's no, don't read too much into it. But there's a problem with the lived values because we're currently, believe it or not, in the 6th year of a pandemic. This is called the COVID-19 pandemic. We've been here for a long time. And a lot of people on the left, they just pretend it went away. They thought Joe Biden said it disappeared on TV. It must have disappeared. Joe Biden cares about me. Joe Biden, the guy who was hiding prostate cancer and hiding his dementia from the entire country, that guy cares about me and my health and safety. Definitely doesn't care about corporate interests. Definitely not at all. He cares about me. right? So if you say that disabled people deserve the right to have access to healthcare and be safe in doing so, but you go to, let's say, a hospital or a doctor's office without wearing an N95 respirator or greater, then there's a misalignment here. Your stated values are not actually in alignment with your lived values, right? And that's why we have the willingness to learn. This is just one example, bear with me. Because if you are willing to learn to be a better person, let's say reading scientific literature on what COVID does to the body and how it's an airborne virus that transmits through aerosols, mostly in asymptomatic individuals, so you could not have any symptoms and still be transmitting the virus, right? So you should be wearing an N95 respirator or greater anytime you're in a public space. If you truly do sincerely care about disabled people and their right to access spaces in healthcare and, let's just say, the grocery store forever, or, you know, for instance, if you truly do care about that and you truly have a willingness to learn, then you would fix your lived values. You would fix how you leave the house every day without a respirator. Unless your lived values, which again, don't read too much into this, your lived values supersede your stated values. And that's in a scenario where, again, the willingness to learn is important. Because if you say and you truly believe that Joe Biden cured COVID, I know it sounds preposterous to say it out loud, but that's what most leftists believe. Most people, liberals, right-wingers, leftists, they believe Joe Biden cured COVID. I don't know how. Like, you can ask them to explain it. That's what they believe. But if you ask them, let's say you show them scientific literature, and maybe I will do that on a future episode. I'm just using this as an example. We'll get back to the main subject at hand here. Just give me a break. If you show them the scientific articles that say even a mild COVID infection, what does the word mild mean? We'll put a pin in that for another time. But even a mild COVID infection can age your heart by 5 years. So you could be 25 and have the heart of a 32-year-old because you got COVID a couple times. And then you have a heart attack at the age of 35 because you've got the heart of a 44-year-old. How many people know that? Not that many people, because the government has been hiding this information during the Biden and now the Trump administration. But again, if you learn that information, let's say you didn't know that. If you learned that, right, again, willingness to learn, and you weren't wearing an N95 respirator every time you leave the house to go into a public space, maybe you would actually do something like that. Because why should you feel the need to subtract years of your life because Joe Biden lied on TV? Why is that? Like, can you connect the dots here? Right? Unless, right, because I believe in something, a phrase that I like to say, actions express priority, right? And this is where we get into stated values versus lived values, right? Because why would your lived values supersede your stated values, right? Because you're prioritizing. You think, I want to do this thing, so that means other people, you know, whatever I say doesn't matter because I want to do this thing. I want to go to a restaurant. So it doesn't matter if I say disabled people should have rights to access spaces in public and be safe and secure. That doesn't matter because I want to go to a restaurant in a pandemic, and everyone wanting to go to a restaurant in the middle of a pandemic is what's lengthening the pandemic. And if you look at history, pandemics last decades. The idea that a pandemic can go away in just a year is truly baffling to me that people believe that. But let's get back to the subject of purity tests. And of course, social consequence for failing these purity tests, because ultimately there does need to be consequences. You can't just say, hey, you failed the test and then move on, right? And you also can't say, hey, you failed the test, now go to fucking jail, because that's an authoritarian mindset. You gotta subscribe. The producer's forcing me. I got a gun next to my head right now. The producer's like, you got to tell them to subscribe. Okay, yeah, okay. Just put it down, man. Okay. So subscribe to this space or else. But again, so there needs to be some form of social consequence. And this is something that left-wingers need to think about. What are the social consequences for doing something like supporting genocide? Well, the social consequences, well, frankly, the consequences, social or otherwise, of supporting genocide is we're going to be in an all-out nuclear war with Iran, right? Donald Trump is on Twitter basically kind of hinting that he's going to destroy Tehran millions and millions and millions of people, over 10 million people live there. He's just casually saying he's going to destroy the whole thing on Twitter. Does that mean nukes? Israel is nukes. So, what's going on there? But there needs to be social consequences as well, because frankly, we here in America, we've all convinced ourselves that we're powerless. We can't stop the genocide. We can't do it. No amount of protesting is going to save Gaza. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to. That's what we have convinced ourselves. We're going out there to protest, but we know it's not actually going to do anything, right? So what can we do? What can we do? What can we do as people in America, legally speaking? What can we do? We can provide social consequence for supporting genocide. For example, if you have a so-called family member, right, who supports genocide, guess what? Block that bitch. Lose their address. Lose their number. Whoops, it fell out of my car. I'm sorry. I don't know where it is. Now, and I don't know where to find you. Friends. I know the idea that someone would be friends with someone who supports genocide, but hey, a lot of people got a lot of friends, and those friendships, I'm only in my 20s, right? So, if you've got a friendship going back to 1973 and then they say that they are Zionists or something, I get it. It's a difficult conversation, but there does need to be social consequence for doing something like that, right? For doing something like supporting Donald Trump. There needs to be social consequence if you fail the test, right? And again, we're not authoritarians. At least I'm not. I'm not going to say you should put someone in jail. You should go out of your way and spend energy in your life to destroy their life. I don't think you should do that. I think ultimately the best thing you can do to provide social consequence is to tell someone in clear and deliberate terms how they fucked up, what they need to do to get you back, and then also a final fuck you just for your own catharsis. That's my opinion. And you should treat this with everybody, with politicians especially, right? I think with celebrities especially, people that you look up to, but you don't have a direct, connection to, right? Like, a lot of people, they have like, like Bernie Sanders, for example, recently, was cringe posting about how Martin Luther King Jr. defeated racism through the power of peace. Is that something that like is so terrible that I have to say Bernie is a shit can man? I don't think so, but it's pretty bad. And there should be social consequence. Like people should be flooding his phone number with a bunch of what the fuck are you talking about type of shit, right? Right. So we need to have some ability to judge people, some clear, maybe, dare I say, some law by which we judge people, right? Clear, concise, to the point, agreed upon. What do you believe? Do you actually uphold those beliefs? And are you willing to go further, right? And we need to engage in this in a constructive way with everyone that we meet. And so this is something, I know that there was this protest over the weekend. And maybe I should have said this last week, but I have a philosophy when it comes to protesting. Because frankly, and I've said this before, your protest isn't really going to do what you're there to do. That's just how it is. When there was defund the police protests in 2020, what happened? The police got triple their funding. Right? So with that in mind, if you're doing a protest, and when I say protest, what I really mean is a parade. Because a protest is by definition not peaceful. It's also not necessarily violent, but violence and peace are not synonymous. So if you're doing a genuine protest, you can't be violent, of course, because that's illegal. But also, you shouldn't be peaceful either. You should be screaming and hollering. You should be making a fuss. If you're making a fuss, is that peace? I don't think so. So I think this conflation of peaceful with non-violent, I think that that's a fatal conflation. In the left, you do not under any circumstance need to be peaceful but you do not also, you should not in any capacity be violent, of course, because that's illegal. But if, what was I saying? Right. At a protest, what you should be there to do is to meet new people, to connect with new people, to make friends, to expand your social circle, and to teach people. Think about this. When people go to a protest, they are at their peak fertility when it comes to learning. Maybe it was an awkward way to phrase that. But if someone is going out of their way to go to a protest, they're putting themselves, a lot of people, especially at this protest you saw over the weekend, are going to a protest for the first time in their lives. I know. We've seen a lot of things to protest over the last like 10 years. And now all of a sudden, this is the first one. But hey, okay, everyone's got to start somewhere, right? So again, this is why if someone, their stated values could be fucked up, their lived values could be horrible. But if they have a willingness to learn, there's a lot to work with. If someone is a fucking idiot and they do horrible things, but they don't know why and they want to be a better person, that is called like a blank canvas. That is something you can work with. And as leftists, those are the people we need to be targeting. So if you are a leftist, if you are someone who considers yourself to be, someone who's a leftist, like, I don't know. You need to be willing and capable and able and excited to teach people, especially at a protest. When you are a leftist and you go to a protest, your goal is not to hold up a sign and scream and scream and scream. Now do that, because you got to do that. It's part of the parade. It's part of the theater that we do at protests. But your number one goal at a protest needs to be education. It needs to be finding. It needs to be being able to see who is the most willing to learn. You need to be able to quickly identify. If any of you have ever engaged in electoral politics, you may have heard of a term called canvassing. You need to apply this skill in protesting. What is canvassing? Canvassing is going door to door to ask people to vote for your candidate. And when you do canvassing for a campaign and they train you on how to do it, one thing that they're very explicit in the training is to identify if someone is a waste of time so that you can just say, all right, thanks for your day, hand them a flyer and go to the next house. Because you don't want to be knocking on a door and getting into a 28-minute long debate with someone over tax brackets, because then that's 48 other doors you could have knocked on, 30 potential voters that you're just missing out on, and now it's lunchtime and you got to go home, right? So when you're at a protest and you consider yourself to be a leftist, do the thing, do your theater, do all the play, but then also you need to be canvassing everyone in your immediate vicinity. You need to find people that you think are willing to learn, able to learn, capable of learning, and you need to teach them everything you can. You need to find new people and teach them everything you can. That is the goal of a protest. Because then at the next protest, when the nukes go off in Tehran or whatever Trump is planning on doing, and there's a protest against that, now they can go out there and do that as well. And then they can say, yeah, I went to a protest a couple of weeks ago and I learned so much and now I'm passing it along, right? So that is the number one thing you should be doing at a protest. And it involves having a well thought out purity test. A phrase that we love to say. I'm just saying it over and over and over again. Castitas iudicia. A test of purity, a trial of purity, if you will. And you need to be able to think about this. You need to think about this. You need to have this ingrained into your brain before you go out and protest. Because a lot of people don't actually think about what their purity tests are. They don't know what their red lines are. And if you don't know that, it makes every interaction you have with another person more confusing. Now, again, I'm a little bit of an autist. Maybe a flaming autist. I'm on fire. And so I view every social situation like this as like a math equation. I view every social situation like that to begin with. So maybe I'm a little bit more on that side than you really need to be. Maybe all you social chameleons out there who can just do that thing, I don't know how you do it, but if you can just do that, again, think of the power you will have if you already know your purity test, you already know how to talk to people, you already know, all your education factors, you already know how to teach people new things, and you can learn this stuff at protests. You can learn this stuff by doing a show like this. Start a show. If you think you're smart on one specific topic or a multitude of topics, start a show. Do a diary. Start a blog. Constantly write about it. Constantly reread your writing. Constantly judge your own writing by your current standards, right? Do that kind of stuff. So again, I mentioned before, again, the 3 big things for a purity test are stated values, lived values, and willingness to learn. And then I have the different categories of where, like, what grade you need to pass the test on. Let's just use the scholastic grading system of F through A or whatever, right? So, for example, if you are a close friend of mine, right, someone who I would say is in my family unit of some kind. Now, again, it has nothing to do with blood because we're not cavemen here. But if you are very close to me, you have to get an A on that purity test. You got to win. You got to knock it out of the park, okay? Okay, you got to be the most, like, high IQ, super vegan, anarchist, super duper superstar. You know, you got to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. And you got to say cool stuff, and you got to be constantly learning, you know? Obviously, I'm being a little hyperbolic here. But that's different than, you know, the coworker status. You know, like, you can't choose a coworker, but you can choose to engage with them as a person. You can choose to be their friend. You can choose to be like their work buddy or whatever, and you talk when you're at work or whatever, right? That's going to be different. Or someone you're working with at a meeting, like some sort of movement meeting, an organizing, you know, committee hearing, that kind of stuff. A political ally, so when you're drafting up a policy, you know, paper with someone like that. Let's just say someone at, like, you know, in between friend and in between ally. Let's say, you know, you have a D&D night. You play fucking board games. You play cards, you know. Like, maybe they're not your super close friends, but maybe, you know, it's a friend group. It's a thing. You got bingo or whatever. It's a thing you're doing with other people. You know, that's the one time you see them a week. You're not super close, but you do see them often enough, right? You're going to have different levels of testing, different levels of, you know, those people should behave in a certain way. But again, there does need to be red lines. So, for example, my red lines, let me give you my tests right now. This is the part of the stream where everyone, where I slap my microphone and it causes the Jenga tower to collapse. But this is the part of the stream where everyone thinks I'm a crazy person, right? So again, I have a very, like, when it comes to genocide, the idea that we're even entertaining this is ludicrous to me. That we're even entertaining the concept of genocide, let alone actually doing it. I've said this before, but what we have witnessed when it comes to the genocide in Gaza is the largest scale psychological experiment that the world has ever seen in all of human history. Okay, unless there's some ancient Atlantean civilization or whatever, and they had some other fucked up shit, but it's gone. We don't know. But as far as recorded history goes, you know, as far as what we know actually happened in history, this is the largest scale social psychological experiment. Imagine if in the 1940s, the Holocaust was live streamed in HD and everyone in the world knew it was happening. Even people in Germany during the height of the Nazis, you know, wannabe empire, a lot of them had the excuse of they didn't know what was actually happening. They had that excuse. None of us have that excuse. We all know what's happening. We all know what's happening, right? Everyone knows that children are getting their legs blown off on a daily basis. Everybody knows that. And yet, you're still going to work. And yet, we're still paying taxes. And yet, we're still following the traffic signals. And yet, our society is still functioning, even though 100%, there was just like a beep. I don't know what's going on here in StreamYard, but something's happening. I don't know if you heard that. Is that beep audible or is it just me? I don't know. Maybe I'm going crazy. I sound like a person. But again, everybody knows that this genocide is happening. So if you, let's say, you know, you're not willing to be like someone who's going to, you know, like an Aaron Bushnell, you're not going to light yourself on fire to protest that genocide, right? And fair. Not everyone should light themselves on fire to protest genocide. But at the very least, you should be stating how unequivocally horrendous it is and how bad it is and how you stand on the opposite line of whatever the hell genocide is, right? At the very least, maybe not all of us can go do some incredible action of bravery and heroism, right? But we can all at least say that this is bad. And if someone can't even do that, if someone cannot even say that genocide is bad, and let's say you try teaching them and they don't have any willingness to learn, then they are not our ally, they are our enemy. But then also, I want to say one more thing before my show wraps up here. I got another 15 or so minutes. Is we also need to be able to distinguish, finally, between people that are our enemies and not our enemies, but also not our allies. Is that 3? I don't know. Learning how to count next week. So what I mean by that, there are our allies, people in a broader movement with us that ostensibly want the same stuff, right? But then there are our enemies, people that are as involved in the movement just for the opposite reason. They're trying to get the opposite of what we want. If we as lefties want compassion and happiness for all people, then the right, by definition, wants hatred and division among people. They want suffering among people. And demonstrably, if you look at how they vote and how they behave, that is factually correct. You would have to be some sort of mental gymnasist, a gymnasticist, I don't know, I don't watch the Olympics. You'd have to be one of those guys to say anything otherwise about the right, right? But then there's also people in the middle, the dummies, you know, the morons, the fucking idiots, the stupid motherfuckers that they go, what? There's a genocide going on? Is that what all them kids getting their arms blown off? Is that what that's about? I didn't know that's, I thought that was AI. I thought, what in the hell? I thought that was a video game. I didn't, right? We need to be able to find out who are the enemies and who are frankly just motherfuckers along for the ride. Spectators. People that are just watching the show. They don't actually care about anything. They're zombies. Maybe I'm being a little bit too mean, but let's be honest. If you are in 2025 and you don't care about anything, you're one of those people. Like, what is the fundamental difference between you and a zombie? I really don't know. Maybe the desire to eat brains. Maybe that's the only real difference between you and a zombie. But we need to be able to distinguish who we are fighting against, who are our enemies, right? And who are just people we can ignore. Right? And a lot of people, they have a problem in left spaces of identifying people that are either allies or people you can just straight up ignore as enemies, right? And this is why I want to circle back to the subject of the purity test, because a lot of people, they don't actually have a well thought out, well-reasoned, well-written purity test. And that's what I want you all to do. And next week, you can show me your work and I'll judge whether or not I'll test whether or not your purity test is a good enough purity test. Is it pure enough? We'll find out next week. But you need to be able to you need to have thought about this, because you don't want to be in a situation where you are labeling someone as an enemy and they're not an enemy. Either they're just somebody who is just irrelevant, just some rando, doesn't matter, some social media poster with 13 followers. You don't need to be dedicating hours of your life to talking to them. That's not something you need to do. Or even worse, if it is an ally and you are labeling them as an enemy for something that you haven't clearly thought out on whether or not that makes them an enemy or not, right? Something like that. And so maybe this was all over the place. Maybe my ramblings were a little bizarre. I'm not sure. I don't really script any of this stuff. But that's today's show. That's what I got. I will now open to questions. If anyone has any questions in the chat room, if you have any questions in the chat, I am now opening to questions. I think I can just click on them. Yeah, I can just click on these bitches. All right. All right. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns about today's program, and again, your homework this week is to write your own purity test. Again, my 3 axes: stated values, lived values, and willingness to learn. And then based on the grade that you get on that test, I'll put you in like friend, ally, enemy, not an enemy. And there's other contexts, stuff like that. So that's how I think about this stuff. That's how my brain machinations, that's how they machinate on that subject. So I think everyone should spend time thinking about that. And well, whoa, producer, I'm the one choosing the questions to respond to. I don't that's not, I don't need to be bombarded with questions. But castitas iudicia is a purity test. That is Latin for a trial of purity. That's what that is. What about eating carbs? Well, eating carbs, well, I'll say this. I had some carbs earlier. Carbohydrates, if you will. And carbohydrates, fun fact, is for most human beings, carbohydrates are one of the only things you actually don't need to eat ever. And now again, a lot of people, if you're like diabetic, if you got some sort of food thing, and it's a lot of thing. But carbs, generally, you don't really need to eat carbohydrates, except for fiber. Fiber is the most important one. Why is fiber a carbohydrate? I don't know. Don't ask me. But personally, I do eat carbs. I try to eat a lower amount of carbs. The nutrition labels want you to eat like 200 grams of carbs a day. That's crazy. I try to limit to 50 to 100, unless I'm just eating like garbage, which I do sometimes. Just don't listen to me. Listen to what I say, not I do. Again, stated values, lived values. I was eating a tortilla earlier today. That's got carbs. So don't. How do I get this out of here? Okay, don't. Let's see here. Where is Max the dog? That's a great question. Max the dog is here. Maxie. Max dog. They want to see you on the TV. Max, they want to see you. You're famous. Max, you're famous. Oh, there you go. Just got here. What did you talk about? Some fucking horse shit. Some goddamn crap. Don't worry about it. Oh, Max is knocking my whole tower down. Thanks a lot, dog. Oh, I'm back. I've returned. Is there a way I can just skip the homework and keep being a shit ass instead? I feel like my skills are better put to sculpting butts, lol. Yeah. There is a way you can do that. It is possible. I can't really give you the details on how to do that. I don't know if that would go against TOS, but you definitely can do that. There is a way to do that. Am I giving chat homework? No, I am not giving chat homework. I'm giving you homework. You all individuals. You're not chat. Chat is not a person. Chat is no. You are all individuals, and you all have your own lives. There is no chat. Chat. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that one. I go to a protest to bring enough water and bring first aid. That's also some good stuff. That's not a question, but that is all. I would put that in the category of education, because people need to know that kind of stuff. So that's, to me, that's synonymous. To me, in my opinion. I'm trying to scroll up for questions. Maybe I should be scrolling down. I accept they and chat as pronouns. Do not put chat and they in the same situation. Transgender people are valid. Streamers are not. And more importantly, stream watchers, not valid. Not at all. Q, is being vegan more of a moral stance than it is a dietitianal stance? Well, veganism is not a diet. It's a moral philosophy. It's not more or less of anything. It's just straight up a moral philosophy. that results in certain food choices, similar to how BDS is a moral philosophy that results in certain food choices. You don't eat things that were produced or manufactured in Israel or by companies that support genocide, and that affects the food you eat. So is BDS a diet? I don't think BDS is a diet in the same way I don't think veganism is a diet. Questions, comments, or concerns? I feel so unseen. Well, I'm seeing you now, bitch. That's right. Get cited. Get perceived. But yeah, anyway, that's my show. Who's up next? We got some box up next. A box of some kind. You know, my favorite box, Rocky Balboa. He's a great box, let me tell you. I would like to remind everybody that I like video games. If you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, I post Doom speedruns on my Doom speedruns YouTube channel pretty much every day. I've been taking a little bit of a break this week. But at Doom speedruns on YouTube. If you want to hear me talk about why I like Doom so much, it's the best game ever made. You can go to my other YouTube channel, Andrea Plays Doom. Just type those bitches in, all one word. Those are my YouTube channels that you can go watch today. I also have another YouTube channel, but I don't use it anymore. So if you go there, you'll just see some other stuff. Those YouTube links are not correct, but I appreciate the attempt. Thank you for trying. I try to thank people for trying. So. But those links are not correct. Well, I mean, I think one of them is, but I don't know what you would gain by following me on doomworld.com, which is a forum, but you can if you'd like. You can do that. Is Doom a video game? Yes, it is. That is correct. The timing of me blowing through a red light, as she said, we're following traffic signals with classic. I don't know about the last few words in that sentence, but I also don't know about blowing someone through a red light. To me, I think you should keep your eyes on the road, especially if you're going through a red light. But frankly, you're still alive, so I think that's good though. Well, I put welcome to F segments on my channel. I will not be putting anything on my channel, I don't think. Certainly not welcome to F. I don't even know what that is. But anyway, that's my show. Thank you all for watching. So how's the weather today? So there's a heat dome in the USA. Heat dome. You know, at least we got a dome. Israel doesn't have a dome anymore. At least we got one. It's real.
Hello, all you wonderful people watching. Hi. I didn't have an intro. I was thinking there was going to be like a little switch off as opposed to me just popping up on the screen. Welcome, everyone. I am Sandee, and I have a YouTube channel called Left of the Box. You see, you think outside the box, but to the left of it. See what I did? Very smart. Yeah. Raise your hands in the chat if I am new to you. Yes, the Letterhack seems to like my outfit. And I also matched the eyeshadow to it. I'm wearing a Letterhack eyeshadow to match the outfit. So Rolando DD says, hi, Sandee. Getting lots of people saying hi and hi to all of you. Very much like last week. I don't exactly have much planned for today, but you know, I managed to talk an hour nonstop last time easily enough because that's just that makes me a good live streamer, that you can just ramble on about things. But it's more important that you not just ramble about random things, but make it, you know, worth everyone's while. Letterhack same points. Oh, can I help? This is new, but there we go. Points for coordination, points for product placement. Now, how do I hide? There we go. Now it's off. Ha ha! I'm getting used to using the StreamYards because normally I stream through OBS and I have all little fun graphics and stuff that I can put up. But you can see there's my logo. Actually, the letter. Oops, no, this way. No, that way. Something like that. Letterhack helped me design that one. Pitchfork Dragon saying, wouldn't the Letterhack eyeshadow be shading? I suppose so. But I do have like something I plan on talking about today. It's not just random stuff. Yeah, the necklace kind of matches too. You know, I like coordinating my outfits as much as I can, even though like the jewelry and the makeup seems too much for a t-shirt. But you know what? I'm autistic like that. I think it looks good, so I'm going to stick with it. And I'm going to be talking a lot more about autism today. Hell, the tattoo matches. I can't say, says Groove Dragon, I can't say that I went out and got the tattoo specifically for this. I've had this tattoo for a long, long time. I'm a winter person. I'm one of the few Canadians that actually like winter. So yeah, I do have some things that I want to talk about today. I was just going to talk about neurodivergence because last week, for those of you who are new to me, I talked about a lot of how I got into doing this, doing my channel, doing podcasting. And I figured I might also talk about, you know, being autistic, because the way that I learned about my own neurodivergencies is by other people talking about their experiences. Because for a long, long time, I knew as a kid I was dyslexic. And then as I got older, I knew about the OCD, I knew about the ADHD. But it wasn't until I got on Twitter and started hearing other people's stories who were neurodivergent and autistic. And it was like they were pulling things out of my head, like experiences that just mirrored it so much that it's like, oh, okay, I get it now. This explains a lot, like a lot from my past. And so I wanted to maybe share some of those experiences again for other people so that you can maybe be like, huh, yeah, that sounds a little bit too familiar. But also there was some breaking news that's really, not good breaking news that I feel is important to go over as somebody who is non-binary. The United States is fucked for trans people. Let's see if I can do this right. I get so nervous using this layout because I like to do different things. There we go. It's this one. Share. It's like right in my, I need that over there. There we go. So here we go. Scroll up. I don't care about the breaking news. I care about this breaking news. So, Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on gender-affirming care for trans youth. I'm not very good at reading things out loud that I'm sight reading. So let's dive into. I was hoping to find an article that wasn't CNN, or, I was looking for an article that was from a leftist organization because, I like those biases confirmed in me, but also I just like to support leftist journalism. But this is what was popping up. There was also like BNN and Washington Post and New York Post and all that sort of stuff. But let's go over the article before we get into all the other stuff I was going to talk about today. So the Supreme, I can look forward. I'm looking over at the article, which is over there, but I also, it's a layout thing. So the Supreme Court on Wednesday upheld Tennessee ban on gender-affirming care for trans minors in blockbuster ruling that will bolster efforts by conservative state lawmakers to pass and preserve other divisive laws targeting transgender Americans. The 6-3 decision by a conservative majority is a major blow to the transgender community and its advocates at a critical time since 2020, Republican-led states around the country, I should also mention here in Canada too, have passed a wave of laws regulating the lives of trans Americans, with particular focus on minors. And President Donald Trump, who ran for re-election in part of the Ending the Transgender Lunacy, has taken several steps intended to roll back gains made by that community. Roughly half the nation's states have bans similar to Tennessee's. Federal courts have disagreed on the constitutionality of those laws, and the Tennessee case filed by the Biden administration was the first to reach the high court. Yeah, I always hear that the United States is the home of the free. It's where you go for freedom. But they really like to dictate what that freedom is in the United States. The court's majority opinion was penned by Chief Justice John Roberts and joined by other 5 members of the conservative wing. The 3 liberals dissented. You see, we don't have this problem so much up here in Canada. And again, for those of you who don't know, I am Canadian, hence the Canadian flag in my logo. We do have a Supreme Court up here, and they look like Santa's helpers. Actually, I might pull a picture of that later so that you guys can see. In our courts, the way that the judges are selected, it's a very different process than what it is in the United States. Like in the United States, you pretty much just appoint anyone, and then it will just be based on whatever persuasion the president is at the time, as to whether they'll be left-leaning, center-leaning, or right-leaning. And let's face it, they're usually center to right. But here in Canada, it's a process, and it's a nonpartisan process. And not just anyone can apply to be a Supreme Court justice or a Supreme Court judge. You have to actually be a judge, and you're put onto a list. And this list is goes through a nonpartisan body that does like questionnaires and stuff to make sure that the judges will uphold the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And then when the time comes around, because we actually do have a retirement age for our judges, which is in the 70s, which is still a bit high. So there's a little bit more predictability as to when that will turn over. And so when it's time to replace one of those judges, what happens is the Prime Minister is given a short list of people who have already been pre-approved by this nonpartisan body. And then they pick one of them. So I've seen a lot of good cases here in Canada where they ruled the right way, like the way that, upholds our rights and freedoms. And I've seen, the prime ministers like Justin Trudeau, the past prime minister, totally ignore that and then try to appeal it. And in particular with Justin Trudeau, he would appeal court cases when it came to Indigenous rights or Indigenous justice. So things like compensation for people who went through the residential schools, or the medical assistance that they need because Indigenous folks don't have the same medical coverage as I do. It's an apartheid state up here. And that's not sarcasm. And so there was some judgments in favor of Indigenous peoples that they get billions and billions in payout. Well, the federal government would much rather pay that and more to not rule in that favor, to fight it and to appeal it over and over and over again. And so they can ignore it. And then on a provincial level, what we've been seeing lately is them just totally ignoring it and doing the notwithstanding clause, which is something that is in our, Charter of Rights and Freedoms that needs to be removed. And it's a nuclear option where the sitting party can just say, I don't care what the courts say, and go above them and pass a law with the notwithstanding clause that's in place for 5 years, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no higher ups because this is superseding the courts. And and regarding to trans rights here in Canada, in Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, the premier of Saskatchewan, he used the notwithstanding clause to make sure that trans children weren't safe at school. So we have the issues with our conservative-led provinces where they want to out trans children to their parents if those children do not feel safe coming out at home. So it's putting the teachers in the situation of they have to misgender the student, or they'll be outed to their parents. And that was ruled to be unconstitutional for us, that violated the protected rights of trans children. And it did. And that's how the courts ruled. And so Scott Moe did the notwithstanding clause and says, I don't care. We're taking away their rights. We're going to make it so that they're in more danger by doing this because we're conservative assholes and that's what we do. So it's not like we're safe up here in Canada from these laws. We're safer than if we are in the States. And in my area in particular, there was a targeted attack a few years ago at the university where somebody went into the gender studies class and stabbed 3 people. Fortunately, they all survived. And it was specifically basically targeting people like me. And this was right at the end of Pride Month. And it was a statement, it's what it was the statement that they wanted to make. And I have a video on that. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can see the video that I made on it at the time. When I was still very emotional over it. And so we are safer up here relative to the States, but we are not safe, and we need to fight to maintain that safety and to get back all the rights that we're losing up here as well, especially in Alberta, one of the worst provinces for it, where bans like this on all trans affirming care for youth has also been banned in Alberta. And now they're looking to ban books that are, queer related. Anyway, let's get back to the article. The case carries with it the weight of fierce scientific and policy debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in an evolving field. Roberts wrote, the voices of these debates raise sincere concerns. The implications for all are profound. The Equal Protection Clause does not resolve these disagreements. Moving forward, under the court's ruling, judges examine bans like Tennessee's Act and potentially other restrictive laws will do so under the lowest standard of judicial review, meaning those other laws are more likely to be upheld by courts. The court abandons transgender children and their families to political whims. Justice Sonia Sotomayor. You see, on my channel, I have a little graphic that I can pop up on screen that says, due to a learning disability, I will mispronounce your names. I have a hard time reading them and understanding how to say them. And I'll be talking a bit more about that when we get into the neurodivergence. So Justice Sonia, a member of the court's liberal wing, wrote in dissent, taking a rare step of reading from the bench, in sadness I dissent. The liberal wing argued that the court's conservative majority had tied itself in knots trying to avoid earlier precedents that said laws affecting transgender Americans necessarily discriminate on the basis of sex. The majority refuses to call a spade, Sonia wrote. Instead, it obfuscates a sex classification that is plain on the face of the statute, all to avoid a mere possibility that a different court could strike down SB1 or categorical health care bans like it. Sonia wrote, in the court's opinion, does irrevocable damage to the Equal Protections Clause and invites legislators to engage in discrimination by hiding blatant sex classifications in plain sight. Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti, a Republican who argued the case at court, described the outcome as a common sense win over judicial activism. This victory transcends politics. No, it's all about politics in the United States court. It's about real Tennessee kids facing real struggles. Families across the states and our nations deserve a solution based on science, not ideology. Well, then, what you're doing is kind of the complete opposite of that, because trans-affirming care is based on science, not ideology. You see, the right-wingers have this way of twisting everything all the time. Groups advocating for transgender Americans decried the decision. Chase Strangio, who will be on the Majority Report next Wednesday, I believe, I was watching today, and he was on earlier to talk about this case. And we'll be back onto the Majority Report to talk more about this, I believe, on Wednesday of next week. A lawyer with the American Civil Liberties Union who represents the minors challenging Tennessee's law and who also argued in court said in a statement that the ruling is devastating law for transgender people, our families, and everyone who cares about the Constitution. Politics hovers over decision. The politics of the issue shifted while the case was pending on the Supreme Court's docket. Since returning to power in January, Trump has attempted to remove transgender Americans from the military. That's not an attempt anymore. It's happened. The justices in early May allowed that policy to take effect, and the president signed an executive order barring non-binary markers on U.S. passports. Part of the reason why I feel like I can't travel to the United States right now is I have a non-binary marker on my passport. I had a U.S. credit card. I recently got it canceled because I can't see myself traveling to the States in the foreseeable future. Some polling has suggested softening support for transgender gains among Democrats, including the issue of transgender girls playing on girls' sports teams. Tennessee's SB1 bans hormone therapy and puberty blockers for transgender minors in the state and imposes civil penalties for doctors who violate the prohibitions. It also bans gender-affirming surgeries on youth. That doesn't happen. Sometimes there are chest surgeries for children, and that's usually on cis girls who have overdeveloped. Let's see. But the idea that, there's lower body surgeries happening on children, it's not a thing. It does not happen. The law took effect in 2023. Specifically, the law prohibits providers from administering such care if the purpose is to enable a minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, or treat purported discomfort or distress from discordance between the minor's sex and asserted identity. SB1 was initially challenged by the 3 trans minors in Tennessee, their parents and doctor in the state who practice including treating minors for gender dysphoria. The Biden administration later joined that lawsuit, and the lower federal courts came to a differing conclusions as to the law's constitutionality. Yes, we're going to uphold the Constitution by, keeping everyone's rights, by taking away people's choice of treatments for how they're feeling. Yeah, we're going to limit that because it's all about rights, right? Where was I? Shortly after taking office, Tennessee law reversing the ban on the Justice Department position in the case. A slew of other GOP-led states have passed similar healthcare bans in recent years. Today, more than 110,000 teenagers live in states where restrictions on puberty blockers and hormone therapy exist, according to the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law. A divided Court of Appeals in Cincinnati, 2023, allowed the ban to take effect. See, a lot of the right-wingers like to say, oh, if they take the hormones when they're teenager, it causes irreparable damage and changes in their body and blah, blah, blah. Well, do you know what else does that? Puberty. That also does the same thing. And there were it's my guess, but I would say there were far more people who needed trans-affirming care that weren't getting it, as opposed to people who got it and then thought, In fact, I know for a fact there's far, far more. And there's so many stories that we just don't hear about because the children aren't able to access the medical doctors for it. They can't come out to their parents. They live in a community where it's not accepted. There are far, far more people out there who need the care that aren't receiving it. In the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, Roberts read excerpts from his opinion for 7 minutes. The chief spoke. The chief spoke in his usual flat, steady manner with a tone that suggested things were straightforward. This isn't a classification based on sex, he said, adding that the law drew lines based on age and medical use. He referred to medical studies highlighting various risks with treatment and closed with an admonition that the question was a matter of lawmakers to hash out. Sonia, reading her dissent, spoke for more than twice as long. She spoke empathetically and with urgency about the potential costs to trans youth and the majority abandoning the crucial role of the judicial review. She repeated the line from her opinion that she was dissenting in sadness. This will cost lives. This type of treatment, it will cost lives. What it does to trans youth, how it makes them feel ostracized and isolated and alone and not able to express yourself. It's, One of the key questions for the High Court was whether the law discriminated based on sex, a finding that would trigger a tougher review by the court under the 14th Amendment. The Biden administration noted that a child born as a girl would be entitled to puberty blockers and estrogen under the state's law for certain medical conditions, but a child born as a boy would not be entitled to those treatments to live as a female. That is sex discrimination, the Biden administration told the Supreme Court. The argument rested on part of a blockbuster decision in 2020 called Bostock versus Clayton County, which found that federal law prohibits workplace discrimination on the basis of sex necessarily also covers gay and transgender workers. That 6-3 decision divided conservatives on the court. Tennessee countered its law was based on age, not sex, and prohibits the use of drugs for specific purposes of facilitating a gender transition. The state argued it had compelling interest in encouraging minors to appreciate their sex. Remember what I was saying about Alberta being like one of the worst province in Canada for that? The premier there, Danielle Smith, there's a video of it, and I covered it at the time, but there's a video of her saying that these children should experience sex first to see if they like it as the gender they are, which is just disgusting and creepy and says a lot about how, to these right-wingers, it has nothing to do with their identity as to who they are. It's all about sex. And I was just like, I was horrified that statement was made, and it boggled my mind that not more attention was given to that statement. It's on film. Like, it's on the internet. You can find that statement where she was saying, you know, the children should see if they like sex first. Yeah, they need to experience sex as the gender they were assigned at birth to see if they like it before they decide if they want to switch it up. Just absolutely disgusting coming from anyone, let alone, you know, the premier of a province. But that's their fixation on sex, the right wing. It's not about self-expression. It's about controlling people's bodies, and especially when it has to do with sex. So encouraging minors to appreciate their sex, and argued it empowered to make decisions regulating medical treatments. That was an argument that appeared to find a receptive audience when the case was argued in December. Absolutely disgusting. Let's see, can I do this? No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. There we go. And do this while I do this. Okay, if you have not seen a picture of the Canadian Supreme Court, you are not prepared for what you are about to see. I need to make that bigger. How do I make that bigger? There we go. There we go. You are not prepared for this. How do I make that bigger? There we go. Oops, wrong screen that I was doing this to. Here we go. I gotta click over here again.
This article by David said.
No, I don't want that. I want to click here so I can do this. That is Canada's Supreme Court. I don't know if this is the current one or not. I don't know how old this article is. July 8th, 2022. You see, like, that's the thing about the Canadian Supreme Court is you can quiz a lot of Canadians, like how many judges do we have? They might not be able to tell you, and they wouldn't be able to tell you the name of a single one on it. Like, that's a good sign that it's working well when you don't know their names, actually. Because I think I saw it on The Daily Show once where they were talking about there's all these parts of your body that you don't know are there. And you only learn about them when they start causing trouble and acting up. And then suddenly you know all about it. And so that's kind of how it is with the Canadian Supreme Court, is that we don't really have issues with them. Hey, no, I don't want local headlines. That is the case for Canada's Supreme Court. Is we generally, like, there have been some controversies, of course there always is, but there hasn't been so many where Canadians are like, oh, that judge on our court whose name is Tom, such a right winger. Like, we don't run into that the same way that you guys do in the States. Okay, so let me get back to, I'm checking some comments. I like to check comments. You see, in my live streams, I call them the sandbox, checking the comments in the sandbox. To get caught up and see what people are saying to that last story before we move on. That's usually how I like to do it, is I cover something and then I check comments about that story before I move on to the next section. Let's see. Yeah, Jam Tom, aka Nika, says you don't get surgeries unless there's an actual health concern, like girls that advance in the chest too fast, kind of like what I was indicating. There are some plastic surgeries that they'll do on children to affirm their care. I knew of somebody when I was in high school who got their ears pinned back because they stuck out too much and she didn't like it. You know, like, those types of things do happen. It's just, you know, suddenly when it's to affirm their gender that isn't their assigned gender at birth, suddenly then it's a problem. Let's see. Here we go. Donald James. I wish religion and the government would stay out of people's personal lives. Those decisions should be up to the child, parent, and doctor. Yeah, and that's what I was, and I kind of want to touch on again, that there does have to be an adult in that situation that is working with the child for it to happen, and they have to fight like hell at that point. And so there are a lot of children who don't feel safe coming out to their parents, who won't get the care they need, because you need like a supportive guardian in order to do that. And so sadly, there's a lot of children that just don't get the affirming care that they need. Let's see. Let's see. I'm skipping down. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Yeah. Yeah, I can say that as a Canadian, but it's not like Canada is doing markedly better. Didn't you plug my stuff earlier, Looney Tunes? Where is it? I think you just have like a document open of copy paste things, because I see things that you put in this chat that you put in the sandbox when you're modding over there. Indigenous son. Oh my God, I think you're talking about that comment that Danielle Smith, the premier of Alberta, made, which was just horrid. People liking the outfits of the Canadian Supreme Court. Much very Mole Santa-esque. Bad lefty. If you know what a pancreas does, sorry for your troubles. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm just going to skip down to the bottom. And Indigenous son saying that comment was towards what Danielle Smith said. You see, sometimes I know, because that's why I like to check the comments after I do segments, so that I can try to line it up, because sometimes in my sandbox on my channel, I can get so far behind that I'm trying to find comments where I know the context of and whatnot. But given the range of comments, yeah, I was able to put 2 and 2 together there. And that was kind of my initial gut reaction when I saw her say it. And she has repeated that sort of thing. So sorry, just I get distracted by the chat. I like interactions. But yeah, I should probably do a little plugging again. If people don't really know who I am, I'm a Canadian YouTuber, Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass, and I am a nonpartisan progressive. I don't support any political party. I support policies that are progressive. And unfortunately, we don't really have a progressive party here in Canada. A lot of people say the NDP is. They're not. They're centrist at this point, because the Liberal Party has gone right of center. And with Mark Carney in power right now, oh my God, it's just flat out conservative. Sorry, I missed doing a live stream last weekend for my news stuff because I was horrendously busy. And the amount of bullshit coming out of Mark Carney's mouth or tweets and stuff, and his support for Israel was mind-boggling. Oh my God, made me so mad, because when he first got elected, I was willing to cut him some slack because he wasn't a politician. Let's see what he does. Well, it didn't take long for him to totally, it's like, oh, here's your slack. I'm just going to put this in the garbage disposal and grind it all up, and then have it go down the pipes, and then shit in the toilet and have it all mixed together and poop out in a river somewhere. Wow, he is not good. And yet I will hear other people talking about him who are like liberal sock dem type thing. Oh, he is the prime minister for the moment. He stands up to Trump. He's so good. And I think they just think he's like a hot daddy type thing. Like, I think that's it. They find him like not even necessarily sexually attractive, but they find him attractive, that there's a presence about him that they find attractive. And I think that's all it is. Because what he's been doing with policy, the statements he's been sending out about what's happening with Israel and Iraq right now, or Iran, I mean, wow, really bad. Really bad. So there are all my hopes with his administration dashed. But like I said before the election, I knew the fight with Mark Carney would be to improve the situation, whereas the fight with Pierre Poilievre, if he had become prime minister, would be to make sure our rights weren't taken away. So this is the fight that I would rather have, but my God, is it ever going to be a fight? Okay, so before we switch over, some people have been mentioning it in the chat. I want to plug it. I wrote a book. It is loaded with my political and social commentary, and it's a vampire horror novel that I absolutely love. I love this book so hard, and I could spend like the last half hour just talking about this book easily. You can buy it on Amazon, and somebody be kind enough to toss the link. I think somebody did earlier, but toss the link into the chat, because I'm not good at multitasking when I'm not familiar with the layout. But yeah, I love this, and I'm trying to keep my ears open this time, because I was saying things last time that one of the producers was like, nope, not. And I was hearing a beeping that was distracting me, and I think it was them trying to get my attention to be like, But yeah, I love this book. There's a story behind why I wrote this book, and let's see. I'm going to check again this week. I asked last week, but I'm going to check again this week. Put your hands up, give like thumbs up and stuff like that. If once a month you would like to see me come on stream as a vampire from that book to give social commentary and political commentary as a vampire from the book. Because I love improv. I love character playing. I did this for the Letterhack when the Letterhack had me on to talk about the show. It would be called Left of the Coffin, which, you know, if only there was like a cartoonist or something that I knew of that might be able to like alter my logo a little bit to make it like Left of the Coffin, so that once a month I could be coming on as Minuet, the vampire in my book. I'm getting some people with some thumbs up and stuff like that they would like to see me once a month come on as a vampire from my book. I love role playing as a vampire. I love it so hard. But yeah. Jamtoom, aka Nika, said, I just got the book. Thank you. Left of the Coffin. Yeah, we'll do Left of the Coffin instead of Left of the Box once a month. I'm thinking the last Wednesday of every month. That is tentative right now. It depends if I get a logo or not as to whether or not I'll actually go through with it. Okay, so I only have see, this is the thing. I get talking, I get distracted, but hopefully still entertaining. Well, I have a face. Everyone has a face. I have a very expressive face that can be very entertaining to watch. So let's see. Right. You see, this is what I'm about to talk about is neurodivergence and how I can get distracted so easily. So, as I was saying at the beginning of this, yes, there is a Klingon dictionary in the back. Indigenous son, I am a Trekkie. ADHD for the win. I don't know how I do this job with untreated ADHD. Yeah, so as a kid, I knew I was dyslexic. And again, I want to share some of my experiences of being neurodivergent in hopes that other people might be able to see it in themselves and understand themselves a bit better, because that is how I learned more about it in me. And yes, as a kid, I was dyslexic. And the thing is like you'll hear oh, children develop normally and then they hit a certain age and suddenly they're autistic. Well, that's partly because until a certain age, they're not reading and writing and stuff. Like they're just little drooly vessels that go around crying and eating and napping and whatnot. But once they hit a certain age and they have to, there's more of a social etiquettes in play. You have to learn to read and write. That's when it can start to come out. And that is pretty much what happened with me, because before reading and writing were an issue, I was in an enrichment course because I had a very creative brain, a very expressive voice when it came to talking about, reading a story and stuff of that sort. I was really, really good at art. But then suddenly at around grade 4, I ran into troubles because I'm dyslexic. And so I will reverse letters, numbers, sounds in words, like just a lot of things. And I have to put a lot of brain power into keeping things straight, which is why the more tired I get, you can sometimes hear me stutter. And that's because I'm trying to keep sentences in order, and I'll get a lot more dyslexic the more tired I become. So, I was put in a special education class at that age, and I knew something was wrong. Like I knew this wasn't right. I knew I wasn't behind. And, I got all the names that get attached with kids that go to those types of classes. And my mom knew that I was dyslexic because, when I would come home after school and I'd want to watch my cartoon, I'd say, oh yeah, it's on channel 21. And she would type in 12 because she knew that's what I meant. Or if I gave her the phone number of a friend's house that I was in and she tried calling them to see when I was coming home, if it didn't go through the first time, she would reverse the last 2 numbers. I used to have people tease me because I couldn't spell ball. I knew how to spell it, but I couldn't communicate to people that I was reversing the B's and the D's a lot. And I was just treated as being stupid, as opposed to there was some cross wiring in my brain that was prohibiting it. And so my mom had my IQ tested when I was a kid to prove to them I didn't need to be in this class, that it was something else. And twice, as with a lot of people who are dyslexic, I proved to be above average. And the school didn't care, and I remained in the special ed with all of the, the teasing and stuff that goes along with it. And so, like, an example of sounds and words that I can reverse, instead of saying thief, I might say thief. Simple things like that. The order of words I can even mix up. It's not so bad I can't function. In fact, I was a very avid reader. But when it came to then reading out loud, especially sight reading out loud, I would crash and burn. And one of the things that it's quite common for people who are dyslexic to develop the ability to memorize really fast. So I do not have a photographic memory, not by a long shot, but I can memorize a script. Like if I need to memorize a 5-minute monologue, it will take me about an hour. In high school, I used to play the flute, and I would reverse notes, which would get me in trouble for tests and stuff. And so what would I do is I would take the music home the first night and practice it and basically have it memorized by the next day so that I could keep up with it. And when it came to like music tests, I would ace it except for the sight reading, in which case I scored 0 on the sight reading. And one time I remember, because, the teacher would do the thing where somebody else in the class was marking your own test, and somebody raised their hand saying, what do I do if the notes are backwards? And the teacher's like, well, you mark it as wrong because they should know which, and I knew they were talking about my test. Things like that. And I didn't have words for it back then, but I did develop OCD and ADHD. I remember I have a compulsion to touch certain things. And I remembered there was a keyboard that my stepfather was learning how to play, an organ, or an old organ. He was ancient. an old electric organ. And I remember sitting there by the notes, and I had to touch around the notes. Like I had to. And it was just specific notes, but I had to touch that area. And I have to tap certain areas. And at my last workplace, it was getting really bad because once I get into the habit of one place, I can't stop. And so I have to actively work at not initiating it. But sometimes part of my fidgeting is I have to touch that spot, that thing. And quite often, like on the desk, on the edge of the desk, I'll start rubbing the angles of it because there's something in me calling me to do that. Like it's a compulsion. And then there was other things like food habits that were OCD and other compulsion things that ended up developing. And ADHD, yeah. I can hyperfixate on something and I cannot be able to focus on anything. So I knew those things. But one of the stories that I heard that really made me understand my autism was a story from someone who said that as a kid, they had to get their hearing tests because they weren't hearing things. And then the people were like, you're putting your finger up too soon. There's no sound. And he explained why. And I'm like, oh my God, that is exactly like me. Because we can have very sensitive hearing and senses in general, sensitive to touches, like scratchy feelings, sounds, sights. Like I remember as a kid too, there was a game show my mom would like to watch. And there was a sound that it would do, like this whirling sound. And I would like put my ear to the speaker because there was just something about that sound that I craved, that I needed to hear, that soothed the part of me. So yeah, when I was a kid, sometimes my mom or my stepfather were having troubles getting my attention. Like they'd say something to me from across the room, but I wouldn't hear them. And they thought I was just ignoring them. But the thing is that if I was focused on something else, I literally could not hear them. And so I thought, okay, maybe there's something wrong with my hearing. And so I went to get my hearing tested. And what happens is when they're about to do the tones that you raise your hand for or raise a finger for, the machinery comes on with the headphones, and I could hear the electronic buzz of it. And I didn't know if that was the sound I was supposed to raise my finger for. And so as soon as they turned the equipment on and I heard the buzz, I raised my finger. And they're like, we haven't done anything yet. And that's not a story you share with neurotypical people. And then, looking back at my life too, when it clued into me, the struggles that I had, making friends, keeping friends, the social etiquettes that just I did not understand at all, how all these other people seem to know how to communicate. And I was struggling so bad. Like I was able to get a small group of friends, but I still struggled within them. And basically I masked big time. I masked as much as I could. I tried to mimic what other people were doing, and it never seemed to work. It's kind of like the analogy I have in my head about that is you can have somebody who watches wolves all the time and studies them and can understand their interactions and how they sound to each other and, the type of calls they make. And as somebody who's autistic, I'm very good at that too. So I study humanity. So I can see interactions and I can tell you so much about a relationship between two people by just watching how they talk to each other and how they interact, or just about one person in general. I can tell you so much more about them than they can about me. But the thing is that scientist who's studying the wolves, if he tries to go into that pack and mimic what those wolves are doing, the wolves are still going to eat him. And because no matter how hard you try, you can't mimic it exactly. And there's like an uncanny valley thing that can happen. And the thing is that I'm very empathetic and I'm very in tune with how other people are feeling, unless it's directed towards me. And then I have no clue. I feel nothing. Like I don't sense any emotion coming towards me from people, which has been challenging because sometimes people are mad at me, but they don't tell me. And somehow I'm just supposed to know, and I don't. And so apparently I should have apologized for something I never did. And then that anger just keeps on building. And I've run into the problem a lot where your friend will just dump you out of the blue. Like, to me, it's out of the blue, because they haven't communicated with me what the issues were. And I need it direct. Or sometimes I'll say something to someone and it's very direct and they'll get offended, like, how dare you, and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is that when I say it, I'm stating it. There's no judgment attached to it. It's just, this is an observation, like at work. It's like, oh, don't worry. I know you're going to be late getting back to me with this information. I'll work on something else in the meantime. How dare you say that about me? Nah. It's a statement of fact. That person was always late. Like, there was no judgment attached to it. They were just always late. But suddenly it's offensive to point it out for some reason. I have no idea how neurotypical people communicate. It boggles my mind. And so when I was working in the office, the one job that I held the longest, it was only because my boss was my best friend. We knew each other before I got the job through improv. And he was kind of like my buffer. And I literally, and this was before I knew I was autistic, I would literally go up to him when personal news broke of somebody in the office and say to him, what is the normal human reaction to have to this? So that when I was around that person, I could convey that emotion. Because I like, somebody's pregnant. How do I respond to that? Like, because I know if I were pregnant and people would be like, oh, congratulations, I'd punch them in the face because I don't want to be pregnant. Or some sort of other things that would go on. I would literally say to him, what's the normal human reaction to this, so that I could mirror that. And yeah, so it hindsight 2020, I've always been autistic, obviously. And I see it in my grandmother, before she passed away and stuff. There were things that she did that, yeah, it runs in the family. And, when she went into the nursing home after she had a stroke and we had to clean out her place because she was a hoarder, like in the basement, she just had stacks and stacks of flattened fish sticks boxes, because that was her everyday food, was fish sticks. And she kept the boxes and would flatten them, and there was just stacks of them. And there was other eccentricities that she had, that now I know she was autistic. And she had issues with her kids. Like, she was an abusive parent. My relationship, I grew to be very, very close to her, but she was an abusive parent because, back in her day, she probably didn't want kids, but she didn't exactly have a choice. I am very fortunate that I live in a time where I don't want kids, and I had that choice to not have kids. Because I imagine, especially in my early 20s, when my depression and bipolar were kicking in, I would have been an abusive parent. Like, I am totally fine around kids. I'm safe around kids. Like, don't mistake that. But if I had to be around children 24/7, ones that are purposely like pushing my buttons and stuff, at that age, I'm better now. Again, I'm safe around kids. I'm better now. But back then, in my early 20s, yeah. So I am very, very fortunate. I never had to do that. She didn't have that choice, and she was an abusive parent, which, translated generationally. My mom wasn't as bad as her, but there were issues, ones that we have, come to terms with. Like, we have a very good relationship now, but growing up, it was very tumultuous. But we do have a good relationship now, and she supports me far better now than before, because especially again in my early 20s, when I was suffering with massive depression and stuff, she didn't know how to help me. And the ways that she would try to do the tough love and stuff was the complete opposite of what I needed, and was detrimental to our relationship at the time, and quite hurtful. And yeah, there's stories about it and whatnot, but understanding now that I'm autistic changes how I communicate with other people. And I can understand now that what I'm seeing isn't necessarily what they're seeing. It's kind of like the algorithms. You know, you're responding to people like, everyone knows this on Twitter. This is all in the algorithms. But then somebody else has completely different algorithms. So when you start talking to them about something, they're going to look at you blank because they don't share those algorithms. My brain doesn't share the same algorithms as a lot of neurotypical people. And so I'm reacting to emotions and things that they simply aren't experiencing, because I experience a lot of stuff. Yeah, and that's just some of it. On my channel, I started to do videos, and I should probably get back to it again. That was like, oh, that's autism, where I talk about some of these experiences, where I learn in hindsight, that's why that was so messed up, was the autism. And even now, you know, I still struggle with it, but knowing it is half the battle. And part of the reason why it took so long, like many autistic people, I'm drawn to things that a lot of neurodivergent people are drawn to. Theater, improv, things of that sort, Royal Medieval Fair. And so I didn't see myself as being all that unusual, because a lot of people within those groups are also neurodivergent. And so I didn't see it as being abnormal, because it was my normal, and it still is my normal. And I had a lot of other people around me where these type of eccentricities were normal. And it's not until I'm forced to work in like a standard office or something and be forced to interact with neurotypical people that I realize how different I am. And it doesn't occur to me that that's the majority, that the neurodivergence is in the minority, because most of the people I've surrounded myself with have been neurodivergent. And so it takes some getting used to, and like with my sense of humor and everything. I just saw somebody mention Brandon Woods. I went to therapists. Here, I can do this. I went to therapists, doctors, etc. I do have FAS. FAS is not on the spectrum because it's all over the place. I used to go to therapy a lot too for my depression and things of that sort. And the thing is that it never worked in the long run, because the therapy is designed for neurotypical people. It's not designed for people who are autistic. You need to find therapists that specialize in that. And it can actually be very, again, destructive to go to a therapist that treats neurotypical people, and then basically all they're doing is teaching you to mask and conform, which doesn't work out well. Okay, so we're about, again, I just ramble. So I again, to Brandon Wood saying also correct, Sandee, shrinks do not work for me. Yeah, and I've been to a lot of therapy and to try to solve my depression, and at this point I don't think it's solvable, because it's sometimes depression is healthy, as in it is a natural reaction to the environment you're in. And the environment that we're in, this capitalist society, it not being depressed to some extent means that your head is in the sand. It means that your head is in a bucket of like maple wash syrup or something, because it is one of those things. My dogs are gossing and self-shame. Yes, felt a lot of that because of it too. But yeah, I should like plug my stuff while I still have a few minutes. But since the next one is not live, and they're putting in it that it's not live because I got confused last time, which why I was hearing all those beeps until they're like, oh, okay, we actually have to put her voice on screen to get her to shut up. Right. What was I? Oh, right. Plug my stuff. I have a website, sandeelovas.com, where you can see my art. You see, let's take the comments down for a second. I'll do that. There. See this drawing here? I drew that. That is a drawing, a pencil drawing that I did. And you can see more work like that on my website, sandeelovas.com. And I do commission portraits of pets and people. And you can also buy prints of my artwork. I have a Patreon that just helps support me and my channel. You can also become a member to my YouTube channel. I do news live streams Sunday evenings, afternoon, evenings. I'll be doing one this Sunday afternoon, evening. I have a lot of news to get caught up on. It's not going to be a 5-hour long live stream, Looney Tunes. No. No, I refuse. You see, that's the thing. I used to think, oh, my live streams are just going to be 2 hours and that's going to be tough to maintain. And now a short live stream is 3.5. I have an elder cat. He's 18. He has ongoing medical needs. I'm about to get a refill of his medication. So you can help out specifically with that through a PayPal link. That's just Jamtoom, aka Nika's popping up there. All money I receive from that goes specifically towards vet bills, as well as if you're Canadian, you can send an e-transfer to sandeelovas@gmail.com. All that money is specifically for vet bills. Also, I have an Amazon wish list that helps me build my studio, helps me with my art, can just make me smile, item for my cats, all of that sort of stuff. So there's multiple ways of helping me because I do live with mental health issues. I live with poverty, so every little bit helps, and I really do mean it, but only if you can afford it. I don't want people doing things they can't afford. If you need the money, you keep the money. But like absolutely nobody hold back on what they need. Trying to help me out. I do have some generous friends that help me out from time to time and everything. Generally speaking, I'll always scrape by. I don't think I'll be unhoused again, but who knows in this economy. So only if you can afford it. And as was just put into the link there, Necroplasm, my book that I wrote, Vampire Horror, which I love so hard. I want this world so much. I want this world. And Jamtoom, aka Nika, I get the feeling that I know you somehow. Anyway, like were you on under a different name or something? But yeah, buy my book. I'm getting close to selling 100 books. So excited. And yeah, maybe the last Wednesday of every month, I'll come on as Minuet, the vampire from my book. It'll be a lot of fun because I just love cosplaying as a vampire whenever I get the opportunity to. So did I go over everything? Yes. Patron, member of my channel. Social medias. I'm on Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram as both Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. Please follow all of that. On Instagram, I've really separated the two. So Sandee Lovas is my art and cats, and Left of the Box is political stuff. I haven't been able to make that separation yet on Twitter and Blue Sky because I started as Sandee Lovas, so that's where my biggest subscribers are. Because when I first joined Twitter, Left of the Box wasn't available, so I went with my name. But now I would love to be able to build up my Left of the Box account so that, again, I can separate the two so that writing and art is under Sandee Lovas and then political content is under Left of the Box. So please follow the two. I do technically have a TikTok account, but I haven't posted on it for a long time. But yeah, feel free to go there in case something ever happens to, me YouTubing. Yeah, lots of links going by. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the wonderful producers who are probably being like, tick, you're already 2 minutes over. Trying to keep me. It's a good thing the next people aren't live. Let's put it that way, because I will most likely go over every time. Like trying to fill in like an hour, it's not a problem for me. I could just improvise it. You could give me, pitch me ideas in the chat, and I could ramble on about them for a long time. But thank you to the mods. Thank you for everyone coming out. Please go subscribe to my channel. I'm so close to getting 8,000 followers or subscribers to my YouTube channel. So please, if everyone who's watching right now gets at least one other person to subscribe, I will make that arbitrary number. I will make that arbitrary number. Okay, so there needs to be like a signal for the producers to be like, would you shut up already? But I do have a way of ending my live streams that I can do here to really make it sure that I am ending. And that is by me saying, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X run. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who.
They want you to comply.
Hello.
Hey. How's it going? Happy Elon Musk and Donald Trump are fighting day.
The chat's in my face. How do we get rid of that?
Oh yeah, I guess we shouldn't have it.
You have to slap it and then it'll go away. Do a little
the other way.
There you go.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So close.
It's motion.
I almost didn't come today. And then Elon Musk
Same.
tweeted. I'm like, you know what? I gotta come. Because
we gotta talk about what's on everyone's mind, right? And that is
The
that
one
the
time I'm
Switch
excited
2
for Musk
came
and
out
Trump.
today.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's literally why I almost didn't come today.
That's the biggest news of the day. And also Neo 3 was announced yesterday for PlayStation 3. So,
I saw that and I'm like, Mike must be excited because I suck at that game and I can't play that. But I know you're excited.
I honestly squealed like a little girl. I was so fucking excited. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die.
I squealed at the Final Fantasy Tactics
Did you?
remaster, which I've been waiting for a long time. But
There's something.
there's
for
actually a lot of
everyone.
good
It's
stuff.
a great time to be a gamer.
Can you talk about what the Switch 2 is like? Does it feel good? Is it comfortable?
Honestly, I'll be honest. It feels like a Switch upgrade. Like it doesn't really feel like a new console to me. Like from the interface to
Same.
The lack of software at launch, like it's really just Mario Kart World in terms of like real exclusives. This feels like this could have just been the refresh that they were rumored to do like 2 years ago. That said, software is coming, but it is sort of it's a soft launch. It feels like.
I agree.
Can I ask how much you guys got it for?
Fun.
Can I ask how much you got? Well, I'm just curious because I know there's tariffs. They were expensive. They're in high demand. You guys got them day launch. They were probably expensive, right?
So they never changed the price based on. Well, I should rephrase that. They launched it at they announced it at a certain price. The tariffs then hit like the same day. Then they, I believe the accessories went up in price. But actually, the thing people were saying is that you should buy one at launch because the price may go up. Because
That's why I bought one at launch.
We've seen every single console launch. The prices have gone up since like PS5. Actually, PS5 right now is on a discount because they have like a promotion going on. But before that, PS5 launched like what, 5 years ago? So that's gone up in price. Xbox has gone up in price. Switch has, I think, stayed the same largely, or maybe even gone up. But like all these consoles have gone up in price since they've launched, which is the first time that's ever in my lifetime ever happened. They usually go down. So you may actually be saving money by buying one soon as opposed to waiting.
That was my logic. When it first came out, I was talking to David about this actually on like a Instagram DM. I'm like, I think I'm gonna wait until like maybe a little bit later until there's more games, maybe the price drops. And I'm like, wait a second, the price is gonna go up because of the fucking tariffs, so might as well get it.
Yeah,
I'll get one eventually. So yeah.
But I guess we should probably get to the news.
Yeah, enough foreplay, boys. We need to get.
The big news of the day.
This news was so annoying to me because I did a video right after. So Trump was like speaking to the media, like talking about Elon and like how he was very disappointed in Elon. I guess we can get to some of those clips. And then Elon on Twitter was like bitching about Trump. I'm like, oh, this is fun and interesting. Let me cover this. This is a fun story, a nice light story. As soon as I hit publish, I check on Twitter. It's like 10 minutes prior. Elon Musk, Trump was in the Epstein files. Why wasn't this tell me this earlier? It could have been in the video. So then I did like a 4-minute live stream because I feel like I had to talk about how wild this is, even though it's not really news. I mean, it's news, but we all kind of assumed.
It's created the biggest schism I've seen on the right in terms of there's now 2 distinct camps. Like it's split the line down the middle, right? Where half the people, the pundits from Jack Posobiec to Laura Loomer, they're all pledging allegiance to Trump, saying Elon Musk has lost his mind, he's crashing out, Trump's our president, to people on the other side being like, holy shit, I didn't know that he was in the Epstein files. I was like,
of course he was. He's like one of his best friends. Like that.
Yeah.
That was well documented. He was one of his best friends. Like, obviously.
Well, I think in their echo chambers, they didn't know. That's what I'm starting to get a feel for. Because I remember before the election, I was posting stories where like, it just came out through leaked tape that Jeffrey Epstein said he was his best friend. There's logs of the phone calls where Trump was actually calling in between when bookings were taking place for people who were abusing children. Like he's all over this shit. Like he's as bad as Bill Clinton when it comes to like someone who is in the Epstein files. And all the right wingers in the replies would always be like, that's fake news. It's just Bill Clinton and Bill Gates. And I was like, so you've crafted some, I don't know, some bubble that has never been penetrated, I think, until now.
There's literal videos of them together, videos that existed years ago.
They
would always watch old posts about them.
They would always say Trump was like working to take him down, and it was
yeah.
I mean, that's what I would say.
Yes,
that's not what they all believe.
All crumbs, the storm is coming.
Yeah.
Trump really comes off as somebody who's an upstanding citizen, just working in the best interest
Yeah.
of everybody else. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be to actually believe that? That was definitely a narrative out there, but that seems like a planted narrative that nobody really believed. Because how could you possibly believe that Trump would do anything of the sort to take down someone like that? When clear, it's just so obvious.
I love how Marjorie Green,
remembering the forgotten man, you know.
So have you heard the Marjorie defense of Trump Epstein? She says somebody brought this up before to her on Twitter, and she said something like, no, because Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago when he discovered bad behavior. And it's like, okay, first of all, lay out what the bad behavior is specifically, okay? Second of all, why are you just kicking him out? If this man is a pedophile, why are you just like, okay, bye-bye, I don't want to be associated with you? Like, that's it? You're not gonna do anything else?
Also,
not gonna take additional action?
Elon dropped like the truth bomb. I was like, what kind of a fucking flex is this? Are you saying you knew he was a pedophile and chose to both work with him?
Yeah, and you worked for exactly.
Right.
You worked for him knowing this, and you didn't tell. You hid this information from people.
Your kid around him, like
right. And it's crazy because, like, to go back to how thick their bubble is, back in I think it was February or March when they released the old Epstein files that were already available, and it was like given to TikTokers or libs of TikTok and other like right wing influencers. I tweeted out like, "Hey, have you guys ever wondered like if they're not releasing the files because Trump is part of the Epstein files?" And the R Word Finder account literally quote tweeted me. It was like, "Found one." I'm like, bro, just Google it. It's all out there. Excuse me. So now I feel like
What are they saying now?
Elon Musk
What are they saying now?
I checked their account. They said nothing about this. Nothing. So yeah. They're gonna have to grapple with the reality of it now, because once Elon Musk said it, it's out there in the ether, and they can't pretend like they didn't hear it. So yeah. And then somebody brought it up in the chat. My reaction to Kanye's tweet, and also Jack Posobiec's tweet. Oh my god, perfect. Kanye West was like, "Bros, no, stop fighting," with a hug emoji. And Jack Posobiec's, I don't even know how to describe it. Let me see if I can find it. I think
I've never seen anything where he's talking about like gynophilia and like he's like basically it comes down to people with penises talk directly, people with vaginas talk indirectly. Learn something. It's like that. And you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, this one's awesome.
What the
Oh,
hell?
it's so good.
As you can see, I blocked him. I had to view his tweets to see he even exists still.
I had to unmute Elon Musk today so that way.
So did
can
I.
still-
I had him muted as well.
Oh, I unblocked him.
What a world
today.
we live in.
He's.
I mean,
he's cooking.
I mean, it's funny to see Kanye West have to tell the Nazi and the pedophile to stop fighting. And no, I'm not going to tell you which one is which.
Let me pull up the Jack Posobiec
Yeah, pull that up.
tweet because I don't even.
Oh,
I
that in my opinion,
I
is
remember
the
it being
funniest.
crazy. I can't restate it without reading it.
And
So let
Christine
me-
posted it if you want to find it fast.
here we go. Some of y'all can't handle two high agency males going at it, and it really shows. Oh, okay. This is direct communication, phallocentric, versus indirect communication, gynocentric. I understand you aren't used to it. What the fuck are you on, brother? This is so weird. This is so weird.
Who talks like this?
Who thinks like
Right.
this?
Yeah, who thinks like this?
He had to find some way to make it seem as if he's above the fray and he's better than everyone else. Charlie Kirk is doing like a little bit of a, I think somebody said he's doing a focus group test, basically asking his audience, whose side are you on? So he can decide which way to pivot. I think
Yep.
Trump's going to come out on top. My hope is that this ends with like Trump sending Elon Musk to CCOT. That would be the funniest shit. Like if we get the video with his head being shaved. Oh my God. I might die of just happiness. I wouldn't
No,
be
that
able to
would
survive
never.
something like that. Or if Trump drone
We don't live in a
striked
world
him,
that
I
great.
mean, no, we don't. Like if I were Elon Musk, I'd be worried, like watching over my shoulder. Trump is unhinged. He knows firsthand, and he could drone strike you at any fucking time. You could be deported. I mean,
Deported,
I don't
I
know.
think, is the most likely, but
There's-
that's still unlikely to happen.
there's
This
some
I got to say though, I
behind-the-scenes-
really enjoyed this. Donald Trump on Truth Social. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do
inject
it.
into my veins.
Yeah.
If
I-
he
I'm-
really does it, if he
He's
really
made-
does it, there'll be something Trump does that I support. I mean, if he really
Oh,
does
absolutely.
Right.
Musk has
Yeah.
taken $38 billion from the government while he's complaining about government waste and debt and spending. Like
Well, that's all these guys though.
the
Like,
levels of
they-
hypocrisy have never been seen before.
like they
Mhm.
they obsess over the debt. They obsess over the national debt, and some of them, like I do believe that Musk is a true believer. Like this is a guy who has surface level politics. He just discovered politics like what, a year or two ago at the ripe young age of 50 whatever years old he is. He's easily falls down these rabbit holes. He's easily been propagandized and told what to believe, and I truly do think he's fallen for. I got some blowback about from people, especially on Blue Sky, where they love to fucking wave their finger at you. I was like, I can't believe. Can you imagine doing this all over the national debt? Who the fuck cares about the national debt? And there are people who are like, he doesn't really care about the national debt. Well, I actually think Elon believes that. He's been convinced, because this is what Republicans say to their constituents and get them to believe it. And Elon Musk is just as bright as the dumbest right-wing constituent out there. He believes the national debt is going to harm the country, and in turn, of course, himself.
I don't agree. I think that Trump, what he said in the Oval Office when he was asked about it, that makes much more sense to me, because these men are both transactional purely. So when
No,
Trump
it's
was
not.
saying that Elon Musk was pissed off about not getting his SpaceX shill as the NASA administrator and the EV subsidy getting taken away. So there's real like material harm being done, because I mean, if you lose that EV subsidy, Tesla goes down even further. He's trying to save it. So I think that maybe it's partially motivated by the debt. But I think overall, it's Elon Musk not getting every single thing because he feels entitled. He donated, what, like $250,000? So he wants everything. And the fact that Trump isn't listening to him, isn't appointing who he wants, I think I've got to agree with the Blue Sky people, not to be a contrarian. I feel like that's more.
Fine.
I don't think it's about principle.
We could agree to disagree, but I think Musk doesn't care about the EV subsidy. I think people confuse the EV tax credit listen, someone who's buying Tesla is not going to not buy a Tesla because they don't get $7,000 tax credit. They're just not. I'm sorry. The thing that would hurt Musk would be the end of the regulatory carbon credits. That's Tesla's bread and butter, not the EV tax credit. If Trump was to go after that, then I would, let's put it this way. Tesla was only profitable last quarter because of the carbon credits they sell to other companies, not the EV tax credit. I'm sure he was pissed that Trump wasn't doing everything he wanted, but they were getting on with all this stuff happening, and the final straw was this big beautiful bill. And I don't think it's like strictly just like the national debt hurts the country, but also the fact was that his whole project with Doge was to make a huge dent in that. And the opposite happened. Doge not only did nothing, this year the U.S. government's going to spend more than ever before. So
I still think Musk won there, though. He still got everything he wanted. He was able.
People were fired, though, right?
Feeding to Grok, he was able to get access to like sensitive information. Big Balls is a household name.
He's got all of our data. Yeah,
he
could probably get the Epstein files right now directly. He has information from like every fucking agency. You know what I mean?
I mean that's one of the concerns, but there's no proof he has that data. There's no proof he has it. Like, it was certainly a concern they had access to it. We don't know if they scraped all that data and put it somewhere else. My assumption is that if they did,
but even if it's not Musk, don't you think that Big Balls, for example, could have easily created like a backdoor channel to just get access even after they're gone? Like, even if Elon Musk might not.
For all we know, Big Balls is on a plane on his way to CCOT in El Salvador right now. We have no.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I just want to share this. I want to share this meme I saw. This is great. This is Nathan Fielder. The plan: spend millions to get a pedophile elected, then tell everyone he's a pedophile.
This is such a great day on Twitter. The last time I had this much fun on Twitter was when Trump got COVID in 2020.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Remember him gasping for air?
I got some people calling me naive in the chat. It's fine. I think
you're not entirely wrong.
I think you got to go with what you know, like what we know. I think a lot of times we veer off into like people could veer off into conspiracy theories on the other side. Sure.
It's not a conspiracy theory to think that Elon Musk actually got a victory in the sense that he got in there and he was capable of slashing the budget for programs he doesn't care get funded.
Right,
money for starving children, money for HIV and AIDS for kids in other countries. That is going to result in obviously millions of people getting hurt.
Of course.
Yes, and he's going to face zero consequences for it. I think that's like, and he just walks away. That's an Elon Musk win, right? Like it's a super
and none of that helps his companies in any way. He didn't make anything off of doing that
stuff. It's just evil.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, people don't. I think people think that. I think Musk became radicalized, and he's actually the ideologue. Like, I think people are being naive here.
I mean, think about what he did, though. He went in there and he gutted the agencies that were like investigating and regulating him. Like, those are the first ones he targeted, though.
Business.
You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. Listen, I'm not saying he didn't do things to take care of himself, obviously.
Steve Bannon calls for Elon Musk to be deported.
I have the details. It's in the chat. Like, there's an actual write-out of how far Steve Bannon wants to take things. It's pretty funny. You should pull it up.
Musk could have just went in there and did whatever necessary to help out his companies. He did a lot more than that he didn't have to do. And that's the stuff that brought about the most hatred for him and ruined him. And if he just, honestly, like, he could have just went in and shut down whatever investigations were into his companies, wiped his hands clean. There would have been some, New York Times articles about it. But at the end of the day, there wouldn't have been this like broad Tesla boycott and this absolute destruction of Elon Musk's entire personal brand as much as it was. no, it was like the park ranger stuff, all his cutting US aid. Like that's the stuff that ruined him. And there was no benefit to him personally. There was nothing that he made off of that. That was him going on his DEI rants and everything.
Mike's right about the other stuff. Like he also like what is it that the agency that came up out after the 2008 financial crash that like has returned what, $20 million? Yeah, gutting that entire program is a direct benefit to him and his corporations. He did do moves that actually materially benefit him as well.
Yeah, there was like 18 different specific things that he did across, I think, 12 agencies. This is back from when the New York Times first released that report that directly benefited his companies, like gutting the CFPB that was
of course
looking into him, the Labor Department that was investigating complaints about Tesla and unfair and racist labor practices. So it just feels like he's very self-serving. I don't think you're wrong that ideology plays a part, but I think it's minimal. If I had to guess, I mean, we're just speculating, right? But I feel like it's mostly just
this is all. But I mean,
you don't support the AFD. You don't travel there. You don't support Maloney. You don't spend money like trying to push for far right extremism across all of Europe, including the UK as well.
That's
right?
fair.
Like,
that's fair.
That's a good point.
That's fair.
Like Trump is actually not an ideologue. He's the opposite of Musk. Trump does whatever benefits him. Trump doesn't care, and you could tell in his actions. Like you'll see sometimes he even slips. He's like, I don't know why my base hates the LGBTQ community so much, but okay, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like he said, he slips with that stuff all the time. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm just saying like he just goes with the flow, which makes him a bad guy.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. But Musk has become radicalized. He's a true believer. Look at it this way: what benefit is it of Musk to do what he did today? There is nothing good that'll come out of this for him. He just opened up the end for him. Like if Trump really decides to do what Trump does and get revenge, there goes Musk's everything. And for what? Tweeting about how much he was unhappy with the big beautiful bill. There is nothing Musk gained out of today. Everything he makes is tied up in the government.
He broke the internet. There's that.
I mean, I'm sure that's a big win for him, but it's just gonna hurt him.
In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. Good. And these fucking private-public partnerships.
Yeah.
Maybe just invest into NASA.
Privatize it.
Why are you making Elon Musk money? Like, good. Get the fuck out of here.
Mr.
Ridiculous.
President, you want to know what would really make Mr. Musk pissed off, or Elon Musk pissed off, Mr. President? Nationalize SpaceX and Tesla. That's public property now. There you go.
Yeah.
Do it, Mr.
They
President.
put enough money
and if you
into it, it's theirs.
accidentally
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
8 billion.
And if you trip and fall and you hit that drone button, nobody's got to know. You have absolute immunity from the Supreme Court.
Trump is right though. Biden should have done this.
I'm kidding, by the way, in a video game.
Like,
Sorry.
Biden should have, like, everything Musk did is because he thought, in terms of the 2024 election, he thought that Biden was going to be the end of him and his companies, all because Biden snubbed him at like one of those American-made EV car like events Biden held. And the reason he snubbed him was because it was all labor union, worker-made automobiles that were at this event, and Tesla's non-union. And that was Musk's entire basis for hating Biden and the administration and the Democratic Party. In reality, the Biden administration was giving Musk's companies money hand over foot. Like we got Starlink rose to prominence during the Biden administration. Starlink is what makes SpaceX their money. Like, yes, they get the government contracts, but they needed some sort of consumer-facing product to ensure that money continues to roll in. So in case that one customer, the U.S. government, decides to cut some of those costs or pull back, they were screwed. SpaceX is now set thanks to Starlink. And we're all living in this future where Elon Musk and his SpaceX company basically controls internet satellite And that's a global thing. It's not like it just stays in the United States. Like, this should not have been
I've seen it in
enabled
Canada.
to happen. This should not have happened. And there should have been tight regulations here. There should not have been one company. Honestly, there shouldn't have been any company controlling the satellites. If you ask me, the government should have NASA should have sent those satellites out there, and companies should have paid the U.S. government to use them to sell their services or something like that. If the U.S. government didn't want to ideally offer this to people directly. But no, we have this situation where we are now dependent on Elon Musk and SpaceX. And this is thanks to Obama, too. People should know this. It was under Obama that they decided to stop having NASA lead the charge and have private companies come in and take over space travel. And NASA would just basically fund these companies and rely on them. This was a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake, and no one's going to deal with it. And maybe Trump will accidentally deal with it in a revenge plot against Elon Musk.
Look at that money.
That's crazy.
Going back to 2003. I'm not sure what 2003 was.
King of
PayPal?
Welfare Queens.
But whatever.
Yeah.
Look at that. Crazy amount of money. And then on top of that, he was being like, his companies were being multiple investigations into like labor violations. I gotta bring the article up, but all this money being given by the U.S. government while he's also being investigated, while his companies are also being investigated for malpractice. It's just an insane situation. In any other case, these kinds of companies doing violating these sorts of laws would not be continuing to receive government money as they are under investigation.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got to pay that back.
Trump
I hope he keeps digging. He keeps tweeting. If you look at his timeline, ooh.
Honestly, if someone in the Trump administration is wondering how to deal with Musk, it's very simple. Obviously, you cancel the U.S. government contracts with SpaceX.
Yes.
You cut off Starlink. You end that bullshit. When it comes to Tesla, the EV tax credit means nothing. It really doesn't. Musk has said, and I believe him because he said it many times, even before this was an issue, even before Donald Trump, that the EV tax, it doesn't benefit Tesla anymore. It did in the beginning, but Tesla's already the #1 EV car company in the U.S. The tax credit does not incentivize people to buying a Tesla. People who are Tesla buyers are going to buy a Tesla no matter what.
Are they still #1?
In the U.S., yes. Yeah, of course, in the U.S. In Europe, they're not anymore. In Europe, they're done. But in the U.S.,
they also don't.
It's like they don't even sell it all.
They also don't even make the best EVs anymore. Like,
no.
They were first to market, and now the other actual car companies who actually care about quality are well ahead of where Tesla is.
Right. Yeah, but what drives Tesla's profits is the regulatory carbon credits. Those are the credits that Musk and company receive from the government when they sell their vehicles because they don't put out emissions. And with those carbon credits, they receive for free. The government gives it to them. And then in turn, they sell those credits to other companies who do put out emissions so they can claim that they do not put out emissions because they buy the carbon credits. It is a racket. It is a scam. It's pure profit for Tesla. It's 100% profit. They get it for free from the government, and in turn they sell it to other companies, and other companies pay Tesla to then pollute and then claim they're not polluting because they bought the carbon credits, which makes it look like they've offset their emissions. The entire thing is a scam. Tesla last quarter only was profitable because of selling those carbon credits. That is the punishment that would end the Tesla racket for Musk. And that's not what Trump has talked about cutting. If they really want to go after Musk and Tesla, that is what you go after. Musk does not care about the EV tax credits.
I'm curious. There's another dimension to this, and there's the podcast bros like the Rogans. Somebody brought this up in the chat as well. Was it let's see. I'm not sure who said it. Let me pull it up really quick. It was a good super chat actually.
So I
It
just
was
want to share
Seth.
this before we moved on. These
Yeah,
are
go ahead.
his company's being targeted in the last 20 recent investigations. Sorry, his companies have been targeted in the last in
Right.
at least 20 recent investigations or reviews, including over the safety of his Tesla cars and the environmental damage caused by his rockets. So all of this crap, while apparently there were also a lot of firings in many of these departments while Elon Musk was close to the White House, that potentially may have had some impact on some of these investigations. Like I haven't kept up in if these are still going on, if they're still looking into like these OSHA violations or whatnot, but it's just, it's wild the amount of money and corruption happening at the same time. But,
Yeah, I mean,
it's a conflict of interest that is
absolutely.
just going on in broad daylight. It's shameless corruption, honestly.
It would be really funny if Trump just all of a sudden posted on Truth Social like in the next couple of hours, like, "Oh, I've been looking into Jeff Bezos's Blue Horizon. They've made some great technological leaps. NASA's just decided we're going with them for for their space needs. We no longer need SpaceX."
This is a little bit unrelated, but there's some additional tea. Apparently, Elon Musk unfollowed Stephen Miller, and rumor has it that Stephen Miller is left-handed, and the bruise was on Elon Musk's right side. So if you're left-handed, you would have punched him on the right. So it lines up that Stephen Miller could have punched Elon Musk in the eye. We don't know. That's just a little bit of speculation. But the fact that he now unfollowed Stephen Miller after poaching his wife is, I mean, there's something there, and I want to know what's happening. I need to know more.
Wait, who poached whose wife? Well, I didn't know about this. Wait,
you
what?
didn't know
Oh,
that?
you didn't hear about this?
Stephen Miller's
Philip and
wife
Matt,
left
this is such a good.
Stephen Miller's wife left the administration to go work directly for Elon Musk.
Oh my God.
Is that not
So
wild?
so there's rumors that there could be something going on there. You know,
Oh.
don't forget what Ashley St. Clair has shared, what she was offered by Musk to have the baby. She was offered $15 million and $100,000 a month to be hush hush about carrying Elon Musk's child and never sharing who the father was. That's, you know, some people. I mean, listen, if I was a woman, I would consider that.
I was wondering
Honestly.
how like Satan and Satan 2 could hate each other so much, and I guess that would make sense. Like the
Listen,
fair. Like,
as
love
long as we didn't
triangle.
actually have to have intercourse and we could just do IVF, I would. If I was a woman, I would have Elon Musk's child for $15 million flat, and then $100,000 a month for the rest of the child's life.
Oh,
I
I
would
can't do that.
absolutely.
What?
I would
What?
absolutely.
No,
I can't lie. I would
Can't
consider
bring
it.
someone
I
into
would
this
consider
world
it.
with that fucking demon as
I
his
would
father.
absolutely. I totally understand those people
No.
who do that. I don't
Never.
get
I
the
will
people who fall
say-
in love with him. I don't get like Grimes and Ashley St. Clair who thought they were actually gonna fall in love and have a life together. That I don't get. He's gross.
They thought they could fix him, and they wanted
Yeah.
to. I guess. How weird
But
and
if-
disgusting.
But for $15 million, I would carry Musk's. I'm so I gotta have sex with him.
Well, apparently a lot of them don't have sex with them. It's all like IVF.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but you don't want to bring a life into this world based on greed. Like that's just, then you're damning yourself. Like they will invent hell for you. To be put in.
But you
Bring
can give
life
that
into
baby
this
such
world
a good
because
life
you want to get
with
rich.
50 mil.
Those poor children.
Yeah, it is gross. It is gross.
So some people just want a kid and they don't want to do the whole. You know, they don't want to.
Yeah, but you're making Elon Musk be their dad. That's the fucked up. Like,
Well,
no.
he doesn't want anything to do with them, so it's not really.
That's true.
he's
But
gonna-
it's his DNA. No,
And
right.
no.
you're also
Hey, his
you're
oldest
seeing
daughter,
something
his
deeper,
oldest
right?
daughter is just fine, and all it's all because she wasn't raised by him, and she seems to be like a great person. I don't think.
No, I'm not saying that that kids are damned,
Of
but
intellect.
it is shitty for them to have their dad be this horrible fucking person, and you know that at this time. Like it's one thing, 20 years ago, Elon Musk wasn't who he is now. Like but if you're doing this now,
Listen,
Come on.
if you were to tell, if I was to find out that Elon Musk was my father, and I did not have any contact with him, but I had $15 million in the bank, I would say, "Thank you, Mom."
I guess there's different perspectives.
I I will say I am worried about this spat between Musk and Miller in particular, because Stephen Miller, I feel like, has an outsized amount of power. You know, he's more than just an advisor to Donald Trump. There's rumors that he's running the State Department, or the Justice Department, excuse me, for Pam Bondi and whatnot. So if Musk like takes his wife, cucks him, and Stephen Miller gets pissed, like, we could all suffer for his bad day theoretically, right? Like he can I don't know, he already is talking about the suspending habeas corpus. So there's things that he can do to make us all pay if Elon Musk fucks around. So I feel like even though it's fun and I'm enjoying the show, there is potential that we all could become collateral damage.
But wouldn't he do
fight.
it to hurt? Wouldn't he do something to hurt Musk? Like, why would he get off in this situation? Why would he get off on hurting innocent people? Like, you think he would do something like maybe now he's for a wealth tax? Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe that's the direction he should be going in. Is how can I inflict the most amount of pain on Elon Musk, and that's to have a wealth tax and to
I guess I'm thinking
cancel his
more
government contracts.
No, and that's possible as well. Well, it's not impossible, but like I'm thinking more along the lines of like Stephen Miller being somebody who takes his problems to work. You know, you don't leave it at the door, and so you're angry all day, and so like Trump's like, what do we do about the situation? And he's just like, nuke him. You know, just like that's a very extreme example, but
I guess that's possible.
You saw that report where Stephen Miller lost his mind when he heard that ICE was focusing on undocumented immigrants with criminal records. I forgot who published the article.
Oh yeah, I heard about that, Matt.
But he had a fucking like tantrum when he heard that ICE was going after undocumented immigrants with criminal records, and he started screaming, just go to fucking Home Depot and pick up everyone there.
7-Eleven.
Just deport them as quickly as possible. Like, he was getting pissed that they were focusing on people with criminal records and not just like people trying to provide for their families by doing the right thing.
Right. Just dangerous.
It's hard to rank the evil in the administration, because that is gross.
Right. That's why if Stephen Miller did give Musk that black eye, I hope Stephen Miller broke every bone in his hand when he connected with Musk's face.
Yeah.
I said a while ago though that, like, you know, because of how feckless the Democrats are, and you can just see that with, like, you know, the Taco Trump stuff and everything Chuck Schumer's doing, the only real effective resistance to this like rise of fascism in the US is infighting and hatred. That seems
right.
Like that seems to be the quickest thing that'll destroy them, is they all also hate each other.
Yeah.
Call was coming from within the House. The fascists are better resistors of fascism than Democrats. That's fucking amazing.
You know, it is interesting that Trump didn't start this one. That's what's really interesting to me. Every single time there's been a falling out, it's Trump got sick of someone and he went off on them, and then they would go to the press and spill the beans. Trump was, and I was saying this up until, you know, I said, we'll see what happens. But first of all, I didn't believe, and I think reporting came out afterwards where that was correct, that Musk was actually leaving the administration. He was stepping back from the position, technically, in order to save his companies, but he was still had the ins there, and he still was providing, his opinion, and to get that direct line there. But until Musk exploded today, Trump was being very cordial about Musk, and in fact was still saying nice things about him. I think the other day he called him a patriot or something.
I thought you were gonna say he called him a pedophile. Just like after the Epstein shit, my mind is like.
Oh right. No, he called Musk was the one who couldn't take it anymore.
In the background.
Yeah.
Did you see someone say that this is like the Kendrick versus Drake beef, except it's Drake versus Drake? I was like, that's so true.
That's pretty funny.
To go back to that super chat that somebody asked about the Rogan world, I am curious what people are going to do, because for months now, the podcast sphere has been dick riding both Trump and Musk. So how are they going to thread that needle? Because they can't really go against Daddy Trump because he is the anchor of the modern day fascist movement. But, you know, Elon Musk is now just kind of like an out and proud Nazi, and they like that too. Like, I don't know how they're going to respond. I feel like they're going to fucking, like, their heads are going to implode. This might be too much for them because they're not just principled. They're not going to take a position that aligns with some ideology, it's going to be about loyalty. So I feel like they're probably going to have to just default to Donald Trump. But then again,
I was shocked. I was shocked to see under Donald Trump's Truth Social posts, some of the top replies were like, Mr. President, why are you doing this to your best friend and ally?
Really?
Stop it this instant. Stop
Wow.
it.
Damn.
You must make up. Stop it. Leave Musk alone. I was shocked.
Okay.
I'm surprised. Musk might be the only one who might cause some real strife in the minds of MAGA.
I didn't know he
They
had
might
that
be
much
really-
clout still. Okay.
Well, because he saved Twitter, don't forget, and these people are so fucking online because their kids won't talk to them anymore. They got nothing
Cook
else to
chose
do.
Musk. There's definitely schism now. Well, he just posted Elon 2028, and then some other things that like, wow, didn't know about the Epstein files or something like that. And you're just like, oh, there's a schism happening. There's a break.
Hey, Ian Miles Chung chose Elon Musk too.
That's true, but that's for very obvious boot sucking reasons, right?
Right. Trump doesn't pay. Musk does.
Yeah. Musk does.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Yeah, Musk called for Trump's
I
impeachment
gotta show
based on an E. Miles Chong post. He's actually like said that he wants Trump to be
Right.
impeached now. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a couple of different conspiracy theories that we could think of. Maybe they actually are best friends behind the scenes and they're putting on a really flamboyant show for Pride because they do celebrate. Or there's this theory from Dinesh D'Souza. Hang on. Oh my God, it's making me reshare again. God damn it. You're ruining my presentation, StreamYard. Okay. There's this where Dinesh D'Souza says, is this some sort of perverse scheme to force the release of the Epstein files? How great would it be to have a
So
horde of bad guys publicly exposed? Then Trump and Elon break out the champagne. Elon says, told you I could get Democrats to scream for that list. Laughter. Bro.
What are these worlds these people are inventing for themselves? Like, this is so bizarre.
How many likes does that
Insanity.
tweet? How many likes did that tweet have?
This is a screenshot, but it's like 54 KBs. Let me. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me not scroll on Twitter, but I'll find it and see.
What the hell? These
That is
people are
insane.
ill. I mean, I guess that was already obvious, but like, it's like they're so distressed that they have to create their own realities within their own realities. Like they already live in a different reality. Now they're creating. This is like Inception for the right. It's like multiple realities of.
Did you see that Cenk is taking
depravity
credit for today?
What?
Cenk
See
is
the what?
taking credit for it?
I just
What?
saw a tweet. It says, to my friends on the left who said that no one in Trump's circle would ever disagree with one another, what happened now? Elon and Trump are at each other's throats. Tucker Carlson and Mark Levin are in a
Wait.
fight to the death, and Bone Chino is even fighting himself on the Epstein files.
Who
Wait,
didn't
whoever-
predict Elon Musk and Trump having this fight? We all fucking said this was going to happen.
What is he?
Victory.
Can you pull this tweet up so I can actually see it? I need to be able to am I missing something? Like,
Oh my god,
this is
he's
what
so-
everyone predicted.
he's so
By the way,
embarrassing.
It's extremely natural.
Like one of the most
6.7K likes
embarrassing
on the
people that exist.
D'Souza. Yeah, seriously. Brain damage shit. I don't know if you heard me. The Dinesh D'Souza tweet has 6.7K likes. So,
Okay, that's not too bad.
yeah.
That's mostly bots, I'm guessing.
Yeah. God, Cenk, what the fuck, man? I was right. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, just-
He always strawmans the left. It's always like, they always call me Nazis, but not a single one has. And no one on the left said
Right.
they're not going to fight. We all said that's the only hope, is that they all fight each other.
Everyone in the
Right.
world said this was going to happen at some point. We should know how it was going to happen. To my friends on the left who said that no one in Trump's circle would ever disagree with one another. What happened now? Elon and Trump are at each other's throats. Tucker Carlson and Mark Levine are in a fight to the death. Bongino is even fighting himself on the Epstein files. Oh my god!
What is he talking about?
what do the replies say? I'm curious.
The Trump administration is known for petty infighting and unable to like literally they set out to fucking end Obamacare last time around and they couldn't do it because of the infighting within the party and the Trump administration. Like they're infamous for not being able to accomplish what they want to do because of the infighting. What is
He's so high in his own supply. God damn.
You lefties never thought they'd ever fight.
The left said this would never
He
happen.
does this. I watched Did you see his interview on CBC, Lance? Because he was in Vancouver recently, wasn't he? Oh my god, he did the same thing where like, he like makes up some he does some straw man where like the left was saying this. No, we weren't saying that at all. And then he like has to like he fights this straw man. It's just this is shit he does all the fucking time. Like he puts words in people's mouth, things that they never said. And then he's like, see, I was right. No one ever said that. It's just like,
oh wait, this one's amazing. Hold on. This is from Jenk too. Hold on. If you think the Trump Elon fight is big, wait until Elon Musk mentions Israel. I don't know if he has big enough balls to do that, but now we're at least finally talking about the real reasons the Epstein files haven't been released. What has enough power to stop both parties? You think Elon Musk is to stand up to Israel? You mean the country where he flew over to gargle Netanyahu is nuts? I mean, are you kidding me?
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Yep. I don't know how his
Oh,
brain gets
Lord.
there. That's wild. But it's the thing with like, you know how the Democrats took credit for Elon Musk stepping down? I feel this is kind of similar in that, right? Where like they posted that thing where like bye-bye, na and all this stuff. I was like, you have done nothing. You can't take credit for this shit. It's the same thing right now. People are taking credit for AOC's endorsement of Azor on this and like the pressure worked. I was like, I'm pretty sure she was planning to time the release of when she was going to endorse him rather than you specifically. Like everyone likes to POV themselves and, you know, like become the main character and be like, oh, I'm really happy that I'm responsible for doing this.
I didn't even see that reaction, but it doesn't surprise me at all. Of course they're taking credit. The best time to endorse somebody as somebody who has a big platform is right when the votes happen. Like that's the best time to do it. Why would she even it made an endorsement like months ago? What would the point of it be? Like it's just there's so much stupidity in the world, but especially on social media, that I'm rarely even on Twitter now. Like I'll go on there to post things, okay, like share a link or something, but
yeah,
like I retweet a lot.
Don't read the replies because they're Nazi filled.
No,
yeah, it's like you'll be scrolling on Twitter and it's just like swastika, Nazi, some racism, homophobia,
and
titties,
a conspiracy theory. Yeah.
Garfield
with titties, doing 9/11, anti-Semitic.
Yeah, more anti-vaccine stuff, COVID vaccine trutherism. A dick, and then you grow for like it's just like Twitter is so unhinged.
Yeah,
nobody should be on it. I rarely go on it anymore.
Just all of Twitter, like all the Nazis on Twitter were fighting each other the other day because they all fell for an AI video of a kangaroo, and they all got so mad that they fell for it, and then they were like getting mad at each other. It's like, you're gay. No, you're gay. You're so gay. You fell for it. Like,
I didn't see them.
What is this space on the internet?
Is it that Australian AI kangaroo video?
The Australian kangaroo. Get on
The
the airline was an AI video, but no one knew.
They got pissed off about that?
They got pissed off that they fell, and then other people were mad that people were mad about falling for it. They're like, this is why AI technology is beautiful. What are you saying? You're gay. Like,
all you had to do was like listen to the video, and they're just it's just like a bunch of like Aussie gibberish. It's like, these are not people.
They sound like that anyway, David. So hearing the audio didn't convince me. I'm like, they're just making Australian noises. There's like birds chirping. I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
I mean, I could definitely see like ignorant right wingers falling for that for sure. Like not knowing that this is not a real thing.
Yeah, they're not able to pick up on the subtleties like we are.
Yeah.
I think they're much more prone to AI.
They're just speaking Australian. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, the Australian language. Yeah. They're why it's why they're on Facebook predominantly. Well, I don't know if that's still the case, but they're on Facebook, and Facebook is just AI slop. I love Australians. I was just kidding. I make fun of English people too, and Americans mostly. But yeah, it's just like AI slop on Facebook. It's fake movie posters. It's like the fucking, and I've seen this 100 times, and I don't go on Facebook that often, but I'll go on, and it's like Stranger Things season 5, and it's just like an AI version of the kids, but they're all 80, and it's just like gets so much fucking traction.
All they had to do is log into Facebook And so on my Rational National page, I don't follow anybody. So it's just like, this is what the feed, this is just the basic feed that shows up in Facebook if you don't follow anybody. The first thing that pops up, NFL bombshell. Elon Musk says if the Winnipeg Jets don't partner with Tesla, which is a hockey team, how is that NFL? He will ban Jets players and Canadians from buying Tesla cars in the future.
Nope.
Like, what? This is all, that's, I bet I could keep scrolling and find more. Like, it's just, this is all.
Wait, do me a favor. Click one of those pages.
Winnipeg Jets Nation. Like, this is.
Pull it up on the
this
screen.
Is a hockey page. Why would they be posting this?
Pull it up on the screen. I want to show everyone something really cool. They could know right away, so they could see what's going on here.
Is it the spelling
I know
mistake?
exactly what's going to happen. Click the about button. Go to page transparency. Click see all. Look at where the people who run the page live.
That was a neat magic trick.
Wow.
Well done.
Not a single person in Canada.
That's amazing. For Winnipeg Jets Nation, Vietnam, Philippines.
I'm actually shocked to see a United States one there because most of those I look and it's all Vietnam, Philippines.
You don't know.
Yep.
That's
so
hilarious.
there's a little tip for everyone to know exactly what's going on whenever there's a page that looks suspect to you. And you wanna make sure it's like a clickbait scam so that they just want people to click through so they make some money off of ads. This is how you find out.
But I feel like all I have to do is look at the post, but if anyone's confused by these AI posts, that's a good tip.
And if you, what's one fun game to play on Facebook is you just open up a random message that you get from somebody and see what it says. You never know what the fuck that message is gonna say. I get messages in my inbox constantly, and I never look, but sometimes it'll show the preview, and it's just like some wild fucking shit, like being gay is a sin, or it's all like communists will be burned or some shit. I'm like, god damn! Like, first of all, I'm not gonna read these messages unless it's like for a video to like shit on you, but the fact that they go out of their way and they see a video on Facebook and they're like, I'm gonna talk to this young man and call him the absolute, like, what the fuck, man? Just like go watch Perry Mason. What are you doing on Facebook? It's so weird. Like, let me just pull up a random message and
he's
see.
going to burn in hell. I don't think he knows. If he only knew.
Okay, 20 messages from this person here. I'm not gonna say their name or anything like that. Oh,
you're not Ethan Klein.
Let me. I'm not going to dox regular people. You reap what you sow. One of 20 messages. Jesus, I mean that's a lot of messages to send to me. I'm not gonna look at all this. And I love so much that like I have like an automated thing on my Facebook that says thank you so much for reaching out. Due to a high volume of messages, I may not be able to respond, but I try to read them, which I don't anymore. But like they start arguing with that, and they think that I'm faking it. Like I've seen people go back and forth with my automated message again and again. Thinking that I'm trolling them, but I'm responding, and they're arguing with the fucking automated, like an answering machine. What is wrong with you people on Facebook?
No, they're special. It's crazy.
They really are.
I wanted to ask you this, Tinder. I don't know if you saw. Did you see that Alex Jones basically sold out his entire life's work to basically glaze Palantir? Because that information came out recently. Yeah, like recently it just came out that Palantir, like AI software, is going to be essentially used to track all social media usage of Americans the same way that they've been using that tech in other parts of the world. And it like their proposal is horrifying, by the way. It's everything from like accumulating every social media post every citizen has ever made, including in Discord, forums, Reddit, and then using it to track whether or not they are potentially terrorists or are extremists and stuff like that. And you'd think that was like that's literally what Alex Jones has dedicated his life to, is saying that there's going to eventually be, shadowy elites combining with advanced technology to track and monitor the citizens of Earth, right? And then as soon as this comes out, he was saying that like Palantir is not that bad, actually, because they're trying to get illegal aliens and Trump. Yeah, and it's pro-Trump, so it's good. And I was like, that's insane. That's literally your life's work being thrown out the toilet because Trump's involved. but I don't know if you knew about the.
I
Palantir
heard about it. I covered the Palantir thing. I didn't. I heard about the Alex Jones thing, but I didn't watch it. Do you want to pull it up? Do we want to watch it? Because it's pretty. Sounds pretty funny.
Yeah, I'll show you the clip.
Oh, we got someone who's. I hear someone's on the line here. Do we add her, or is she gonna add herself? There we go.
Hey,
Hello, Rebecca.
Hey.
Hey guys, what's
How's
up?
it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing
Happy for
wonderful
one.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I miss? I know
Finally
you guys
some
were
good
talking about Elon for the last hour. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That's
You know us
true.
so well.
It was gay Christmas, so we need to rip into.
Yeah.
Actually, we didn't get to it yet. They've just been talking about Nintendo Switch 2 for the past hour.
I know you guys
wish.
probably covered everything because I missed a lot earlier. It was a lot of just back and forth, I guess, tweets and things like that.
Mhm.
I don't know what like the bombshell things are, but I do know that it's been really like I think we said that this was coming. Well, we been not. I
Mhm.
think I know that we said that this was coming, but for it to happen so soon, I think it's so interesting. I don't
That's
know what
yeah.
to make.
Yeah.
For me,
I
it's how
thought
it's-
it would take
for me,
at
it's
least
how
a
it
little bit
happened.
longer. True. Hmm.
Like, I'm not surprised that this happened, but I didn't.
I mean, in
expect
the
it.
past, Elon Musk has just randomly called people pedo guys before, so that seems to be his card. This is what he likes to do.
He likes working for him though, so I guess that works.
Yeah,
for
I
him.
know.
Trump can use that. Yeah, Trump could be like he calls other people pedophiles, so this Epstein thing is fake news, and his supporters will believe it. Probably, I don't know.
I think I saw something about I don't know if you guys talk about this one. Just maybe an hour ago, Fox News host was trying to, I guess, in defense of Donald Trump, he was like, said something along the lines of, like, why would, to Elon, I guess, like, why would you want somebody who's a pedophile to be, around you? I think he was talking about Donald Trump, and it was given like, oh, okay, so you know that Donald Trump is a dirty man. Like, it's funny to see how all the right
Got your
wing
kid around him.
yeah, it's funny to see how all the right wing news companies are scrambling to try to defend Donald Trump, and they're not effective. They're covering stories that got nothing to do with nothing, and everything is baseless. They don't want to really hone in on the claims from Elon, and it's a sight to see. Just all in 24 hours, and then I know that everybody went over to the ghetto, Twitter, X, to follow, what was happening. It was like Real Housewives. And to see that this is our leadership and this is what's happening. And it's like the main news, but they're being so catty with each other. Just a week ago, everything was all good when genocide was happening to Afrikaners, right? It was all great. It was all good. And look how things change. Look how things change.
Yeah, those Afrikaners are on their way to an El Salvadorian prison right now.
As they should, for making up white genocide.
Yeah. I love that they're gonna make us anti-immigrant, but in a very narrow circumstance. Just white South Africans and especially Elon Musk. But we haven't talked about the liberals.
Okay.
I saw a liberal response to this, and I have to read
That's
it for you.
true.
It's oh my god, it's amazing. So this is from
That's
Matthew
Iglesias? I knew it.
Iglesias. Very smart man. If you all have never heard of him, he says, "I feel like Jeffries and Schumer should give Elon Musk a call and tell him about the Democratic Party's longstanding interest in electric cars, solar panels, space exploration, and balanced deficit reduction. I don't know that it played a major causal role or anything, but holding an EV summit at the White House and not inviting Tesla was genuinely one of the most brain-dead political ideas of all time." Bro.
I thought it was fantastic. It was my favorite thing the Trump Biden administration ever did. I mean, I love the idea of, you see that guy over there, the most unpopular man in America, the one who the Trump administration wanted to no longer be associated with because his unfavorables were so high. Yeah, we got to tie ourselves to that guy. We want him on our team.
Like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like an avowed now at this point white supremacist. Everyone knows how shitty he is. He spent the last year funding and promoting some of the most far right extremist groups in Europe and taking time out of his day to do that shit. Like he doesn't get to wash the stench of Nazi off him because all of a sudden you're like, well, I mean, Trump would open the door if this was the like. Rokana said that look what happened with RFK Jr. We rejected him and Trump embraced him with open arms. And I was like, oh shit, you missed out on the brain worms, dude. What a loss! Like, what, fucking hell.
Sorry, I don't know.
I love this.
It's fucking up. There we go.
I love the highlight.
I was trying to remove it and it fucked up. It clicked on David and then the controls went away. Sorry, David. Didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
I mean, I think it's a good thing that RFK Jr. is no longer associated with the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Do we want the anti-vaxxer who's responsible for the death of children in various countries to somehow have ties to the Democratic Party? That's ridiculous. No, listen. I know these guys love to talk up the Democratic Party being the big tent party. Listen. If that's your thing, I respect it. But there's some people who aren't allowed underneath the tent. I'm sorry. There's got to be some people who come to the tent and we're like, no, you can't come under.
They decided that, Matt. It's lefties. This right here,
Right.
this Matt Iglesias tweet is your proof that liberals hate leftists more than fascists. They will extend an olive branch to a fucking Nazi before they do it to lefties. Like this is peak liberalism right here.
I
It's
don't
insane.
understand how anyone can read or listen to anything Matt Iglesias says without having their head hurt. Like he's painful to me. Like I have him muted because I don't want to read what he's so fucking overtly stupid that it is painful to even hear what he has to say because it's so fucking off base and retard. I shouldn't say that word. Fucking off base and stupid.
Ooh, David's David's right wing ideology coming through there.
Oh no, I canceled that.
Don't even
I've
start
now
it, 'cause
turned
you know
right
how
wing.
they'll pick it up.
David embracing the dark woke all of a sudden.
That's right.
I see, it's so funny. We're talking about like liberals, and even I've seen like left commentary on this, and I think it's quick how it's not interesting. It's kind of sad how just the cattiness that's going on between Elon and Donald Trump, which we knew was coming, by the way, but it's just great to see so soon. But the cattiness, it sends them into a place where it's like, as much as I want Elon to tell us more, like continue to tell us more, all the things, I'm with it. Like I want to see it. But a lot of the tweets and the
I know
it's given like all hail Elon. It's like, let's forget about this, these past few years before he even got to the White House, what he was doing, how he treats his children, when he came into the White House, the Nazi that he is. Well, I'm not forgetting that. So while this does play out, I want them to burn each other alive. I do. I want to see that happen. And for us not to forget that, the things I've been seeing is like, oh my God, I just never thought I'd be on Elon's side of things. Like, I just never, and it's like, y'all just, it takes nothing for y'all to start saying. No, they're saying it. I'm like,
they're so easy. God damn.
Like, why y'all so fast? Close your legs. You don't gotta be so fast. You don't gotta be so fast. Like, I hate that.
That's all it takes. I've been talking about Trump's connection with Epstein forever. Like, do I get liberals are gonna welcome me in finally? Fuck.
No.
The left is right about everything all the fucking time. We get no credit for it.
No credit. Yeah. And it's like
it's
when Liz
constant.
Cheney came out last minute, baby, the destruction is already done. After over 90% of the time you voted for Donald Trump, and then you came out saying, I denounce Donald Trump. Girl, bye. You're too late. It's just like, but then everybody's just like, this is so, when I can't say everybody, a lot of liberals, this is so great to see. It's just so great to see how Republicans are finally turning and seeing what's going, girl, after benefiting from Donald Trump all this time, now you have something to say. I won't take it, but I will watch these people set themselves on fire. The only thing is, while we are enjoying this, it sucks because what if, things do come out? Because I'm pretty sure Donald Trump, dumbass, it has exposed a lot to Elon, and Elon will begin to expose to us, hopefully. Will now imagine, right, in some beautiful world, because we've been living in hell. So in some beautiful world, seated right next to the right hand of God, we're just sitting there, and then it's like, okay, Donald Trump is no longer president. But then we have the ghost, JD Vance. It's just like, can we catch a break?
I almost forgot he was
Elon
around.
calling for that.
I know, right?
Today about wanting President JD Vance, and so did a number of right wingers, being like, "Oh yeah, well JD Vance has to take over now." And I was like, "Oh, jeez."
I think it's very important for Trump to carry out his full term, because it would be incredibly depressing to me if JD Vance was the first millennial president. I would just, it would destroy me.
Oh yeah, right.
Destroy a generation.
We'd never live it down as a generation. We'd be cooked.
I talk up millennials so much, the new greatest generation, and
Gen
nothing
Z, so
would-
Ariana's gonna fucking be able to clown on you.
She's not here. She's enjoying her Gen
on the
Z.
toilet.
She's enjoying her Gen Z life, and I love that for her.
Yes.
But millennials are the best generation of all time. I just want-
Truly.
We are,
Unless that
unless
happens.
JD Vance becomes
If
president.
JD
and
Vance
then
becomes the first millennial
then we
president.
can't talk anymore. We can't talk anymore. Because
Yeah.
think about it.
Worst
That
generation of all
means
time.
that means that there was a millennial president before a Gen X president, which would be pretty funny. But I don't want that to be JD
Well,
Vance.
how old is JD Vance? I thought he was like the others, like Gen X.
I think he's
No, he's
40.
No, he's on like the cusp. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
I think
he
he's
looks
40,
like
isn't he?
he's
He's
Gen
an
X.
elder millennial.
I think he's 40. Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's like a year older
No,
than me,
he's-
which is really kind of depressing.
He's 84. That's a millennial by a few years.
Yeah, he's a year older than me.
Millennials
Wild.
start, I
Wow.
think, 81 or 82.
It's crazy because evil people, they look like 20 years older. He does not look
They
like,
do.
he looks like
And I
he's in
told you-
his like late 40s.
It's in his eyes.
Yeah.
It's just
And he-
like it's
Evil eyes.
very.
The
It's not
soulless
empty.
eyes.
It's evil.
Yeah.
It's like
Yes.
you just look at him and it's like,
Anyone
Yeah.
born between
There's an aura.
anyone born between 1981 and 1996 are millennials.
I can't like this. I can't. The children that are like 6 years older, no, younger than me. I said this the other day. They tried to call me. I went out real cute the other day, just real cute and millennial. And somebody who was like 4 years, maybe 5 years younger than me was like, "Okay, auntie." Now, truth, I'm 35. I love being an auntie and love going out real sexy, real cute. But I'm gonna need you 20
That's
something,
disrespectful as
mid
fuck.
20s,
Yeah.
the ones that's at the end of 20s. I'm an auntie for real. I got my little babies, love them. They're teenagers. Some of them are newborns. I'm an auntie. Okay, they call me Tati, but I don't need people who I can be your sibling. Don't come up to me because I'm gonna embarrass you. Don't come and auntie me. Like, don't. Okay, auntie. Okay, auntie. No, you see, you're being shady. You're calling me old. You're calling me old, and you look
It's
just
very
like me,
passive
twin.
aggressive. Yeah, it's like a microaggression almost, where it's
It
like,
is.
"Hey, you're old, but you look amazing." Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow, 35? Yes, this is what it
Yeah.
looks like. We're millennials. Like, this is what it looks like. Stop it. Stop doing
the
that. 'Cause we look
audacity of
twins.
these youngins.
No, the
kids
you
these
28.
days.
You are 28 years old. Stop playing with me. However, I'm also at the place where it's like you also too young to know things. It's so crazy because that's like you were like 10 when I was like what 16. Like don't like I'm that's where I am. I'm on both sides. But
I
don't
actually
call
got
me
an
out.
email this week from somebody who was they were angry that I was using generational terms, and I was only using the terms in the context of a Gallup poll that I was reading about thoughts about people like there's more Gen Z now that are more Gen Z men are bi than gay. So basically, I was going through this data, but they emailed me. They don't. I guess some people don't like generational terms being used because they feel like it was taken over by like marketing companies and they made it a thing. And I didn't like. I know some people didn't like it because they don't like being called boomer or whatever. But I didn't realize there was like a whole movement of people that like he sent me like a few articles of like this is why these terms are bad, and it's really just about it gets down to the fact that marketing companies basically invented them. At least this is I don't even know the history of this, but this is what they did to try and put people in certain boxes. But like to me, it's just it's another way of saying age gaps or like age cohorts. It's just an
Yeah,
easier way of
different
saying age
demographic.
cohort.
Yeah.
I like
so-
It's
I like
eras that we
being
grew up
millennial.
in.
Yeah,
Me too.
like-
I really like it. Yeah.
And like, of course, there are differences between millennials, and we're not all the same. Gen Z isn't all the same. Gen X isn't all the same. But
And
it's
then
just
the
a
alphas,
way
the
to.
babies, the alphas. Who's,
Oh yeah, the alphas too.
No, when
Like-
I talk about millennials, I specifically mean that me and JD Vance are brothers. We are tied at the hip. We are on the same page with everything.
So JD Vance is not unk to you? Yeah, he's not an uncle. He's not. He's brother.
I gotta say for a second, I thought you were calling him a hunk. I was like, whoa,
Oh,
okay.
absolutely.
Never make that mistake.
I feel like there's a before picture. Like I'm pretty sure because he has features that look like he looks like a Care Bear. I said this before, but but
I've never
he's
heard that one
evil.
before. That's
So it's like
perfect.
you
it
rub
does
his tummy and you
cannot
go like
do the Care Bear stare. He can't.
yeah,
That's
you
No,
rub his tummy.
he
He's
looks like
an
a
evil
fucking
Care Bear.
Cabbage Patch doll.
And those are cute. They're cute, but he's evil.
No,
like,
those
he's
are
like,
creepy.
yeah.
I gotta say, I never.
He's more like a Chucky.
I
Yeah.
never
There you go.
thought about.
There you go.
Never,
Let's go with Chucky.
never considered rubbing JD Vance's tummy before. Thank you, Rebecca.
Then
Care
love
Bear.
emanates from your stomachs. What a
It's
maybe
pride.
maybe
Let's
I
not
was right. Maybe you
associate.
did. Maybe you slipped and you did call him a hunk.
No, I did not. He's not. I feel like in his lifetime before he became evil and sold his soul, there probably was he has features, but that man looks dark. You in pictures, like the eyes, everything. He just when you sold
Yeah,
your
he's creepy
soul,
as fuck.
you just
It's very
you're
creepy.
dark. He don't now.
I
He's
mean-
Yeah.
Elon Musk is facially challenged. I don't see that.
Usually
Like,
challenged.
there's nothing with Elon
You know,
that
your
is but
Sound
Did
like
you-
Rebecca was about to slip like David did before.
I feel I have to say we have to avoid referring to JD Vance as any sort of a bear during Pride. It feels really disrespectful to
true.
to the gays.
Did you see?
Damn.
This is more for Binder than anybody else. But Elon Musk pulled a gold dust.
Oh, I heard
Some
about.
gold
I think I saw this tweet. Yeah.
Oh,
What? Oh my God! He is doing the
What
gold
the
dust.
fuck?
is that real? Is that
Can we
is that
see
not
gold
AI?
dust for us
Yeah.
No,
non?
Oh, that
ketamine.
was.
This is the ketamine. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd show a
God,
gold
he's
dust video,
high
but I
as
think we
shit.
would get taken down. But
Oh my
Wait,
god.
maybe
That's not AI.
Maybe there's a gift.
no,
Hold on.
that's so that's from here. I'll show you the actual the source of the interview.
He's like got a constant, real strong high going on. It's crazy. Oh wow.
So we're
Zoom in
about to
combo.
see
That
Flight
article
9 here.
that he carries
So
around
give me a
20
rundown. Like right now, we're
It's just like, what is this?
Why does he do that? Like
What'd you say, Lance?
Because
He carries
he's
around how
on
many
20
pills?
drugs. That's why.
Apparently he carries around, so that article that talked about his drug abuse says that he carries around like it's a Hunter S. Thompson like thing of ketamine, Molly, mushrooms, like all this other shit, cocaine, and like that's why he's
Jesus.
become so annoying. Like if you look at old video clips of him, he never used to sound like this. Like he used to actually talk a little bit like, oh, I care so much about electric power, and now it's just like legalized comedy. Like that's just the dude rolling hard. He is rolling
That was
hard.
pretty
all the
accurate.
fucking time.
That's
Yeah.
great. I mean, to have all those drugs on you at all times and not have any friends, that's something. That's saying something about him.
That's a lot of drugs to do by yourself.
Fuck.
What a waste.
Right?
Yeah, what a waste of drugs.
I mean, you'd at least tolerate the motherfucker for a little bit of Molly and mushrooms, but fuck.
Why do y'all
Someone
play
did it.
with these
Oh, you
little
did it.
internet-
Yeah, I did in my video. I had a screenshot. I couldn't play the video, but
Oh.
look at that.
He does that whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, all he's
Oh my
missing is the full arm extension.
Well, we got a full arm extension from him at the beginning of the year, so we're set there.
That's very true.
That's right.
You know he was
must
high as
see
balls
he's
when he did
doing
that
so
Nazi
much
salute.
ketamine that he's pissing himself now, right? Like he can't control his bladder. It's damaged his kidneys, and people who like interact
Oh,
with him
whoops.
have been reporting.
I
on
pressed
him.
something by accident. Whoops, my bad. There we go.
That's crazy.
Are y'all getting crazy up in stream? Y'all, what's going on? You guys are losing your controls. What's
I
happening?
think it's
trying to
messing
Zoom
up
in on my
today.
face.
I was
Yeah.
trying to scan. I was trying to scan through the comments, and I clicked by accident.
Mm.
Yeah, all the controls are gone for me. I just have solo mode, and if I click it, it goes to David. So I'm
Really?
not sure why.
Oh, that's
yeah,
weird.
yeah, it's all gone for me.
So what's the biggest thing? Because again, there was a lot for me to. I had a busy day today, but there was too much for me to catch up on. I just know the girls are fighting. But what was the biggest thing out of
Elon Musk
today's?
revealed that Donald Trump, I mean, this is a water is wet thing. We already knew this, but he basically broke the brains of the right because he told everybody that he's in the Epstein files. And that's the reason the
Yes.
full Epstein files have not been released. And that for a lot of right wingers is something they've never had to reckon with because they've always believed that was fake news or that he was friends with him, but he was actually on the good side of history. And he was the one who actually was trying to uncover the, like, you know, the scandal and all that kind of stuff. But like the reality is that he's not only in the Epstein files, he was the dude's best friend. Like there's phone call logs where Epstein was calling people to book like the sexual assault of children, and then Donald Trump's calls would be in between those logs. It would be like phone call for a pedophile to, you know, sexually abuse kids, another one of those, Donald Trump, another one of those, another one of those. Now that's not proof that Trump was calling because he wanted to, you know, book one of these pedophile meetings, but that's fucked. Like that's super sus, right?
It is, and you know what? We are like when those things were coming out, everyone, I guess all of us on this side of it, were saying Donald Trump got something to do with it. Like we definitely know he's a part of all of that. So the right was just being stupid, and if that's the most breaking news to them out of everything that's come out, that's insane.
Well, they're just struggling.
They want to be dumb so bad. They want to be ignorant. And then when somebody who they were praising the whole time comes out and says, you know what? He definitely in them Epstein files. And they're like, oh my God, like what? We've been saying that again. It's been said. But
oh yeah.
There was also the AOC endorsement of in the New York City mayoral race, as well as the debate last night. I have a clip that it shows how stupid, but how
stupid is better.
Horrible
Stupid
Cuomo is, I guess is the right word. But she endorsed Zoran, who is getting a lot of, like, I haven't followed it too close. I'm not in New York, so I don't, care all that much. But Bender, have you been following the New York City mayoral race?
Things are really starting to heat up.
Cuomo got trashed.
Yeah,
Like,
right. I saw some clips.
So bad. Yeah.
I was sort of distracted by the worst moment as a debate, and that was like during a lightning round of they asked all the candidates where would they visit, like where would they go, like what country would they visit as mayor.
Like 4 said Israel,
and a bunch said Israel, and it was a lightning round. So the moderator's supposed to ask. The person answers, and they move to the next person, and bop, 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 straight down the line with each answer. But with Zoran, they followed up why he didn't pick Israel, and if he doesn't, and if he even supports the right of Israel to exist, and not just exist as a Jewish state.
Yeah.
And he had to answer for that, even though it was supposed to be a lightning round. I thought his original answer was perfect. He would say, I wouldn't go anywhere. My job is to make life better for the people of New York, and I would stay right here and take care of the people of New York. I thought it was a great answer. What the fuck? Like, what
kind
the
of
fuck
question is that anyway? That seems like a question
what,
set up to purposely focus on him.
Right.
Because they know a bunch are going to say Israel.
Why does the mayor of New York, and a bunch of them said Israel, and a bunch of mayors visit Israel, and they don't visit like a bunch of other countries either. Why is it expected for the mayor of New York to go to Israel? It's just the most ridiculous.
Especially while they're committing a genocide. Like this is really
right.
I want to go visit the country committing a genocide. That sounds like a great place to go. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
But
so
there's
was the question just directed to him?
I mean, it sounds like a question. It was a lightning round, though. So everyone answered. But after his answer, and he wasn't the last person, he was smack dab in the middle. They stopped the lightning round to ask him if he believes Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
And of course, they asked Cuomo about does he care about Palestinians and Palestinian lives during this genocide? Was that brought up as well?
No, of course. No.
Definitely. They certainly play it fairly.
Did you guys see?
And he basically got booed. I'm sorry, Becca.
Cuomo did, right?
I just want to share this
Mamdani
clip.
did when he said that he believes in Israel should be. He says Israel has the right to exist, but it should have equal rights for all. And then they were like sneering at him and booing him, like his colleagues on stage, because that means that it can't be an ethno state.
Jewish ethno state. That's such a wild thing. Like, in what other situation would you have a question where it's like, do you pledge loyalty to Colombia? Does Colombia have a right to exist? Do you support Argentina? Like, no other nation gets these kind of questions in America.
Would you,
except for Israel?
Would you bring back Rhodesia if you were elected mayor of New York? I mean,
yeah, it's the mayor of New York.
So this question should be like a layup for, and like this is any job interview question. Like, what's your biggest regret? Like, what do you? So this is how Cuomo answered this.
Mr. Cuomo, you only have a few seconds.
Yeah, but
No, I understand, but
it's not. It is just not accurate. Medicaid went up under me.
So this is after somebody mentioned his cuts to healthcare.
I led the nation
cut
under
healthcare.
COVID. I pushed President Trump to give us everything he had.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Right.
I
We
was
asked you the
there
biggest
every
regret.
day
You expressed it.
leading COVID.
Okay.
I learned more than anyone else was.
No regrets.
I have to ask
Damage
Mr.
All right.
Mr. Cuomo, I'm sorry. I'm sure that people at home must be wondering about your answer to this question, because we speak to voters throughout the city, and quite a few of them will say, I'm not sure exactly what happened with those sexual harassment cases.
Yes.
We know that you say you never sexually harassed anybody. You say you're running to restore efficient government and efficient leadership. But in the past, your leadership came with what more than one investigation concluded was a toxic work environment, especially for women. And some of those cases are still ongoing. So I just want to ask you, since we're talking about regrets, you have apologized to some of those women back when you were still governor. What do you say to voters now, looking ahead to your potential mayoralty? Are you doing anything differently? And why should they believe that that same situation won't happen again?
Yeah, Melissa, let's just make sure we have the facts. A report was done 4 years ago making certain allegations. I said at the time that it was political and it was false. 5 district attorneys.
Biden's own DOJ investigated him, didn't like?
Right. He also said at the time he was Italian.
Yeah, I know.
Did he really?
But he's like, I'm not a pervert. I'm Italian.
That is. I'm not
He did the
even
anti-Italian discrimination meme.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
He legitimately
kissing people.
He legitimately chalked up the reason people thought he was sexually harassing people is because he was Italian, and that's just how Italians are. What he should have said is, when they asked, is there anything you're doing differently? He should have been like, I renounce my Italian nationality. No more. I'm Italian no
Sometimes
more.
I come off too Italian. I guess that's
What a scumbag! See him trying to elevate that stereotype. That's anti-Italian discrimination. You fucked up.
I saw that Zoran was asked again about his support for Israel as a Jewish state on like a morning show today, and
my God.
Yeah, and I think he handled it really well actually. Here, you want to play this? I'll drop it in the
Sure.
This is a clip from someone who clearly is being critical of him, but I think it's a great answer actually. It's something I've said before on my own stream when I have been talking about this. Here you go. I just dropped it in there. So he was on Good Day New York and this morning, and he was asked about the question is insane, but he handles it very good.
Because I feel like you did not want to make a definitive statement on this. Do you support Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state?
I support Israel's right to exist as a state with equal rights. I believe that every state...
Why not as a Jewish state?
Because I'm not comfortable supporting any state that has a hierarchy of citizenship on the basis of religion or anything else. I think that in the way that we have in this country, equality should be enshrined in every country in the world. That's my belief.
All right, let's talk a little, because I feel
I
like
thought it was a great answer.
That's a great answer, yeah.
That's a great, logical, normal way to think about this issue.
I would take it a step further. Obviously not as a politician, but if I was like
I was just
doing
gonna say
an
that.
interview, I would take it a step further. Do you believe that this is a Christian nation? That's what I would say to them. Why don't you? Because there are people in this country who believe this is a Christian nation, including the President of the United States. You think that's wrong, right? You think it'd be wrong to consider this to be a Christian nation. It's a nation for everybody, right? Everyone should, separation of church and state, right? Right? Why don't you think that should be the case in Israel? Why do you think in Israel that should not be the case? And people who aren't Jewish, in Israel should be lesser than others in Israel. I would throw
That's
that
a
at
great
them.
point.
I would
Yeah,
throw that at
that's
them.
great.
Because we
Yeah.
know what a Christian nation means in this country, right? It means fascism, right? So using that same logic, a Jewish state somewhere should also be fascism. A Muslim only, we know what like Muslim majority, like Saudi Arabia is, right? We don't view that as the pinnacle of freedom, right? We view that for what it is, right? But we don't view Israel that way for some reason. Why not? Why not? What makes them so special? We don't want this here, but we want it for the people there. I would have taken it, but as not a politician, you can't really do that as if you're running for office.
But he did answer it great for to be a politician. You know, we see a lot of extra, we see a lot of Cuomo going on, but somebody who's ready. We haven't seen a lot of people who have been showing up ready for these types of simple, difficult, in between questions or being put on the spot, singled out. You know, he's showing up ready. I'm in, like, I don't know what will come of this, how this will look. Cuomo looks so dried out. Like, like dry out, drained. Well, I don't, like, he been hiding in the basement all this time just to emerge and dodge these types of questions about his history, like that canceled him. And I don't think that's a winning formula. But again, I don't know how the people of this, your people, Matt, I don't know how the people of New York are really going to show up to. I hope they don't do like the rest of the nation.
Name
Zoran
recognition. That's what it is.
Zoran is gaining in the polls.
Please, right? Yeah,
they're
second.
single in the last. We've ranked choice voting for the primary, the mayoral primary. In the very last lineup, it is down to Zoran and Cuomo in the polls, and they are single digits apart. I think it's like 8 points or 7 points or something like that. And Mamdani's been chiseling away at that. It was double digits just a few weeks before. You know, we'll see what happens. He's got one thing, and this little stuff like this actually I think does help. They did the lottery for like where people show up in the like on the list of candidates when people go into the voting booth, and Zoran got lucky, and he's going to be the first person on that list. And I think hopefully people will go in, look, see that name, and it'll connect it. Oh, I've been seeing that guy around. He's been really gaining. I'm going to vote for him.
Yeah.
And, you know, little things like that really do matter in this shit because, unfortunately, a lot of people who vote just don't vote for the same reasons us insane Politico people vote for.
They vote like, oh, I recognize Cuomo. I know that name. Like
They vote like morons.
that's basically why
He was on
Cuomo's
the
even
Theo
like doing
Walk
well in the race at
podcast.
all. It's because people know
I
who
heard
he
him
is.
on Joe Rogan. He's a funny guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
He talked about
people are
this.
so stupid. I'm losing faith in democracy. If Mamdani wins, it'll restore it. If not, then I think that the best course of action for the left is to just have like our own authoritarian, like get somebody in like Hugo Chavez, start pulling some lists where you go after your enemies. That's the only way because democracy is not working. I'm just kidding, but like honestly though, like get it together or I will lose faith in democracy. New York, you
I mean, you
can
can't just give
restore
up
my
based on a
faith.
race, based on one mayoral race in New York City. But
Well, it's
like
been building to this for quite some time.
I know, but I think it just takes it clearly takes a lot longer to succeed than any of us had realized.
I say New York's weird. Don't
Yeah.
go by New York because New York is one of the worst in terms of like
Yeah, look at the track record.
beholden to the establishment of the Democratic Party. The New York Democratic Party is got to be one of the worst. There are the Democratic Party, like the local state Democratic Party in red states, are usually way more progressive than the New York State Democratic Party. It is a sham and a shame. But that's
crazy.
what we're dealing with here. Yeah.
That's why people concentrate on local elections. I got a communist elected to our city council very recently. We just have one. The rest of the whole council is made up of cops and stuff. And he's already done so many incredible things just in a couple of months. Like Vancouver, Canada just declared housing as a human right as an official policy. That was because of him. And no one shows up to local elections. Like you can 17%, average voter turnout. You can actually get your entire city council filled with lefties. Do it.
Yeah, no,
You know?
honestly, like some of these positions are just like people running unopposed locally. So, you know, if you can get together a crew of people to infiltrate local elections, you can make a difference. But New York City,
And don't forget, like if you have
don't fuck this
even
up.
if
Pretty
you have
easy.
bigger or broader aspirations in politics, like like we've been discussing, a lot of this stuff is name recognition. So once you get, you know, you do a campaign for a local office, your name is getting out there. People will see your name, and you know the next time you run around, you run, I should say, you'll have a little bit of more name recognition. It'll grow and grow and grow. You don't got to jump right. You know, not everyone, like AOC is an outlier. Like she jumped right into a House race and became a representative. I mean, she did the work, but like that's not the normal experience.
Right.
There's a woman, I don't know if you guys know her name. You know, speaking of local elections, it's important for us to invest and be a part of, so that locally we have leaders that are on our side, even if they're not on a national level, because there's a leader, and I don't know her name, and I gotta find it because I think I'm gonna cover it. But it was like earlier this week or sometime last week, she was meeting with her constituents, and she was talking about Medicaid, and said something along the lines of, "People die. We all are dying." And then and then there was a lot of backlash for it. People were calling her out and saying that was wrong for her to say. Like, you know, you're just going to cut Medicaid, and then your excuse or response is people die. Like, it's crazy. The next day, she recorded herself in a cemetery saying, you know, walking through a cemetery, and was like, you know, people, you know, were upset with me yesterday. And you know, I think she was trying to like give an apology, but it was like
Trying to troll. She was bad at
she was
it.
trolling, and she was
Yeah.
walking through a cemetery. And this is leadership. This is, you know, somebody.
She was a funeral, wasn't she? She took time out of a funeral to pull out her phone and be like,
She was
"Oh,
at
do
a
y'all believe in the
funeral?
tooth fairy and stuff like that?"
It's crazy. And that was her response to the people that were saying she was wrong. Like, why would you say that? That was the response. So people are getting seated, placed in leadership over the future of the local people, all this type of stuff. And they really don't give a damn. I mean, that's always been the case, but now they're just outright with it. Like, I don't care. I'm here not for you. I'm here for myself. And the other people that I'll serve, my colleagues. But other than that, I'm not. Y'all can say what you want, even though I know this position is supposed to be for the people. I am not for the people. Period.
Just straight up evil. She like went full Lord Farquaad, where you know it's like, yeah, some of you are gonna die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We all die someday, and I thought you all knew that. So, good luck. It's just so crazy the contempt that they have for people.
And
you have
doubling
them-
down to do a TikTok video or whatever, walking through the cemetery, like, dang, you really don't give it. Like, you
audacity.
do not care.
Speaking of letting people die, this news has broke from NBC News. Medicare is on the table.
Oh my
Senate
God.
Republicans are discussing ways to cut Medicare waste, fraud, and abuse, quote unquote, in the mega bill, and Trump has blessed that pursuit. They're eager to find more savings to placate hardliners.
Wait, but Trump said that we could quote him on it or mark his words. It's bad that we're even asking if he's going to cut Medicaid. What happened to that? He would never lie, right?
I'm sure there'll be a
what
Facebook
a
AI
disaster.
video about it's actually Obama's idea, and he's doing it.
Yeah. Biden actually
Blame
wanted
somebody
to do
else.
it first, some shit. If they cut Medicaid, I don't even know what's going to happen. It just, to say that it would be a catastrophe would be an understatement. Like, so many people rely on Medicaid in this country. Without it, I don't know. Medicaid was like the first time that I was able to get healthcare in years, and I was finally able to get panic attacks under control because I got medicine for it. Medicaid is like a lifesaver. So if people lose that shit, they're losing basic healthcare. That's actually
Well, this is
pretty
Medicare
good.
now. Medicaid, I think, wasn't.
Oh,
Medicare already being
Medicare.
discussed?
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I was
this is
thinking
Medicare.
Medicaid. Oh,
Like they're going
fuck.
above it. They're going next level now. They're just like taking.
Oh,
like,
that didn't even register in my mind. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
And just I think earlier today, they were talking about Medicaid, and I think the senator, I think his name, Senator Lankford, was saying in a news I guess he was on, I don't know what channel he was on. He was on one of them. And he was saying like, yeah, millions of people, they're going to, like 10 million Americans, they're going to lose insurance. They're going to be without. But they can just jump on their employees' insurance, period. Get your own. I mean, it's like, oh, you think it's that easy? Like,
Yeah,
you
it's
think
not.
that every employer provides insurance for their employees? And then if they do take it from their employers, that's a big chunk of their check. And right now, Americans cannot afford that. They cannot afford hundreds of dollars being taken out of their check, for insurance.
Not to mention, you're stuck in that job. Like you
Mhm.
can't, you don't have the freedom to just like do like this is what whenever I talk about healthcare as a Canadian, I have to think about all the things I don't even think about to try and understand the best way to discuss how insane the American healthcare system is, because I don't think about health insurance ever, because I don't have to. It's just there.
What a life.
It's just like
not tied to your job.
Yeah, it's not tied to your job. Yeah,
That's
I
how
was
it
able to
should
like
be.
leave my job and start what I'm doing because I didn't. I mean, at least one of the reasons I didn't have to
You
worry
got to
about
get a
losing
job.
healthcare.
You got to get a job to.
Then it gives employers power, right? It's like it's all for capitalism. Now they can lord that over you. Like, oh, I would quit because you're a terrible boss, but I can't because my kids need healthcare. So,
Yep. And like even for me, the other day it was my birthday. I get a yearly. I get all these things, and because I'm 35, I wanted to get a full panel. I'm thinking, even though I'm recently unemployed, I thought my insurance, because my last check came from, they took money out for the insurance. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to be covered for this time to this time. Those people, they cut me off so quick, but still took my insurance money. So I called them and they're like, they'll work with it, but I still owe right now. I'm thinking it was covered. Left my doctor's appointment, had a full panel, had blood drawn, all the things, like the major panel, check for cancer, check, especially with my pre-existing conditions before that. So I'm like, I need all those things done to make sure. I want to be healthy, going to 35. I want to make sure everything is good. And people sent me a bill so quick in the form of a text message. They were like, yeah, your insurance didn't cover this. So go ahead and, we can work with a plan. We can do all of that. Mind you, I'm unemployed. Got to pay all of that back or it's going to affect my credit. It's going to affect, it's just a whole life thing. And I hate that. So it's like,
You just don't go unless you absolutely have to. That's like preventative health care is just not a thing in this country because that's what happens.
Nope. It's
Isn't it often you think you're covered, but then sometimes you call and it's like, oh no, sorry, we don't cover this.
Yeah,
and you're like,
I
what the
thought I
hell?
was covered,
I
but
thought I was
only
paying it.
because they took my money for it. They that was deducted. So I'm like, okay, I have another, and nope. It was like, yeah, they cut you off like the day they let you go.
Damn.
I'm like, man, that's crazy, but still took the money. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out because it's a lot of money. I'm thinking that for that panel, it would just be covered. And lo and behold, they were like, yeah, no, they rejected it. They sent it to me in a text message. They were like, they rejected it. So here's the bill. Here's the bill. Click this link to make your payment.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did you see?
So
There
I'm
was this story
sick.
that.
Sick.
Yeah, Philip DeFranco did a really great video. I think it was on yesterday's show where he talked about this girl. She had a tumor that was wrapping around her spine, like behind her neck, and there's another one in her, like on her brainstem. And to get to that tumor, the doctor had to like practice on 20 different cadavers. It was like one of these most insane procedures ever. He ended up going through her eye to get to her neck and ended up saving her. It was a medical miracle. So there's that story. And then the end was, and now she's $600,000 in debt.
Wow.
So it was like this building up to this heartwarming story. And then it's like, boom, medical bankruptcy time.
You
so
owe
that's
us
like,
you owe us one house,
Yeah.
please. You're saving your life.
Yeah, just the most insane. Like I can't even the things that this doctor had to do to save this young woman's life. How he had to teach himself only to then like save her life and then fuck her over with debt. You know, not the doctor, of course, but you know, the insurance company. Just it's so cruel. It's so unnecessarily cruel. But we've become accustomed to this as a country, basically, because we just kind of expect it. Even if you have health insurance, it's like, oh, I don't want to go because like, how much is the copay? What's covered and what's not covered? Because you know they're gonna fuck you over either way. It's so fucked up.
And then you get insurance here, you know, for the Canadians in the room. Then you get insurance, right? And then you think, like you were saying, Mike, you think you're covered, and you know, you don't really understand the copay for this particular insurance that you've chosen. You thought this was the best choice. You get there, and they're like, "Yeah, you're covered." After you pay up to checks notes $2,000, so you got to go ahead and cover the $1,999 until you. And it's like, you paying for insurance that can't protect you, that can't cover your procedures, your checkups, your dental appointments, your vision appointments, nothing, but you're paying them. So it's just very crooked, very vultures. It's terrible.
I had to pay.
Like my biggest.
Sorry, I had to pay out of pocket once for replacing my windshield because it had cracked, and I was so mad it wasn't completely covered. I had to pay like half of it, and that's a windshield. I can't imagine having to think about healthcare and something that's just innate to you.
A child owing so much. As a child, you know, the parents owing so much for their kid being sick. So that's why a lot of children, end up like my mom and dad, when we were kids, they were just like, oh, something's wrong with your tooth. We just gonna have to wait it out. You just gonna have to wait it out. I always say before I was able to save my own teeth, I always say I was walking around looking like I chewed on rocks. I remember the only thing that I think it was like maybe 13, and the only thing I could get was them to do like some ghetto fill that I had to go back all the time and go like every other month because it was a hood spot for them to go and fill down in South Florida. And I remember when I was like 5, my mom just didn't have it. They were charging her. And this is way back in the day, the 90s. So they had to give me like, as a 5-year-old, 2 silver teeth in the front. And I was just walking around looking like I was a bad kid, asking you if you had games on your phone or, you know, things like that. I was just like, my mom, she always says, she's like, I wish I could take you out, but I can't. Like, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to do this. So it wasn't until like I got to New York and I said that I was homeless when I was living in New York after college. I just filed and said I was homeless. I was living in somebody, you know, renting a room. And I said I was homeless and I was able to get free. And that was real ghetto too. But I was able to get free dental care, free checkups, just because I said I was homeless. And that I will say, you can't afford to live, but the homeless can go and get they can go get dentist work. They can go get all the things that can happen. At that time when I was living in New York, all I said was I was homeless. I signed a piece of paper and said that, and I was able to get the basic healthcare that I needed at that time. And so, yeah. So imagine going through college and I couldn't get the shots that I was supposed to get to move into the dorms. None of that, because we couldn't afford it. So yeah, it was like, you got to stay healthy.
I think that's a small price to pay for you Americans to keep arming Israel. And you might not have roads, you might not have bridges, but boy, do you have a lot of money for war.
Yeah.
As long as we can fund Israel, then I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah.
It's a small price.
We can keep them, funded. And
no wonder Americans are so angry. Like, I would be so angry.
We mad every day. Getting upset.
I would be so angry.
You want to know the first time I ever went to the dentist? Like, ever? Like, what age?
What?
Like, probably thinking 11, 12, 30.
Whoa.
My parents never took me to the dentist. Yeah.
That's why you had to go get some retainers today. You said, I am not.
Wow. Yeah.
And I said,
when I got student loans, that's when I went to the dentist.
That's right.
I used to use student loans.
Save the teeth you got left. You know, we in our 30s.
Yeah, they're beautiful now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back to the Humanist Report old video, like click on videos and go old. My teeth were fucked up at the start. They look beautiful now. I'm very proud of my teeth now because that motherfucker, that was expensive to fix it.
It was so
very, very expensive.
I was so grateful and for the company I was working for before, they told me they weren't going to give us insurance. Me and Ben, sorry Ben, it's our personal business, but me and Ben, they said they was not giving us insurance, and they were like, but here's like something that they're doing. It's like Obamacare, but before Donald Trump changes it at the time. And I was like, okay. And I found somewhere, and then I found here in Atlanta a Black female doctor that was like, I'll work with you because you work in television. You're such a pretty girl. And mind you, I was used to my teeth. I was still cute, it never stopped me from getting the man. But at the same time, I was like, it's time, because by the time I turn 35, I ain't gonna have no teeth. Okay, I ain't gonna have no teeth. I felt like so she worked with me. She gave me a plan, a personal plan, as she didn't have to do that, but she was doing that for the people in the community, giving them plans that they can work with, whatever their budget was. She would break it down for them and give them like how this would look if you pay it off. And even when I was missing payments, she was still treating me. And that's how I was able to get through. She put me on the braces. She put me on. She was so kind, so sweet. And I really appreciate her for that, because she didn't have to at the time. And even with the doctor that I had for the precancerous cells, at first the people were wanting me to pay so much money. I had 2 surgeries. And then I found a doctor when I didn't have the insurance to cover me going every month. I found a doctor who was like, listen, it's, I'm going to take you. It's the pandemic, but I'm going to look after you. You can come to these appointments. We'll have virtual in between. We'll make sure you're on the right medication, all the things. And I appreciate that. She was later fired, but I appreciated her for that, for what she was doing at the time.
Small price to pay for helping you, though.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. The biggest thing that fucks over Americans is like, if you have insurance or you don't have insurance, it really doesn't matter. But if you are having a medical emergency and you get picked up by an ambulance, if you're not conscious, you can't tell them what hospital is in your network. So you could have health insurance, the best like gold plan imaginable, but if they take you to a hospital out of your network, you are fucked. So you better hope you get lucky. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I feel like we need to have like dog tags with like our networks in it so we don't get fucked. If we ever like fucking, pass out or something,
ear
and they
tattoos
pick
some
us
dogs
up.
have. It's like a tattoo on your
Yeah,
ear. Like,
something they gotta get the chips like they put dogs on.
Yeah, the chips. The chips.
Yes, shit like that.
Like a scan you.
And then when it's no longer you don't have that insurance anymore, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Somebody said Bay Photo was saying, like, don't forget you have to go to a doctor and network if you don't want to pay through the nose.
Yeah.
But he's a better hope in an emergency. The ambulance takes you to the right hospital, and the ambulance charges too. Now, going through the network is so difficult. It sounds easy, but you're searching for, and it could be yours. You think you got the best insurance, then you figure out no one in your city takes this insurance. So finding somebody in the network might be like a whole city over. What if you ain't got no car? And then you find them, and they're like, we don't have appointments until 3 months from now, 4 months from now, like 4 weeks from now. And you're
but
like,
there's wait times in Canada. Didn't you hear about the wait times in Canada?
Should I look? That's crazy. They'll be like, this ain't Canada. This ain't Canada.
And by the way, the wait this.
I'm pretty sure y'all walk in and walk out.
As long as so the hospital no, but if you have a doctor, you make an appointment. So I can make same day appointments. Some people have to make the next day appointment, but like I'm sure it's bad. I'm sure it can be bad, maybe depending on where you live, and maybe there's not as many healthcare providers.
I know, but it ain't here. It sounds like I get it. A day,
but like
2 days.
even if you had to wait a few days, I mean, I'd rather wait and not have to pay thousands of dollars. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the healthcare in America, I'm sure, is fantastic if you have lots and lots of money, and it doesn't matter how much it costs.
Every time. But even then, we see what happens, right? We've seen somebody with lots and lots of money, or comes from money, kill somebody. So over that. So
to take it to that place, yes, that also happened.
It's not, America sucks. I know that it may offend people, but it sucks here, and we are just getting by. We just, if you live here, we're just trying to make it every single day. And
I really feel like guaranteed healthcare would solve so many problems. Like it would just, it would give people a baseline.
Yeah.
And you know, just
No,
give
but killing people here is you know, it's capitalistic. It's like they for profit.
yeah,
Like
like it would just at the very least, like just on a principled level, show some respect to people. Like, hey, you are one of us. We should be taking care of you. Like that's just baseline. Like we care about your human. We care about you as a person.
that
Like,
sounds
somebody
so
says
good.
you
That
take-
would never happen here. It's just won't. Like they hate us. They hate people. That's it. They hate people. They hate marginalized communities. Black folks are like under the ground with any kind of assistance and help. This place sucks. This place sucks. And I know other countries have their issues, but healthcare is like you were saying, is super important. But they rather people die so that they can continue to fund, you know, healthcare. Not us,
Bum care.
but like people who are not even doctors or get more money. What's that man's name? Rick Scott, right? Who is a criminal when it comes to healthcare here in America. And he became the governor.
And he's still allowed on television. People still interview him as if anybody should be listening to anything he has to say.
I
Like,
interviewed
the
him
level of
as a
respect
baby
still
journalist.
given to people like that.
I interviewed him. He was one of the first people I ever interviewed while I was
Really?
in college as a baby journalist. Yeah. And again, at that time, you're ignorant. We ain't had the internet. We ain't know nothing except for what we were being told. And at that time, I did ask him the questions of, you know, the allegations, and he was just so kind, you know, looking like a corpse. He was so kind, and he was just like, you know, that's just, you know, hearsay. Like, it's not, I'm the governor, and I'm what my goal.
Look at me, I'm a good person.
Yeah, right. I'm a great person. That's
Do
all
I
I
look
got.
like somebody who's untrustworthy? Snatches fly out of the room.
Look at
with
my
the
snake
with his fucking
face. Do I
tongue.
look like
That's
a person who would
Yeah.
And
do
at that time, we
something
couldn't really
snake-like?
challenge as journalists. You had to keep it very like unbiased, just ask a few questions. I wasn't there to investigate, so I couldn't give the investigative journalism. It was just go and
That's
ask
also an
questions.
issue with journalism school. Like the shit. Like you are. I know this because I went to school with people who went to journalism school. Like you're taught that the police's word on like a criminal activity is like the word of God. Like whatever the police
It's
said,
Bible.
that is what you have to lead with. Like that is what is fact. Like that's not. No, we know
And
that's not true.
That's what we're taught. And then
Yeah.
and it I still am OG journalist, but that's why when I got my master's degree in digital journalism, they gave you more freedom, and they taught you especially in the digital age, that you can have a voice when, especially when you're covering certain stories. So it was great to see how it changed from what it used to be to
That's
what
good.
it is today.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say what it is today because it's even changed now, but to be able to have a voice and still give the facts, that was a very great change. But I interviewed some suckers, some terrible people, and all across the board, especially living in Tallahassee at the time, and to see a lot of the things that these people have become, done. And I worked alongside a lot of the people that I looked up to when I was younger, and see that these people don't care about none of the causes. I was like, damn, y'all just like everybody else and everything else. That's why I say America sucks. America sucks. They suck.
All right, let's get to
Well,
super chats. It's 10.
I was like, you guys probably want to play your Switch 2s.
I'd probably be embedded by this point.
I'll probably just say
energy
bye.
today.
I don't have super chats, so I'll let y'all take
All
care of
right.
it. I'll rate out 20.
Bye,
but
Lance.
I love you all. I miss hanging out
Bye.
with
Peace,
Great
man.
seeing you.
Peace.
ages again.
I seen you, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You want to go first, Rebecca?
Oh, yeah, you know it. You already know. You be asking like you don't know. You know. All right, let me see.
Oh wait, do we have? Yeah, we're streaming to your page, so we can bring them up here.
All right, let me see.
Here we go. FT Jan is the first
you
one
go.
I
Michael
see.
FT Jan, thank you so much. JD is too busy trying to kill the new Pope. The new black Pope. It's crazy. Andrew, thank you so much for your super chat. And thank you, FT, for your super chat. Rachel Atwood says, didn't Dims just flip a House seat in South Carolina? I wasn't following. Deanna?
Too much news.
I believe so. I
don't
believe
know.
so. I don't remember.
I don't
who it was or
listen.
the specifics, but I saw the headline and that's all I saw.
That's all we got. Rachel, it's been a year already. So we've been kind of like, like we're gonna like follow the news that we we want to. But hopefully that's a good thing out in South Carolina. Andrew, and thank you, Rachel, for your super chat. Andrew S. Wasn't there a young guy whose inhaler price rose and decided not to get it? Then 5 days later, he died from an asthma attack. I believe it. I don't know the story, but I
saw
believe it. I
that.
think this is
He was
a
22
common
years
story.
old.
Yeah. What? How old was
Mhm.
he?
22.
Ugh. Couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And then died. Oh, I hate that so
Insane.
much. Thank you for your super chat, Andrew. Django Fett, thank you for your super chat. Bay Photo, that's the one I read earlier about the networks and the doctors. Thank you for your super chat. Dominique Bannister, currently in Nova Scotia. Okay, Nova Scotia, because we were a ride over here at Leftist Mafia. It is a 2-year wait for a family doctor. My God.
Oh yeah, to get like if you don't have a family doctor, depending on where you are, and not just like you can still go to the doctor, but having a family doctor gives it's some more security in terms of where you
Huh.
go for
That's
help.
interesting. Go to the ER and hope you get checked before the next day. Yeah. Here it's urgent care, ER. But yeah, you can go there and see if you can and they'll rack up a bill on you as soon as you leave. Before you out the door, you're billed. It's worse in rural towns. My university, Acadia, closed down the
Acadia.
medical center. What is Acadia?
Yeah, I knew someone who went to Acadia.
Okay, Acadia. I'm Haitian, so I break it down like that. Okay, Acadia. Closed down the medical center after the COVID-19. That's crazy. I just saw and thank you for your super chat, Dominique. I just saw a girl talk about, I want to say it's Job Corps shutting down randomly and leaving them homeless. I know here in America, the people who go to Job Corps, they get, I guess, healthcare, housing, go to school. Young people who don't go off to college, I think even in high school age, I want to say, go off to Job Corps to find a life or have some kind of living. And it just shut down recently with no why. And the girl was out there saying they're giving us 3 days to leave. We have nowhere to go, no place to live, no help, no anything, no emails, nothing, no people to talk to. They just woke up and Job Corps, which has been a long-standing thing here, is now gone. And it's supposed to be a program where they get them employed since they're not going to school. And it's insane. So I don't know what's happening with that, but yeah. Thank you so much, y'all. And I will see y'all on next Thursday. I love y'all. Mean it. Bye.
Take care.
Don't stay up too long. Bye.
We will not. I'm too tired today.
Andrew S., thank you for your super chat. A bunch of us, at least a few of us, member for 22 months.
Wow.
Incredible. Thank you
Nice,
so
Andrew.
much. John, thank you for your super chat with a keep it up super sticker. Thank you so much. Lawn Gnomes, thank you for your chat. So what media mogul is on the Epstein list? Or is everyone still trying to protect Bill Clinton? Honestly seems like an easy win with Elon teeing it up. Well, I don't know.
I don't know what like people are expecting though. Like we already have this information about who he associated with. He had his black book. Like I think people think there's more out there than there actually is. And I think the Trump administration said that there's videos they have. I don't know if I believe them, but like I don't think we want to see.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness. It is Wednesday, June 18th, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be joined in a minute by everyone's favorite ethnically ambiguous New Yorker, Devil's Advocate Productions, here in a minute. I'll be talking about my essays. He is a newbie to my channel and has graciously taken the time to watch my essays. And that reminds me to remind you, everybody, to check out my channel and please take the time to watch those essays because they give you an enormous arsenal of rhetorical weapons to combat conservative thinking in general, not just MAGA conservatism, but all of conservatism in the United States, in conversation, in personal conversations with friends, as well as conversations in public, with people you might not know. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat right now. If you could sign up for me, I would much appreciate it. Just broke 500 subscribers today, so I'm thrilled about that. Got going about 4 years ago, and now I'm finally starting to see some fruits of my labor with guys like Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions taking the time to watch my stuff. So until he gets here, I thought I would just do a quick review of my Deter decrees, because I believe that retention is the goal of rhetoric, right? It's not just about making your point. It's about making your point in such a way that creates retention within your audience. So I try to do that with 3 forms of signposting. There's Deter decrees, Deter dichotomies, and Deter trichotomies. Just sticking with Deter decrees right now, my first one is we are all prisoners of our own personal experience. This relates to people and their selfishness, borderline narcissism with respect to their political views, right? This has to do with people who say, oh, well, it's not going to affect me, so I'm not going to bother voting, or this did affect me, so now I'm going to vote the other way because I don't like it. That's kind of what that decree is all about. We are all prisoners of our own personal experience. It's just another way of defining empathy. I like to define empathy as an acknowledgement of ignorance. I have no idea what it's like to be you, just like you have no idea what it's like to be me. The operative phrasing there is no idea. We can do some empathetic arithmetic to figure out why people are they are in a general sense, but no one was there when, all the yelling took place in my household growing up. I was the only one that was there. No one was there when my mother sat me down and tried to teach me about sex by invoking scripture from the New Testament. No one knows what that's like unless they've actually had that experience themselves. So we are all prisoners of our own personal experience. Yes, BCat, Alex is going to join in any minute now. I'm going to bring him in, but he took the time to watch my first few episodes, so I'm just going to review some of the content in there. Actually, sticking with that first episode with the Deter decree, we are all prisoners of our own personal experience. The related Deter trichotomy, my first Deter trichotomy is, if you want to know who someone really is, get them stressed, get them drunk, or watch what they do with their money. That's the best way. We put a lot of faces on for our friends and family, or work mates, our people that we don't know, that we meet in public or in different social situations. People are fronting. People are acting as if they care more about what the person thinks of themselves rather than what they think of themselves, meaning authenticity. So I say, if you want to get to know why someone is the way that they are, try to see them respond to a stressful situation, go drinking with them, or watch what they do with their money. Do they give to charity? Then do they tip their waitress? Do they tip their Uber driver? These kinds of things. Those little things really tell you who someone is. And in keeping with that, so in the first episode, I talk about the 3 feathers of right-wing America. If right-wing America were a wing, then it would have 3 feathers, and those feathers are right-wing military, right-wing money, right-wing military, and right-wing religious. Those are the 3 aspects of my upbringing that enlighten me to the conservative worldview and make me something of an expert on the subject. And that's also why I get particularly angry talking about conservative politics, is because it is so personal. I mean, if I'm being truly honest, conservative culture, conservative authoritarianism, really conservative Christianity, which I like to call Confederate Christianity, those subcultures ruined my family's life, my family's cohesion, my family unity. It's a very divided family right now, and it's because of leadership. Whenever you want to look at an institution or an organization, if it's divided, if it's fractionalized, if it's dysfunctional, look at the leadership, right? We're talking about the Democratic Party a lot on here, and how do we overtake the Democratic Party? Well, it's a call for change in leadership. Leadership. It's what it's all about. And that has to come from an organic place of merit, of people who are ready to fight MAGA by calling stupid, stupid, by calling ignorant, ignorant, by calling conservatism what it is, which is a counterproductive ideology if your goal is to make society better from generation to generation. Moving on to Deter decree number 2. This is my favorite Deter decree. My favorite dichotomy is number 6. That's survivors versus explorers. We'll get to that in a minute. My second Deter decree is my favorite one, and it is: just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. Please take that with you into your next conversation, because the best way I know how to frame conservatives or get people to cope with a conservative in a social setting where they have to interact with them and they don't really know how to treat them, I just invoke a childish disposition. They're children. They don't really care about what you have to say. They don't really care about being persuaded towards a better way of living or thinking. The only motivation there, just like a child, is to serve their own narcissism. Now, with no further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring in Alex and talk more about these things in depth. Please welcome to the show Devil's Advocate Productions, aka Alex from you're on mute, by the way. Yeah, I think one of
there we go.
There
okay.
you go. What are you from the Bronx or Brooklyn?
No. Manhattan.
Manhattan. Okay. Right on.
Yeah. And I will say, like, these Deter decrees and these dichotomies are really good tools to have and to just remember these bullet points.
They're called signposts, and the purpose of them is to create retention. Because, I mean, look, it's one thing to be intelligent and offer insight to people, but I mean, what's the ultimate goal? Is so that they take that insight with them and then bring that with them into other conversations where they go. So that's what I'm trying to do, is give people almost like a roadmap to intellectually deconstructing conservatism.
Exactly. And that's kind of similar to what I was doing yesterday, talking about comedians and their trajectories and how to break down this roadmap of where these things come from, how they originate, and what is really at the base of them. I just watched episode 3 and 4 of your show, and I took so many notes. It's like I'm back in college. But
nice.
Well,
that's what I want. I want it to feel like a college lecture. That's what it's supposed to feel like.
And this should be played in classes, I'm telling you. I'm going to jump around here, but
sure.
And it's only because me and my fiance watched the Netflix Ocean Gate documentary. And in episode 4, you talk about collaboration versus competition, how it fosters billionaires and this urge to just compete and have more than everybody else. And it's just symptomatic of this guy who wanted to explore the Titanic. He just had a fascination with Jacques Cousteau and like James Cameron and wanted to be one of them guys. And kind of like Elon Musk started out trying, and you bring up Musk too, started out trying to like, we're going to democratize electric vehicles. We're going to democratize ocean exploration. And just built a whole company around himself just so that he can play in the ocean like he always wanted to as a kid. But now it costs people their lives. It costs people their jobs, their careers. Like because they're billionaires, their whims just impact more people.
Yes. I mean, when you get to a certain level, I think it's like 300 million. Anytime you can fly private. So just to give you some insight into how these people live, once you get to a net worth of about $50 million, you can afford a private jet membership, which is you buy a certain number of flight hours per year. And so I don't know if you've ever flown private, but if you ever do fly private, you'll get a sense of why these 0.1 percenters are sociopaths. It's social conditioning. To be able to roll out of bed in your mansion in Long Island in the Hamptons, jump on a plane and get to South Florida in less than 3 hours door to door. Like that's a certain kind of living that makes you very inaccessible with respect to empathizing with those less fortunate. So I always try to say, like, if you find out that someone owns a private jet, like, forget about it. Forget about it, dude. They're not going to be able to empathize with the working class. It's just not unless they talk to a therapist, unless they have the courage to talk to a therapist on a weekly basis.
You know, it's also funny because we're watching one of our guilty pleasures is 90 Day Fiance. And there's this couple on there right now. This older white man, Wasp, living in somewhere in New England, actually, I think New Hampshire. And he's a pilot and he's like flown like, presidents and famous people and whatnot. So he's part of the 1%. And he lives on basically a little airstrip cul-de-sac. Basically, it's like 8 houses and enough room on the grass to land all their private planes. And I'm like, oh, these people have no touch with any kind of reality.
No.
At all.
No, they haven't been in a taxi cab in decades. They haven't been in a subway ever. And it's also, there's a certain type of sociopathy that comes from the self-made multimillionaire, where they have this attitude, and you see it a lot in A-list celebrities and actors who are like, well, if I can do it, then anybody can do it. And it's like, no, dude, that's not true. That's why we have, disabled parking spaces. That's why we have escalators, and so people who are elderly can get up and go walk around the mall. Like it's this tough guy attitude that we have. And, it's ironic that places like Boston, New York, Baltimore, Philly, they're so blue because they're such tough cities. And, I feel like toughness in those cities are like, take care of yourself. Don't expect anybody to do it for you. Right. That's what toughness is in those towns.
But also take care of your neighbors, your community.
Right.
Like
if
bring
somebody
flowers
falls,
to the.
If somebody falls at the subway platform, you pick them right up and you get on the phone. You say to the EMT, you say, we got someone down here who needs help. Like, people solve problems. I say there are 3 types of people. This is an essay I'm working on right now. So I had an educator when I was young say there are 3 types of people in this world. People who create problems, people who are immobilized by problems, and people who solve problems. In this essay, I'm trying to theorize that conservatives create problems, neoliberals are immobilized by problems, and progressives solve problems. Now, wouldn't that be a nice rebranding of the progressive image? Of like problem solvers as opposed to people who just complain all the time? Because whether we like it or not, that's what outsiders think of progressives, is they're just like complainers.
Yeah. And it is, because the memory of the hippie is still dominant, at least in mainstream culture, of like, you just smoke pot and just sit around all day and just talk.
Right.
And like, you don't do anything. But like, no, these are people running for office. These are people in office. They are community organizers. They're doing work as a nonprofit. Like, there's a million ways to contribute, and joining DSA. I know you always talk about doing that.
Yeah, but even in that organization, I'm having some trouble with like getting them to see themselves as the spearhead. I mean, this anti-MAGA movement needs leadership. And I think that if the DSA were to assert itself as the spearhead, it could basically do so with a message of, we've been right since the 80s.
Yeah.
We've been talking about universal health care since the 80s. We've been talking about raising the minimum wage since then, et cetera, et cetera.
I think Bernie being such like this folk hero kind of character is very useful for the movement. Like right now, obviously, it's kind of what brought me into it, and a lot of other people. I think a good way to point out that example that progressives actually get things done is Bernie Sanders and the squad like got through the checks for everybody during COVID, which obviously were not enough, but got them through. And all Trump did was not veto it. Like that's all he did. Everybody always says, but at least Trump gave us the checks. It's like, no, he didn't. He just didn't not give it to you.
Right.
And that's a good one to just carry with you and just throw in a conservative's face if they ever bring that up.
So you came across my favorite Deter dichotomy, I think, in the second episode, survivors versus explorers, right?
Yes.
Because I think that might be the nugget that is like, if I could take down one thing to like get people to figure out what kind of personality they're dealing with, it's that. It's like, is this person just surviving and worried about holding on to what they already have? Or are they explorers? Are they interested in people that are different from them? Are they, do they try new food? Do they travel? Are they looking for more out of life than what they already have? That's, to me, I think the road down the middle of whether or not you're right or left.
I think so. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, people need to survive. And
most people have to be
most people have to deal with day-to-day stuff.
They have no choice, right?
But even there, you can still, like you say, try new food. You found a new recipe. Like you're still curious, and you make this analogy with rural versus urban about people don't want to lose what they have, so they'll cling to whoever says you're okay. You don't have to change. Like change is the biggest fear point for them, and change is scary. Self-reflection is scary. You talk about how they can't self-reflect because it's just too much for them to handle mentally.
Yes.
Which, goes into upbringing and education system, which you cover very well. But I wanted to ask you about how it is, like, you've been in this world, and how does any of this, does it penetrate at all? Like,
no,
I'm assuming Fox News is on every TV and every country club. Maybe CNN sometimes, never MSNBC, maybe CNBC. Like, are they ever hearing Bernie? Are they ever, and is it ever any kind of like, we should care about other people, or they're just too lost to it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think 90% of the time you're arguing with them using these talking points to expose them so that someone watching the discourse doesn't go down the conservative rabbit hole. You're trying to make an example of them.
Yeah.
Like, this is what you're going to end up like if you go down the conservative rabbit hole. You're going to be Jesse Waters. You're going to be Tucker Carlson. You're going to be Stephen Miller. You're going to be Steve Bannon. These are the people that you will end up becoming like and associating with. Now, when Bernie does a town hall on Fox News, I think the ideas resonate. Like, universal healthcare is the easiest one. I'll always go back to it, because why the hell don't we have a universal healthcare system when every other Western developed nation does? They get into that space of like, yeah, I do deserve healthcare. Healthcare is a right. But then they go back into their media ecosystem, which tells them that we can't afford it and that the government doesn't do anything right.
Yeah.
So it's a temper. You've seen it in movies and TV shows first. It's like the nature of tragedy, where a character who, I don't know, let's say has a drinking problem, right? You see them over the course of the film get control of their drinking problem, right? Okay. But then in the last 10 minutes, they give in to temptation, they get back into drinking, and then they hurt someone. And that's called Greek tragedy. That's the nature of the storytelling template of tragedy. And that's why in my, I think, first episode, I described the American Wasp, the Don Draper of America. Don Draper was a character from Mad Men, played by John Hamm, widely considered the paradigm of the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant in the 1960s. You know, you get to that status and it just breeds sociopathy. It's more and more about status, and there's no empathy for people who are less fortunate. And that's because they're very short-sighted, because at the end of the day, we're all going to die. We're all going to die.
Yeah.
And when we die, our reputation becomes our legacy. Now, there's families in LA like the Broad family and the Getty family who recognize that. And so what did they do? They get museums named after them. Why? Because they put up the money for the museums. And that's their legacy. Yeah, we were a super rich oil family, the Gettys, but we gave LA two of the greatest museums in the world and started scholarship programs at UCLA and all this other stuff. And that's what I try to get people who come from privilege when I have access to them. Like, you can't take it with you when you die. So while you're here, you might as well leave some sort of lasting impression. Like, part of the reason why I started my YouTube channel was because my parents publicly and financially supported Trump in 2016.
You talk about in
my
the
second episode. Right. Yeah. And I found out on election night. My mother posted the picture of Trump.
Damn, dude. You had a fucking bad one.
My parents on either side of Trump at a fundraiser that was supposedly $50,000. It was, I thought it was $50,000 a plate, but I think it was less than that. I think it was more like $25,000 or $30,000 a plate, but still, it's ridiculous.
That's crazy. You're talking about
an obscene amount of money, an obscene amount of money. And so my mother posted that on Facebook. I'm not friends with her on Facebook, so I didn't see it until election night when my black friend sent me a screenshot of it. And he was like, "Hey, Tar, tell your mother we were always great. She was, you know, we forgive her. She was always nice to us whenever we came over to the house." And I was like, you know, yeah, it's funny when it's not your family. It is funny. You probably laughed your ass off when you saw that part of the video.
I mean, it was when you described them as Olivia Soprano and Archie Bunker.
Archie Bunker, CEO Archie Bunker. Yeah.
We knew.
Yeah, they're good shortcuts for personalities.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to do that. I try to draw metaphors. And one of the other things, you know, in terms of getting people to see conservatives as underdeveloped humans, as just people who aren't empathetic, is that a child is understandably narcissistic. A child has to be narcissistic because they cannot survive without the help of older humans, right?
Right.
So they're going to use their charm. They're going to use their smile. They're going to use their tears to get you to do what they want. It's surviving for them.
And scream and throw
social
tantrums.
survival. So in keeping with this idea that conservatives are overgrown children, it makes sense that American exceptionalism is nothing more than appealing to their narcissism, because they never shed the narcissism of childhood. They never shed it. And they've never grown up.
And it goes back to that OceanGate's CEO who just, you can tell he just wanted to play in the ocean. He just wanted to be known for being associated with the Titanic, like you say, legacy. Like they just want their names to be a square where people hang out,
right?
And part of written into American history. And that is their ultimate achievement. But like you say, they don't have a grasp enough on reality to be like, you're going to die one day. You're materially living here on Earth. When you're on the subway, you're with everybody else. Rich, poor, doesn't matter. Like
Right.
you're all on this tube together, which I think is why a lot of cities have, you know, like you say in I believe episode 3 or 4, about how the rural urban divide.
Yeah, the
that-
scapegoat politics. Wait till you
like-
get wait till you get to my scapegoat politics episode, because yeah, and this is something that every lefty on here and listening and all the content creators should take with them, is the reason why scapegoat politics is xenophobia, racism, all these things, you know, they work with rural populations because those people do not see the immigrants. They do not
Right.
see the blacks. They do not see the people that are different from them on the subway, on the bus, at the office. They don't see them, so they might as well be Martians to them. And
Right.
so it's easy to get people to be afraid of people that they don't know.
Like if you live in a town where it's 500 people, 1,000 people, you know every single person who owns every store.
Right.
You all go to church together. Like it's
Community.
It's this one community, and community's good. But if it's too isolated, then you have no mix, and that is
that's
what America
groupthink.
is, the melting pot. That's
Right.
what we pride ourselves on, and yet they don't melt. They're trying to calcify into one.
So yeah, I
blob.
think of America. If you're going to use the food analogy, I think that America is a buffet, and on the buffet are different subcultures, and there's a big melting pot in the center that's like, you know, the aspiring progressives, but it's not. Like the melting pot metaphor is a little problematic for me because it suggests that we're all going to melt down and become looking like the same
Right.
and being the same.
Yeah.
That's not true. It's like, no, we're always going to have a diverse society. But the challenge with a diverse society, I think it's I think I talked about it last time, the double-edged sword of equality is we want everyone to feel like a winner. Whereas in the left, the left is where like the participation award culture lives, or at least we thought it lived. Now, what we're finding out with conservatives is that they are actually the ones in the participation award culture because they demand the same level of intellectual respect as the experts. You know, like COVID was a perfect example. Like COVID's like, oh, I don't need a doctor. I'm vaccinated by the blood of Jesus. I almost got one of those T-shirts.
I mean, the Jordan Peterson, like I'm a therapist, so I know about viral diseases and can make,
right.
But the participation thing is funny because I didn't know that not everybody got those when I was a kid. Like I got participation trophies for our little league whatevers. And I remember like one distinct memory of my dad kind of being disappointed at the award ceremony. I'm like, what do you mean? I got a trophy. And he's like, yeah, but you didn't win. Like you didn't earn the trophy. And I'm like, I understand that value now. I understand the criticism of the participation trophy, but I also understand that it's fucking little league. Give everybody a trophy. It doesn't matter.
Right.
And then they create their own fucking like award ceremony. I forget what it's called. I think Fox News hosted the Patriot Awards.
Oh.
Every year for the last
Haven't
like
even heard of
4 or
it.
5 years. Yeah. I mean, they have CPAC, which is like just celebrating themselves and trying to basically have their own Oscars. They want
Right.
their own Oscars. They want their
Right.
own accolades, and because what they really want is real Oscars, but they can't
Yes.
get real Oscars because
Right.
they're not
Well,
good
that's-
enough.
So exactly, and they're not empathetic. And the purpose of storytelling is empathy. What is it like to be,
Right, to be
I
this
don't know, what's
character.
what is it like to be Oskar Schindler trying to save Jews within Nazi Germany during the Holocaust? Like, there's your movie, right?
Right.
There's your story. But they don't do that on a relational level. Conservatives aren't welcome in Hollywood because they're conservatives. Conservatives aren't welcome in Hollywood because conservatism does not lend itself to empathy. It's this arrogant, it's really arrogant to think that, like I once cornered my mother about like, do you think you know what it's like to be a black woman in America? And she tried to sidestep it. And then finally I just kept asking the question. It's like, just answer the question. Do you think you have the slightest clue as to what it's like to be a black woman in America? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, I win. You're no longer reasonable. You are off
Right.
the goddamn edge. I mean, that is a level of intellectual entitlement, and that's the thing that I really always want to reemphasize, because I see it popping up so much, especially when the conservatives get smug, and arrogant.
Mhm.
Like they do this ethos thing where they act like they're the smart ones, and like you have the burden of proof is on you to
Yeah.
disprove them wrong.
I mean, that's
right.
that's 101 how to do a bad faith argument.
Right, exactly. And but where that comes from historically is the Wasp, and my Wasp core cultural quality of inauthentic, narcissistic, social entitlement. It's a very specific thing. Like they would sacrifice authenticity to have a relationship with someone as long as they have the upper hand.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, as exemplified most supremely by fucking Trump.
Yeah.
Like that is
Kiss the
his
ring.
whole kiss
Yep.
the fucking ring.
Yep.
Kiss the ring and I'll give you good stuff if I feel like it. If it's cost effective for me at the time, maybe call me next week. Like ultimately he doesn't pay people. Like it's
Yeah.
insane still to me that like Donald Trump, man, the guy from Home Alone, the rich guy, the caricature of a rich guy, like
Oh, he's a poor man's rich guy. So, yeah. No, I mean, like to real players, we talked about it last time. The real players in the real estate space, they think he's a fucking joke.
And you
know?
talk
The guy
about
went bankrupt
context.
6 times.
You talk about yeah. How do you go bankrupt running a casino? Like you talk about context. That is the context of where we are. Like he was a pop idol star,
right,
in the 80s.
Right.
And because culture has stagnated because the internet kept regurgitating everything, now AI is literally just like a sausage factory of content that already existed. We're losing touchstones and memory faster and faster. So people, I mean, just the past 4 years, like I really didn't think Trump was going to win again. Because I'm like, you can really only 4 years for you to forget how bad that was, and you're not going to come out. Like, it's insane. But I wanted to bring it back to explorers and survivors.
Yes.
Because while, like I said, you can be an explorer and not have a lot of money, and you just want to, listen to different music every now and then. Being explorer has the double-edged sword, as you point out, of these billionaires having so much money that their every whim can affect the lives of thousands. I mean, Sam Cedar on Majority Report always talks about Bill Gates thinking, oh, I know how to fix like the education system, and just making it known that he would spend a lot of money in your school if you put his computers in your school, and just change the trajectory of the entire East Coast of education in this country for decades. And they found out like, oh, he actually didn't help.
Know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
Because he's a tech guru, because he doesn't know people. He doesn't have experience.
He knows computers.
He's not an expert in that. No,
but
so
he
that
thinks
goes back
he is
to my,
because I made this computer company.
Right.
Why wouldn't I be able to do this? I must be so smart.
The tech entrepreneurs have a false messiah complex. And that's the other irony about the conservative culture, is that they're supposed to be all loaded with Jesus and he's the true messiah, right? Yet all they do is project false messiah rhetoric onto, their equivalent of superheroes, which are people like Trump and people like Bezos and billionaires like Seth Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel and all these other guys. And it's my Dieter decree number 7, just because someone is the best or among the best at what they do doesn't mean they're good at anything else, much less everything else. Just because someone's the best at what they do doesn't mean they're good at anything else.
Yeah.
Like, and Kobe Bryant's a great example for this, and Michael Jordan too, because these guys have a selfishness about them that is appropriate, that is actually beneficial to them within the context of their profession. It's all about me. I'm the best player. Give me the ball. I'm going to take it to the hoop. The offense runs through me, right?
Yeah.
Understandable. When you're dealing with sports, that's right. You do play to your stars. You play to your strengths. But when You
'Cause it's a
apply
collaborative
that
effort.
methodology, when you apply that competitive methodology to personal relationships, that just makes people feel like you're always going to be looking down on me. I'm
Right.
never going to be your equal. You don't think you have a goddamn thing to learn from me because you're the best basketball player ever. Well, it's like, guess what, dude? You don't know. You didn't go to college, so you can't do calculus. You didn't go to med school, so you don't know you don't know a fucking
Right.
thing about your
So
body.
don't fucking talk about masks. Like, I'm going to quote
Right.
Bill Burr again from yesterday, talking to Joe Rogan. I'm not going
Right.
to sit here with no college degree, talking to you
Right.
with no college degree, talking about a virus, that a global pandemic, and whether to
Right.
wear a mask or not. I'm going to listen every 2 weeks, check in, and then just keep doing it.
Right. Yeah, no, Bill Burr has been the saving grace for the craft of comedy, because I'd be interested. We'll dip into your stuff real quick for a second, because I listened to most of your episode yesterday talking about the comedians, and I think the conservative comedy culture is just going to run out of gas, because the cruelty, it's cruel comedy. It's cruel.
Yeah.
It's like making fun of mentally retarded people. Like, it's funny for a hot second, but then it gets old. It's like,
You
wow,
go,
you're just an asshole.
and
Like, who's that
that-
guy, Schultz, whatever, with the stash? I fucking hate that guy, man. I want to go on his show and get in his face and be like, you're an asshole.
I know,
you don't,
dude.
You don't know what the
things to
fuck
say.
you're talking. You have this show and you act like you're the smartest guy in the room and you don't know shit. And he was talking about how, like, I want my presidents to be guys who get pussy. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What? I want my presidents to be nerds. I want my presidents to know the data. I want
I
my
want to be
presidents
bored when I hear about the president.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Are people old enough to remember being bored when you hear about the news? Like,
no, we are maybe.
We remember, but like, it was never. I was never interested. I was never like, oh my god, I got to follow up on the Bill Clinton scandal with Monica Lewinsky. I mean, that was interesting because it was talked about on Saturday Night Live, which I watched religiously. But I don't care about the day-to-day bill passing, what Newt Gingrich was doing, and he was doing a lot of fuck shit in the 90s. So we should have had, I was a child, but people who understood what was going on at the time didn't have loud enough voices. Now, like, the internet was a profit motive, of course. It was army tech that they used, then made public, but it did democratize who could talk and who would be listened to, because we were all making the choices suddenly.
Right.
We were going to whatever website we wanted to, listening to, reading whatever blogs.
I call it a
chat rooms.
marketplace. I call it a marketplace for ignorance, or a marketplace for confirmation bias, like, or grocery store for ignorance.
But
Like, you
it
can
but it
walk on
has
the internet.
done, I think it's a net benefit, because it has done things like there would be no organizing of the No Kings protest without social media and stuff. So there is good organizing to do within these like capitalist frameworks that they're rapidly trying to rip apart and make sure we can't do that.
Sure.
But for now, here we are live on the internet. 30 people
Yeah,
watching.
I mean, no.
Still,
So I think the
me
internet
too.
has definitely evolved and sorted itself out, and we're going through a little bit of an adolescence right now. Remember, puberty is
Yes.
painful, and we're going through a little bit of an adolescence with learning how to use the internet to make society a better place, not just satisfy people's base instincts.
And animals on the planet learning that we can communicate with all of us now, or most of us, a lot of us, all over the globe. Like, that is a psychic. I mean this like literally. Like, it fucks. We haven't unfucked how that has affected our brains yet.
No.
And so much of this is new and evolving so fast that books will be written 50 years from now talking about how this time period was affecting our brains.
Yes.
And we will have hopefully been able to communicate more effectively and not just kind of, like you said, getting siloed off into different echo chambers that just do nothing but reinforce what you already believe or want to believe.
But that's where I'm trying to be a voice on the left that advocates for the rhetoric of conflict in a different way, where a lot of lefties try to like reason with the MAGA, and they try to reason with Republicans. And I'm I'll refer back to what I said a minute ago. The purpose of arguing with MAGA should not be to convince them to see things the way you see things, because they're such children. They're not going to do that. Your goal should be to make an example of them.
Right.
So that others observing the conversation can be like, there's no way I'm going to be on Team MAGA, because those guys are just a bunch of white trash idiots, bullies, and cowards.
That's what Sam Cedar has been so good at. Hassan has been good at. Emma Vigeland going on Lance from the Serfs. Anybody's going on these podcasts with the intent to not be invited back. Like, that's it. Like, I got invited here. I'm going to come. I'm going to speak my piece. I'm not going to be nice when we're talking about real issues. Like, I'll be cordial. Like, I exist. I understand that I'm a human being. You're a human being. We're here making video content on the internet. But I'm going to still state my piece. And I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. I'm talking to anyone who has empathy within your audience, who doesn't want to hurt other people, because there are so many.
So that guy. So the PBD podcast, I'm sure.
Yeah,
right? You watch Sam Cedar's appearance on there, I'm sure. So PBD's like right-hand guy, the guy that just regurgitates all of the conservative talking points. Government is the problem. Government sucks. Yada yada yada. Right. So
you bring up the Reagan. Government is the problem.
I was that guy when I was 19, 20 years old. And
you could have had a lot of money.
That makes me, well, dude, if I had gone down the right wing, I would be Trump's vice president right now. It wouldn't be JD Vance. It would be me. Those are the kinds of connections I had on the right side of the aisle.
Damn.
So what I'm advocating for, because the establishment Democratic Party actually is into identity politics. If you're a straight white guy, that's actually a knock against you.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
Newsom.
This is a rhetorical weapon that you haven't had in generations, if ever. So what if that guy on the PBD podcast, his right-hand douchebag guy, had an awakening, right? Did all the research. He's like, wait a second, I have been wrong about everything. Fast forward 20 years, you're looking at him. So I know all of their arguments, and I'm not going to be like Sam Cedar, who's a gentleman, who gets on there and is very methodical and doesn't call them stupid, and just through facts,
dismantles.
His ethos is just, I know more than these people.
Yeah.
I've done the homework. And for me, it's like my goal in rhetorical conflict is not to just win the argument. My goal in rhetorical argument is to make my opponent regret showing up for the fight.
Yeah.
That's the politics of conflict that I want to see on the left. It's not just about winning. It's about crushing. It's about making sure, it's about crushing conservatism.
Dismissing. Like they frame so many arguments. Like, and again, when we're talking about conservatism versus like liberalism or left, it's a spectrum. There's so many conservatives in the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, that are old and need to get out of here. But like these people don't really want to govern. And like, that's the whole core of Reagan's line that you mentioned. Government is the problem. Like, what's this quote? They say it all the time. Where
his quote was,
if someone knocks on your door and says the government, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That's the worst
thing.
Like 7 words.
Yeah.
In the English language,
but it's playing off people's fear and hatred of like the DMV, and they lump all of government into the hypocrisy though with the conservatives who say that is like, oh wait, you love the U.S. military though, right? And they'll of course say, yeah, I love our troops, I support our troops, yada yada yada. It's like, well, that's the most well-financed part of our government. So you don't hate government,
part of the government.
You just hate the DMV.
Yeah.
Who doesn't hate the DMV, dude? Who doesn't? Let me tell you. Let me ask you something. Like, if you're having this conversation with a conservative, like, what are you paying in insurance premiums? Imagine if you were paying nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Like, just take them there. When in doubt,
and
take
then
them
they
to
go,
healthcare,
well,
man,
my
because
taxes will go up. It's like, your taxes go up this much, and then you never have to pay for car service, or you
And
never
you
have to
actually
pay to
wouldn't,
see
and you
the
actually
doctor.
wouldn't, and you wouldn't actually have to raise taxes on the bottom 50%. You would only raise taxes on the top 50%.
Yeah,
and
and
actually
they
really
just-
only on the top 10% or top 1%.
They live
you
off
gotta-
this lie that you talk about, the American exceptionalism, that you'll be able to get there too. So you don't
Right.
want to tax the top 50% because you'll be there soon. Just keep working at the factory and you'll get there. The pick you up by the bootstraps, but where the hell are the boots?
Right.
The old line.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I like that a lot. What else what were there other highlights from those videos that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, there was a lot. There was, like you was talking about, religion, military, corporate, the uniform being this like a literal virtue signal that you wear,
That they
the
worship. Yeah, it's a false
army
god.
being
Yeah.
over the cops. Like, you respect the cops because first responders and whatever, but you say thank you for your service to the army
Right.
people.
To the army people, right.
And how, yeah, a lot of people join the army because it's
They don't have a choice.
structurally in our society, it is the best choice for a lot of people.
Yeah.
On
It's a great way
purpose.
to get a job. It's a great way to
Yeah.
get a job if you come out of there with decorations, and it's a great way to keep to stay out of poverty if you have no skills, and because there's a lot of idiots who, like, you can't get fired, like you can't get discharged.
Why fund free trade schools and free college if you can just sign up for the army and then we
Right.
can use you in a meat grinder war whenever we
Right.
want.
Yep. Yeah, those are the three false gods. Just a reminder, everybody, the three false gods of conservative citizenry are the framers and the Constitution, the unregulated free market, and the uniform. Those are the three false gods of conservative citizenry, once again playing off the hypocrisy of the religious right, using messianic overtones in their rhetoric.
And you talk a lot about church, and it would be great to have a discussion with Ben Dixon about this, because the church in my upbringing, like, not a lot of people I knew went to church. First of all, most of the people were Jewish, or we go to bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, a lot of those, but New York. But if not the people who went to church, it was like, oh really? Like, you can't hang out Sunday because you're going to sit
church,
in a room
yeah.
and listen. I didn't think it was that popular in America anymore. I didn't know. But the way people, like, my fiance grew up in the Polish church, like, it is a crazy amount of influence that it has. And I'm not saying, like, I want to be respectful because I don't know. Like, I haven't been. I've been to temple and church a very, like, less than 5 times in my life, and it was always boring because I was a little kid who wanted to play video games. But the amount that they have influenced culture in this country to a degree that is, like, in the world, incalculable.
Yes.
And moved people's voting patterns because, like you say, you want to feel like a good person. You know that God is good. The guy who's representing God at the church every week is saying, vote Republican if you want to be good for
Right.
God.
Right.
And boom, boom, boom. It's just
Shortcut.
this pipeline.
The choice of human behavior is not between right and wrong. And I said this, I think, in episode 3 or 4. The choice in human behavior is not between right and wrong. It's between right and easy. And these people, remember Howard Gardner's 9 different kinds of intelligence.
Yes.
It's not enough to call people stupid. You have to say they have low existential IQ, right? And if you haven't come to those answers to the big life questions, what are we doing here? Why are we? Obviously, you have thought about these questions, because when I talked about reputation becoming legacy when you die, that resonated with you. A lot of people, when they get into that space of existential questions, they get stressed out. Remember, see who someone really is, stressed, drunk, or watch what they do with their money. So it's spiritual stress, and they find the stress relief at their local religious institution. And this is like where I want to talk to. I really want to get on the on a show with Ben Dixon and talk about how that the Christian church has developed, and this is not the Catholics, this is the Protestant side, right? The Christian church has a fork in the road, and to the left it's Catholics, and to the right it's Protestants, and then the Protestants spider webs into multiple different denominations.
I mean, they all spider web. Again, coming from non-religions, I'm like, you're all Christian. You're all. It's like Jesus, and then for the Christians, and then the Jews are like, Jesus was cool, but he's not our guy.
He wasn't the Messiah.
And then Islam is like, yeah, both of y'all are cool, but they're not our guy either.
Right.
And you're all part of the same. Like, I was just so like, why are y'all arguing?
So the thing, the suggestion or the encouragement that I want to give to Pastor Ben is, you know, when you talk about white people, make sure to differentiate between the Catholics and the Protestants, because the Catholics do have a sense of community. They actually do. After church, they all have a barbecue. Someone hosts a barbecue, and they all go to the barbecue, and they throw the football around, and that's their
Right.
community. Whereas with the Wasps, they don't hang out.
They go to brunch by themselves, maybe.
They go to brunch at a restaurant, then they go home and watch football.
Yeah.
And they do that all by themselves. And it's a very lonely existence. You know, it's talking about how the Wasp is a tragic figure. It's not someone you want to be. On the outside looking in, people think that they want to be Elon Musk. Let me tell you something. Elon Musk is a really sad guy. He's a really sad man. It's never enough. He's got a black hole in his heart that he's tried to fill with money and sex and drugs, and it hasn't worked. And, you know, political fame, power, and it hasn't worked. It's a bottomless pit.
Yeah. And his dad, and you see it because he tries all these things. He's saying all, you know, he's crashing the fuck out for the last couple of years. And his dad, whenever his dad is asked, he's just like, "What? Oh, Elon? Oh yeah." You know, he's kind of disappointing. Whatever. He's a little whiny and yelly sometimes. Leave me alone. He's a rich guy who knows how to be a rich guy, a wealthy guy, who's like, no. I'm quiet, and you don't hear from me. You don't even know I exist.
Right.
I'm just enjoying the spoils of my bloody whatever company I own.
Right. Yeah. And what else? We got 5 minutes left. So what other thing resonated with you?
Exceptional, the forms of intelligence that you talk about.
9
and
different
their
kinds,
lack of existential, because that is, like I said, like that's the core ethos is fear. And what is their fear driven by? It's change. It's acknowledging the unknown, acknowledging that you don't know everything.
Right. They can't say, I don't know. They're certainty addicts.
They need certainty addicts. Another quote that I really liked. They need someone to tell them what's right, what's wrong, who to vote for. That's why Rush Limbaugh was so popular. That's why, you know, a lot of these evangelical, I mean, Joel Osteen is on NBC after Meet the Press and all that. Sometimes my mom falls asleep and it's still on, and I'm like, "Mom, you're watching Joel Osteen." Like normalizing him. He's just on there because they know who's watching, and it's no one's gonna check NBC about that. No one's gonna be like, "Hey, NBC."
And no one on the left is saying when Joel Osteen comes up in whatever discourse or Joel Osteen and the prosperity gospel people, tax them.
Yeah.
When the question of how we're going to pay for it, I'll tell you how we're going to pay for it. We're going to tax the hell out of churches that have more than $1 million in revenue. Yeah.
Like they
are for-profit entertainment businesses.
Yes. Yeah. Perfect. I was thinking about that the other day. Like you should be able to run effectively a community center and, you know, have activities there, have tennis court, whatever the hell churches have, and board games, and run that as a business.
Right.
But it should be operated like any other business.
A business. Right.
There's
and they do this in other communities too. Like, for example, not far from where I live, there's a very successful casino, and the casino, and you know, it's strategic. I'm not saying that they're saints or anything like that, but they have backed up the money truck to the local high school. The local high school has an amazing stadium. The school has been completely renovated. The kids get the best money can buy. And that's just good business on the part of the casino, because now everyone likes them because, you know, they were people, and they're like, yeah, my kids.
It's branded and they got flyers.
Yeah, I mean they don't, and they're not tacky about it. They don't put like, you know, the casino's name on anywhere on the school
But
or
people
anything
know.
like that. People know. People know that
And that's
they
the
gave it to it.
waspiness. Like, people know. We don't talk about it,
right?
But we know who donated that.
That's right. That's
the
right.
legacy.
And it's a big part of, it's a big source of jobs in the community. And, you know, I'm actually one of the few lefties that is actually opposed to the proliferation of sports gambling because I've seen it ruin a lot of lives.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
you know,
I agree. I mean, Emma again on Majority Report talks about that 'cause she's very into sports. Like I'm not a big sports guy and I'm not a big gambler either because I'm like, I'm not risking my real money on this. Like,
and
but
the odds are against you.
Yeah, and the odds are always against you. And I'll play poker in a video game where there's no stakes, you know, where I'll lose digital money, but I'm never paying. I mean, the phone games are a big problem. It's a big problem in the video game space of like loot boxes and these gambling mechanics being put into games that charge real money from children to get them hooked early. And then it's going to be an even bigger problem when they get older. And they are going to casinos and stuff. Like it is a real issue.
It is a real issue.
But I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Alex, I think they're going to get the next show ready. But I was going to say, since we have this audience, we got this momentum going. I haven't heard back from the other potential guests. I am going to be back on this space tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Do you want to come on with me again?
Yes, I'll absolutely be here. I'll be working technically. I'll have my laptop open, but I will be here.
Okay. Yeah,
there's
that's
a lot
cool.
of downtime at my job.
Yeah. It'd be great, and I can just monologue, and you fill in the gaps and kind of pedal my my mouth, and it's good stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, dude, like it's just frustrating where I put all the work into those essays, and I feel like if everybody watched them, then conservatism would be dead in this country.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just tough to get people to sit down and give up 30 minutes. Even
And
though
they
if you
are
could watch them to
very
expand.
like I could see these being played in a lecture hall in a college,
Right.
like as part of a
That's
lesson. Like these are really good videos for you to produce, and I encourage y'all to go check them out, man. They are very informative, and they do put these ideas, like you said, as tent poles, so you can kind of just reach for them in the back of your minds whenever you're talking about this with a friend or family member. Check out Deter McBizness.
Yeah, please check me out. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe on my channel. I just put another link in the chat. If you do get onto my channel, please start with the essays and go in chronological order. They work well on 2x speed. And yes, thank you, BCat. She can attest that the essays are fantastic. More to come. If you only knew how much writing that I have to do. And then Looney Tunes just pushing our show tomorrow. Devil's Advocate and Devil's Advocate and I will be back on this space tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Until then, take care, you guys, and don't forget, you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Thanks for listening.
This Spurs.
I thought that the progressive left, the extreme left, really ruined the election for the Democrats.
Hey, it's been a while since I engaged in some nice and easy Democratic Party discourse. So how about it? Stephen A. Smith was on The Daily Show where Jon Stewart kindly dismantled his clownery. So I have a couple clips to get to here. Here is the first one.
I don't think anybody,
Why do you keep fast talking past the fact that Jon Stewart continues running circles around you and proving all of your points wrong? This is the Democrat Ben Shapiro. Why is this one of the leading potential contenders for the next election? I get that he's entertaining, he's well-spoken, but come on. If you can't understand the dynamics within the Democratic Party, you don't know what the left even is, how can you possibly be in consideration for running the party? So I'm going to get to a breakdown here briefly of his whole anti-trans garbage that he spews here. But This was like, he goes back and forth. Why are they going after Trump for breaking the law? Because he broke the law. They weren't trying to jail him to avoid an election with him. They were trying to put him in jail, or at least they should have been trying to put him in jail. But they were going after him legally because he broke the law. Shouldn't the president be held to the same standard as everybody else? So, like, what a weird argument to argue that Democrats or anybody shouldn't have been going after Trump for breaking the law. But then he goes on later, oh, they should have fought fire with fire. Jon Stewart points out they called him Hitler. I mean, I think it's fair to argue that Democrats didn't fight hard enough in different ways. But the idea that you're saying they didn't fight at all, or they should have fought fire with fire, and then there's examples of them doing so, and then he moves on to a different topic with his Ben Shapiro fast talk. It just the whole thing's so bizarre. But this is the one point he was trying to make that had any sort of substance to it, that also completely breaks apart if you actually look into the data and what people voted on. So this was a post-election poll. This is from GQR. So I'll link to the full thing below if you want to go through it. But the point that matters here, nationally, 64% of voters recall seeing an anti-trans attack ad against Kamala Harris. There we go. That's the election. That's why they lost. Oh, but keep reading. Just 4%, dead last on this list, identify opposing surgeries for trans people and trans kids' participation in sports as issues motivating them to vote. In fact, when asked directly which candidate represents your views on transgender people, voters pick Harris, 52 to 40%. So she won on that issue. Yet somehow this was supposed to be the reason Democrats lost the election. Absurd. And if you look at the Gallup poll that they also reference here, this was before the election, but if you look at exit polling, it's essentially in line with the top choices here in terms of the economy, democracy, but issues of importance to U.S. voters. So you have to go to the very bottom of the list. Transgender rights. It is the least important issue for voters for the simple fact that the vast majority of people are not trans. People tend to vote on issues that personally impact them. Whether or not that's a good thing, up to you to decide. I would hope human rights would rank higher, but this is the reality. Transgender rights, trans rights, that this is not a motivating issue for most people. So the idea that anti-trans ads or that the trans issues generally were the motivating reason why people voted for Trump is insane, does not bear out in the actual data. Let me get to the next clip here where Jon Stewart really has Stephen A. Smith not heard this before or has not absorbed this information before. The left, the progressive left, they're the ones that were pushing Joe Biden. What are you talking about? How are you possibly in any consideration for any sort of public office within the Democratic Party when you don't even understand the dynamics of the party? Unbelievably stupid. I would be embarrassed if I was on this show as a potential candidate. My name was in the discussion for the Democratic Party, and I didn't understand the basic dynamics of the support base for Joe Biden. Unfreaking believable. So, look, Jon Stewart does a good job here at dismantling this garbage in a kind fashion. Stephen A. Smith is clearly not the enemy. So, you know, you have someone on like this, you talk to them. The best way to try and change their mind or inform them is to be kind to them. Don't be a piece of crap like I'm being right now. But I'm not talking to Stephen A. Smith. I'm just trying to talk to people out there. Do not support someone this clueless. This is somebody who I can absolutely see be taken in by whoever's around him. You know, this could be like a Trump scenario where the last person in the room is the opinion he keeps. Please, let's try and avoid a situation where the people with the most power, the most money, those who are the most crafty are the ones who get what they want. I think it's important that, you know, moving forward, assuming there's going to be another election, when looking at the kinds of leaders that an opposition party needs, you need somebody who is centered, principally centered in human rights and workers' rights. If you don't have that center, you don't have that both experience, but also, you know, just a track record of fighting for human rights, workers' rights, you should not be in any consideration for any kind of office within the Democratic Party. As Canadians, I think it is on us to set a standard for what is or isn't acceptable from our government. And this is not acceptable. Canada sold $18.9 million worth of military goods to Israel, despite their so-called pause. So in this video, I'm going to get to this story, the breakdown of it, what led up to it, the good moves that Canada has made, moves in the right direction, but clearly nowhere near where Canada should be, considering the genocide that is being committed by an ally in Israel. So I first want to give credit here to the Maple and Alex Kosh for breaking this all down. There are some fantastic Canadian journalists out there, be it at the Maple, at Ricochet, the Narwhal, the Breach, Canadian Dimension, Press Progress, the Taillis. There are others as well. There is just a lot of fantastic journalists within Canada who are largely, or I should say a lot of them, work in independent spaces and need your support to continue their kind of work. So if you support a place like the Maple or any of the other websites I mentioned or anybody else, ensure you support them if you can, because it helps to allow them to continue doing the reporting they're doing. But before I get to the breakdown of this, I just do want to properly set the stage here for what led us here. So the UN reporting here, more than 50,000 children reportedly killed or injured in the Gaza Strip. That is as of May 27th this year. Now, of course, if you expand out to all civilians, number is much, much larger. It's still impossible for there to be a real count of what is going on because there is just a complete lack of infrastructure right now in Gaza for there to be anybody there to really account for the level of war crimes being committed by the Israeli government. But this is where we get to some of the reactions so far, both internationally, but also from Canada and Canadians themselves. International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, so of course that was back in November. Fast forward to yesterday, joint statement by the foreign ministers of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Norway, and the UK in their sanctioning of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. These are two Israeli ministers being sanctioned for inciting violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. So this was a move that was praised by human rights groups like Independent Jewish Voices, though of course they are still calling for more to be done, while at the same time criticized by Israel's biggest ally, the US. Now, I am glad to see people are becoming more and more aware of what is happening. So this was a poll released just today from Leger on the attitudes towards what is happening in Gaza. So on the question of whether Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, in Canada, nearly half, 49% agree with the accusation. Liberal and NDP voters are significantly more likely to strongly agree, which is not surprising, compared to 38% in the US. So it's good that almost a majority of the Canadian population are very clear on what is going on. Worth noting, 30% are still unsure, meaning there's still 30% that are people we can educate on this. If you disagree that there's a genocide going on, I think it's unlikely at this point, after everything we have seen, that you're going to change your mind. You're like just stuck in whatever rabbit hole you're in. But if you're open, or if you're unsure as to what is going on, I think it is possible that you can and will be educated on the realities. Now, this gets to one of the bigger moves that Canada made. About a year ago, Canada halting arms sales to Israel after non-binding vote in the House of Commons. So the reality of this was a little different. Global Affairs Canada's approach since January 8th, 2024 has been to not issue permits and to suspend a limited number of export permits for military items destined for Israel, as in not issuing new permits. So anything signed prior to January 8th was okay until Minister Joly came out to expand it a little bit more. This was in September.
So, first and foremost, our policy has been clear. Since January 8th, we and I have not accepted any form of arms export permits to be sent to Israel. And so following that, I asked my department to look into any existing permits of arms or parts of arms that could have been sent to Israel. Following that, I suspended this summer around 30 existing permits of Canadian companies, and we're asking questions to these companies.
Now, keep in mind, this was only done because of the pressure being put on the Canadian government. The obvious fact from the international community of what is going on, the ICC arrest warrant of Netanyahu made it undeniable, and that was just a month or so later. So the pressure being put on the Canadian government is why there has been this move in the right direction, even though, again, as we're going to see, it's not where it needs to be. As it turns out, despite the pause or the ending of some of those exports and the ending of anything new, Canada still sold 18.9 million of military goods to Israel. Now, this gets to, before I get to the breakdown, Yipeng Ji, who is a doctor, Canadian doctor, who was in Gaza, one of the incredible heroes, someone putting themselves on the line to help people in a war zone. Or I shouldn't even call it a war zone. It help people who are being targeted in war crimes, putting himself on the line, considering hospitals, several hospitals have been targeted and destroyed by the Israeli government, putting himself on the line. Here is his hypothesis, as he says, as to why the Canadian government has, up to this point, still been unwilling to be clear about the genocide that the Israeli government is committing.
I do have a hypothesis as to why, our Canadian government has not acknowledged what's happening in Gaza as a genocide. And looking at the other examples that you've given, Canada is not explicitly complicit in other genocides. But it is in this one. And for the Canadian government to actually acknowledge what is happening in Gaza as a genocide is a crime. It is a crime by this Canadian government, by current leaders that are upholding ongoing trade with Israel, ongoing arms sales to Israel, and should be tried for their war crimes.
I think this makes a whole lot of sense, considering the UN, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, a litany of human rights groups worldwide have called out what this is, a genocide. The Canadian government still is dancing around the topic because they're afraid of their complicity in it, as weapons are still being sold to the Israeli government. Now, this gets to this report, which comes right out of the Global Affairs Canada, as Michael Buchert compares it here to last year. It's the difference in the title is noteworthy. In 2023, the report was called Exports of Military Goods and Technology. In 2024, the word military is nowhere to be found. Instead, it's the annual report on strategic goods and technologies pursuant to Section 27 of the Export and Import Permits Act. Seems like they are very aware of the reality. So as the maple breaks down, and again, I will link to this article below the video. There is a lot of information in here. I'm not going to read all of it for obvious reasons, but you can go check it out if you wish. So as the Global Affairs Canada report states, Canadian companies sold 18.9 million of military goods to Israel in 2024. In total, 164 export permits were used by Canadian companies to ship military goods to Israel, making it the third most popular non-U.S. destination for Canadian suppliers last year. The majority of goods, 12.5 million worth, related to an export category that includes electronic equipment, and a further 2.2 million fell under a category that includes bombs, torpedoes, rockets, missiles, other explosive devices and charges, and related equipment and accessories. 2.8 million worth of goods fell under a category that includes aircraft and aerial drones. Keeping in mind the Israeli government committing war crimes with these weapons and technology that they received from Canada. Now, they also note here, the report does not track exports that are sold to the U.S. before being supplied by the U.S. to Israel, meaning the actual value of Canadian goods that ended up in Israel could be much higher. Most military exports to the U.S., except those defined as full system conventional arms, do not require a permit and are not published in the annual reports. So that, for obvious reasons, is a little tougher to track where that stuff's going to go once it reaches the U.S. But I'm sure there's some awareness of what is being supplied to the U.S. and how a lot of that is going to eventually be used. And in the case of a lot of it, likely, or at least some of it, ending up in the hands of the Israeli government. Now, they also write here, despite the pause on new export permits, Israel remains among 46 countries on Canada's automatic firearms country control list, which allows exporters to ship prohibited firearms, weapons, or devices to foreign governments. Why they are still on that list, despite the sanctions, despite the fact that Netanyahu's under an arrest warrant, despite the obvious impact of the war crimes of the genocide, is beyond me. But that's something that I think needs to be focused on. Also worth mentioning here, Rachel Small, an organizer with World Beyond War Canada, stressed that while the new export data shows the January 8th, 2024 pause impact of weapon sales to Israel, any claims by liberal politicians that exports have stopped completely are evidently false. Quote, while we did successfully push the government to pause issuing any new permits, our outrage following the announcement that they nonetheless were going to continue to export weapons from previously approved permits was absolutely warranted. So there was a lot of pushback at the time that, hey, why are you complaining? You know, here Canada's doing what they need to do, pausing these export permits, when the reality was always that, yes, this is a step in the right direction, but considering the stakes, considering what is happening on the ground, this clearly is not enough.
I have questions for the secretary.
We're not talking about creeping fascism here. This is full-on police state tyranny from the gangster president Donald Trump.
California Senator Alex Padilla was tackled and handcuffed following his attempt at asking a question at a Department of Homeland Security press conference. And a Canadian MP, or former Canadian MP, Charlie Angus, is calling out Trump's fascism. So I'm going to get to both of these stories in this video. I prepped the Charlie Angus story first, and then this broke, and this kind of feeds in right in line with what Charlie Angus is warning about Donald Trump. But this is just wild. California Senator Alex Padilla handcuffed at Christie Nome news conference. So image of it here. Let me get to the actual video, though.
Sir, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands off.
Many of our ICE agents have been docked.
On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go, I'd put behind my back.
All right, cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Okay. So he has since been released. I'm going to get to what he said in a press conference. First, the reaction to this has been clear and universal. So it's shocked senators. Some of them are calling it fascism. I've seen important note here, a reaction to this that Democrats should be having, as they are all stunned by it. But it's unfortunate that it takes one of their own for this to happen to, for them to speak up as loudly and forcefully as they now are. It shouldn't have to take. I'm going to get to some stories later on concerning the Charlie Angus portion of this, of just how fascist things have gotten in America. It shouldn't take one of their own getting tackled for them to recognize this. But it's important regardless. If this is what it takes, then whatever. We're moving in the right direction in terms of the reaction to what is happening. But Homeland Security writing here, this is their reaction to it. Senator Padilla chose disrespectful political theater and interrupted a live press conference without identifying himself for having his Senate security pin on as he lunged towards Secretary Noem. Ah, yes. Lunged towards Secretary Noem, who Is not even in the picture. Is nowhere near him. But yeah, lunge towards her. That's what a Democratic senator was going to do. He was going to attack Kristi Noem? Is that the claim here? It's so absurd. Mr. Padilla was told repeatedly to back away and did not comply with officers' repeated commands. The Secret Service thought he was an attacker, and officers acted appropriately. It is so much bullshit. Really? They didn't recognize the senator of the state that they are in? Please, it's so stupid. And speaking of the political theater, Kristi Noem is political theater personified. Here is Majority Report tweeting out these images of the clownery of Noem. But this gets to Padilla's response following his release.
Over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues, have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
And that's the ultimate point there. If they are willing to do this to a sitting U.S. senator, who aren't they willing to do this to? And as I'll get to in a bit, we've seen many examples of that. So I want to share here Charlie Angus. So he is no longer an NDP MP. He decided not to run, essentially retire, I guess, from Parliament. But he is still has been one of the clearer voices around how dangerous Donald Trump is, and he recently held a press conference, and I think it was pretty good, so I want to share a clip of that here.
I am here in the press gallery of the Parliament of Canada, the heart of our democratic engagement with people. And this morning I offer my deep concern, solidarity, and prayers with the people of California who are out in the streets unarmed, defending the rule of law against illegal kidnapping and deportation, and they're being faced down by the military might of the United States Marines. We're not talking about creeping fascism here. This is full-on police state tyranny from the gangster president Donald Trump. And this is the man who will soon be crossing our border to attend the G7 meetings in Canada. I have received hundreds of messages of concern and outrage from Canadians that a convicted felon, sexual predator, and a man who has threatened our nation's sovereignty is being allowed into our country. I understand the Prime Minister Carney's reluctance to escalate the situation with the MAGA president. But we have to stop kidding ourselves, and we have to be very honest about what we are being asked to engage with. Donald Trump poses a clear threat to American democracy, to Canadian sovereignty, and to the international rule of law.
Charlie Angus really has been one of the clearer voices internationally, calling out what Donald Trump has been doing, and it's good to see him come out and speak up in solidarity with the protesters in California and speak out against the disturbing rise in what ICE has been doing, the terrorizing it has been doing to U.S. residents, including a few examples here. So, South Bay father and son deported to Honduras after showing up to immigration appointment. So some of the more smooth-brained morons out there are saying, well, if you don't want to be picked up, don't want to be targeted by ICE, just follow the law. They went to their immigration appointment and were deported. do they look like a threat to you? The vast, vast, vast majority, I believe there was a breakdown of this. Less than 1% of the people being deported actually have a criminal record. So we're talking the vast, vast, vast majority of people being picked up and removed from their homes are completely innocent. They're just being snatched up because they weren't born in the US. And many of them, by the way, have visas, are here legally, are trying to attend their immigration appointments, and they're still being sent out because there is a quota that they're being told to meet. So I want to play for you just a quick a clip from one of the news reports about this story.
Now, in a small town, the 9-year-old is trying to get used to his new reality. He says,
I was scared to come here. I wanted to stay with my brother.
Martir's brother Kevin is still in the U.S., though.
He's grown now, but Kevin was with me my whole life. I want to see my friends again. I miss all my friends.
In case you're wondering why there have been protests, why people are speaking out against Donald Trump and the administration, it's because stories like this are incredibly common. People are standing up for their communities against authoritarianism. Looking up this story, I came across another one because, again, these are every day. New ones are popping up. This from ABC 5. Father deported to Guatemala after attending routine immigration hearing. So a Guatemalan man who has been in Oklahoma City for 14 years, now separated from his family after showing up at a routine immigration hearing with his 3-year-old son. I mean, this is to target immigration hearings as a way to get people out, to meet a quota. You have to be just the absolute sludge of society. How do you wake up in the morning? No wonder all these clowns wear masks when they're grabbing these people off the streets. They probably wear masks looking in the mirror because how could you possibly face yourself knowing this is what you do for a living? Absolutely disgusting. Another example of how serious it's become. Plainclothes DHS agents lied to LA school officials to question elementary students.
What interest should a Homeland Security agent have in a first grader? They conveyed to both principals that the parents or the legal guardians in charge of these children had provided them authorization for access to these kids in school. That is absolutely, blatantly untrue.
These agents asked specific questions about students ranging from 1st to 6th grade. The superintendent says they arrived in unmarked vehicles and wore casual clothing.
When the principals attempted to write down details about their IDs, they quickly hid their IDs.
All parents from these schools were notified about these incidents.
The details of this story really give you an indication of how aware these people are of what they are doing is wrong. For these agents to all of a sudden get skittish when it comes to writing down the details of who they are, showing up in plain clothes, lying to the principal about getting permission from the parents. This is a terrifying level of authoritarianism. And one of the more surprising aspects about the story is that this is 2 months old. For whatever reason, it's getting a lot of traction this week. But, you know, there's been a lot of news, a lot of examples of Trump's authoritarianism. It likely just got lost in the shuffle. But it goes to show that how normalized this is becoming for some people. And I think it's important to understand how serious this is, which is why it's good to get a perspective from someone like Charlie Angus, who, you know, a Canadian MP, giving a outsider perspective on how serious things are. So one last clip from Charlie Angus here. This is an interview he did the day after his press conference.
But, you know, ultimately, the G7 is an economic gathering of democratic countries. The United States is the world's largest economy. It is also right now a democracy. Why wouldn't Donald Trump be in Kananaskis?
The United States is no longer a democracy. This is an authoritarian regime. I think there's an incredible naivety about dealing with Donald Trump. And I'm not blaming anyone for it, but we're dealing with in completely uncharted territory. Donald Trump has made clear again and again that he doesn't believe in the international rule of law. I'm not saying that Prime Minister Carney is going to block Donald Trump at the border. I think that would escalate things dramatically. But we need to start talking much more clearly about the threat to democracy that is happening in the United States, because it's a threat to Canada and it's a threat to the world at this point. When I talk to university professors in Canada who are told by their administrations they have to bring burner phones if they're going to cross the border, I mean, that's what happens when you go to North Korea. When we see people being arbitrarily detained and kidnapped, this is a country now outside of the rule of law. What's very concerning for Canada is that we live along the border. We live along the border with a country that we've never had to worry about, but now we have to worry.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA.
A politician like this does not come around very often, but when they do, I think it's important that we recognize the potential here. So this week, I finally tuned in to what was going on in the New York City mayoral race. As somebody not in New York, I clearly don't pay all that much attention to what's happening in New York City politics. But Zoran Mamdani is somebody who I think his potential impact spreads beyond New York City. Even if he doesn't win this race, I think he's still somebody that we're going to be looking to in the future. So he last night just completely laid out Andrew Cuomo. I'm going to get to that clip in a bit. But also, he had an interview this week that really, I mean, lit a fire under me. When he was on The Breakfast Club, I think he gave one of the greatest interviews I have ever seen a lawmaker give. Here's the first clip that I want to share from that.
I wanted to ask, some of the policies that you stand on is free bus service in New York City.
Yes, sir.
Could that actually work?
Absolutely.
Break it down.
So I grew up in Morningside Heights. I would take the 1 train. We used to have the 9 train back then, but I would take the 1 train to 231st, get on the BX10 to go to Bronx Science.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when I'd get off the 1 train, if I could still see the bus, even if it was 2 stops away, even if I had missed it, I knew I could catch up to it.
Of course.
Because that's how slow that bus was. I'd be slapping the back of the bus and I could get there in time. It was good for me. It's bad for New York City. You should not be able to catch that bus if you miss that bus. But the buses are so slow. So as a state assembly member, I won the first of its kind fare free bus pilot. We made 1 bus route free in every borough of New York City. And we secured $15 million to do so. And it showed that ridership went up by up to 38%. Assaults on bus drivers went down by 38.9%. And of the largest increase of riders came from New Yorkers making $28,000 a year or less. And this is critical because it's not just about economic access, it's also about public safety. It's also even about environmentalism, because we're seeing that 11% of the new riders, they were previously driving a car or taking a taxi. Now they're off the road, they're on public transit. And the cost of doing all of this is about $700 million a year. Now, that sounds significant, which it is, but just want to put it into context. We're talking about that in the context of a city budget that's about $113 billion a year. State budget, about $252 billion a year. There is money. The question is what we spend it on. And what I've proposed is that we raise $10 billion to pay for our entire economic agenda and start to Trump-proof our city, because we know he'll use federal funding as leverage over this city. And we will do so in 2 key ways. The first is to match the state's top corporate tax rate to that of New Jersey. We are at 7.25%. They're at 11.5%. Corporations can pay it over there. They can pay it over here. And the beauty of it is that it doesn't just apply to corporations headquartered in New York City. Because when you say this, people will say, well, they're going to go to Florida. Wherever you are headquartered, as long as you do business in the state of New York, you are taxable for that corporate tax. We're talking about corporations that are making millions of dollars, not in revenue, but in profit. And the second is taxing the top 1% of New Yorkers. We're talking about people who make $1 million a year or more, taxing them just by a flat 2% tax increase. And I know if 50 Cent is listening, he's not going to be happy about this. He tends to not like this tax policy, but I want to be very clear. This is about $20,000 a year. It's a rounding error. And all of these things together, they make every New Yorker's life better, including those who are actually getting taxed.
All right, this clip is about 2.5 minutes. Let me break down for you why this is so impressive. So he first brings up the problem. Buses are slow, and for some people, they're unaffordable. Part of it, the reason why buses can be slow is because they have to stop and wait for people to pay, or, make sure whatever bus pass you have is legitimate. So you eliminate that with free bus service. Brings up his track record, how he already had implemented at least one free route when he, as a counselor. Brings up the data, how it benefited the community, higher use for lower income people, the environmental benefit, made bus drivers safer as they aren't fighting over a fare. Then he was honest about the cost of it. But then he gave the perspective of the cost and then gave the priorities. Hey, what do you prioritize with what we are spending in the city? You prioritize the benefit to actual people living in the city. And then brings up the budget, how he would budget it. So matching the corporate tax rate of a neighboring state, a wealth tax amounting to a rounding error. This is and the way it's delivered, and this is somebody who actually cares. So it's the combination of his ability to communicate a complex issue very simply, his actual desire to do something, his track record of doing it. Like, again, it is. I watched this interview with, like, my mouth was agape. I was just so impressed by how fantastic of a communicator and how principled he is in his approach. So I also want to share this clip on policing, where again, he tackles this issue in a very similar way.
So people are very scared. It seems like New York is getting worse than getting better. So what do you say that, at a time like this, cutting the police budgets, that seems like that is taking more police officers off the street?
I want to be very clear. We are not defunding the police. What we are talking about is sustaining the number of police that we have within the police department. And when I talk to those police officers themselves, they tell me they signed up to join the police force to tackle serious crimes. And yet what they're being asked to do today is serve as mental health professionals and social workers. The same officers who thought they'd be responding to shootings are picking up the 200,000 phone calls a year of mental health calls. And what we've seen elsewhere in the country is you can actually move mental health calls out of the police department. That can reduce the calls that police have to deal with by 20%. And in doing so, you can increase police response time to those major categories of crime. And I think that's important because police have a critical role to play in public safety. And we also need to ask them to just focus on their job and not ask them to do every job. Because what we're seeing right now is these same politicians who have given us this lack of public safety over so many years telling us that their only answer, no matter the question, is to ask police to do more. I want them to do the thing that they signed up for and to have a Department of Community Safety with teams of dedicated mental health outreach workers at the top 100 stations with the highest levels of mental health crisis and homelessness. We have to deliver public safety. And I've also said that we don't need to have a more than $1 billion police overtime budget. And usually when you say that, people frame it as if you are going after the police. But when you ask the police, there are 200 officers leaving the department every month. And one of the leading causes is forced overtime because of quality of life. They don't know when they're going home. They're working doubles and triples. This is actually something that can make it easier to do that job and ensure that we're actually responding to this, because